Yeah, just getting everything together. Hope my mic is working. Try to get some stuff situated. Can you folks hear me? Okay, look like my mic jumping, so I'm good. All right. About to let Roger come on in. Once Roger finished with his, then I'm gonna come in. I should be playing some music or something like that, but no, I'm not really trying to get banned from it. So I'm just gonna drop a little gibberish till people start coming in. You know, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get back on the topic at hand. You know, as the people come in, dealing with the community, man. You know, the biggest problem we already talked about it within our community is the level of trust. You know, to the extent of us trusting each other and getting things to the point where we on code or where we have some type of, I always go back to knowledge itself. You know, it starts with that first. Knowing who you are, knowing what you want to do, and how you want to, progress in life. That's the biggest thing with a lot of people within the community. You know, nobody knows. Well, most of the people don't know where they want to go. Most people don't know what they want to do. In order to have those function of knowing where you want to go and know what you want to do, you got to start, what I'm saying, holding on to certain keys. And the keys, the aspect of life, man, is, to move different. You know, that's the biggest thing with a lot of guys in the community. That's why we have this game versus lane, to the point where you have guys who are so-called lame because they want to be educated, trying to deal with these women in a fashion in which, why are you moving with the status quo? Just because you got a group of guys over here wanting to mess with these women to a certain degree, in which, these are supposed to be the finest women in the community. Who deemed them to find women in the community? You know, who put that standard of beauty on them? We did. That's the same way what we do with our clothes. If we wear certain clothes, we pop it. You know, the designers, Louis and all them, man, they got their name off of us, man. You know, when we start promoting their clothes within the community, of course their clothes is already big. Don't get it twisted. But, you know, with us spending and buying more, hey, we promoted the brand. We promoted the image. We upgraded the class. And when it come down to it, man, we're the ones, like I said, promoted the fashion. In the fashion industry, you got a lot of guys who came in as rappers, and they wanted to be fashion designers. It watered down the pot of already designers, that were doing things. Fubo, you had Willie Esco. You had the situation with what's the name of the other company? Mark Echo. I think that guy was Spanish, but he hired a lot of black people to come over there and work with him. You know, a lot of the artists who were big name artists went over there and started designing the clothes. These are the people that pretty much push the community in a certain light. You know, they sit up there, took the clothes, put the designs of the artwork right onto the clothes. You know, they push that mindset to art is fashion. Fashion is art, same thing. And then within the community, man, us working together, being together, you know, holding people to standards. That's like the biggest thing within our community, of holding the standard of what beauty is, holding the standard of what's hot, what looks good. You know, we talked from the beginning of the show about the aspect of how, a lot of black people were, wearing Jordans and starter coats and stuff like that, pushing within the community to the point where they start robbing each other and stuff for it. You know, we pushed that standard on how cool it was to wear those type of clothes, in which everybody else what start walking them. You know, sought after, hard to find Jordans. Who would ever thought that Jordan would make a standard, with his shoes? You know, limited edition shoes. Who would ever thought something like that? A standard of having limited edition shoes, man. Come on, man. Like I say, within the community, man, it starts with us kind of pushing the narrative forward and making things a certain way. Try to see if I can go ahead and drop that link in the chat. When it comes down to it, man, like I said, I just want to keep the conversation going. Want to push it a little further, man, because at the end of the day, man, as men, we got to change. You know, Forget the women. Like I said earlier, man, guys got to come to the standpoint, man. They can't be out here looking at the females and saying, well, this female's hot and this and that, but she's coming with the drama. You know, Me and Gold P, we had a talk, and you know, we were saying that in certain cases, a lot of these females they move a little different. You know, and to the standpoint which guys don't understand, the females that are moving different, why are you why are you checking for them? You know, I understand we had these conversations about these females. I understand that, but don't deal with them. You know, have a standard for yourself, man. Don't deal with them. You know, Females, they're gonna have a standard for themselves. If they want a man, what type of man do you want? You know, and the standpoint, what type of man do you want for your kids? What type of man do you want for yourself? That's like me. I had a standard. What type of woman I want for my kids? What type of woman I wanted for myself? Like I always say, not to say that my wife is perfect, but the whole point of it is, pushing things forward in a certain way, man. Shout out to Kang in the building, underrated, the number one grinder. Sir Obadiah, what's going on? The ruthless, roguish man, what's going on? But back to the topic at hand, man. When it come down to it, man, you got to know what you want for yourself, man. And I'm always trying to push that on these platforms, man. I'm always trying to give that expertise of knowledge that I learned along the ways. Some things people might find fault in it, but I never say that everything is guaranteed. You know, People have a standard of living. The way I live, you might can't live within my standard. You might have to adjust some things. You might have to say, well, I'm not gonna rock with that. By all means, man, nothing is set in stone. A lot of guys implementing things as being in stone. You know, I got a guy I'm dealing with right now, man. Young cat, man. I ended up selling this guy a truck. The guy, started off paying me and just stopped. And to the point where I'm not gonna say that I don't need the money, but it was just to the point where I technically just forgot about the money to the point where, you know, I just ultimately, just came to an issue where, hold on one moment, fellas. Yeah, I came to an issue, man, where when me just getting the point of really thinking about getting to get the money for the truck from the dude, I could easily go over there and do so many things to this guy, but that's not my standpoint. I actually gave the dude the truck in a way to actually help him, and with the situation at hand, it took a turn for the worse. But I didn't want to put that dude in a bad situation to where I can go over there and do something to him. I basically trying to let him know get the things in order, because if A doesn't happen, then B will happen.
Right.
You know. But how you doing, fellas?
Shit, I'm doing well, doing well. Thanks for keeping the stream
Good, good.
going.
Right.
Um, what was the main element that you was trying to draw over from Roger's stream?
Well, basically, it starts just like Ryle and everybody else kept saying. It
Right.
starts from within. How can we build a trustworthy and cohabitating community if we can't do it within our own family?
Facts.
We got in-house beef. You know, Cousins not dealing with each other. I mean, I have a situation. I got a cousin that me and her, we kind of on the outside looking in, but there's a point where I don't respect her. I still give her a level her respect. I just move a little different around her, And I've said that plenty of times. I've talked to her brother, I talked to her sister, I even talked to her mom, which is my favorite auntie. If my auntie tell me to squash it, I go ahead and squash it. But I've always told my aunt I have to move a little different around her because she developed herself, you know, not the same. But to the point where, everybody else in the family, we still move around, in a certain manner in which we show love to each other.
Right.
You know, I can't I can't be accountable for someone else's feelings and the way that they move. I only can be accountable for myself, but imply with my family, directly my immediate family, my kids, my wife, that we're gonna move a little different. Then that's when I start spreading it out to cousins. That's when I start spreading it out to my aunties or uncles. And if
Mhm.
I see them doing something wrong, I can hold them accountable the same way. Hey, we wasn't taught this, or hey, we got to move a little different. Just because we were taught this growing up, this is more of a better standard of living.
Okay. So saying the element of the restoration, right? And a lot of folks were talking about that, but in correlation to the family being able to work with one another, possibly, you know what I'm saying, going into business. I don't know too many black people that would actually, let's right off the bat, say that they're going to business with a family. You know what I'm saying? Like they have that type of trust for the family. And I say that that became the actual marker of what it meant for communal trust. You know what I mean? Being able to go into business with your family.
And that's one of the key standards. A lot of people don't trust each other. That's why contracts are in play to where if you make mistakes, because no one's perfect, no one's going to move in a manner in which you want them to move. They're going to move in their own manner to the point where if everybody's on that same path, that same type of mindset, then it's a collective thinking. To the issue where my cousin had a business. He went in with my brother, and both of them had a successful business for a while. And it kind of ultimately slowed down with the money aspect, in which he ultimately just shut it down. But he would always never turn my brother. My brother would do certain things. He would leave, come back. But his position was always there. It never went away. Even when I came up, I came into the aspect of helping. Same thing with my granddad. My granddad had a welding company. I've always helped my granddad. Even when I wasn't an employee, he would call me sometime. Hey, boy, I need you to come over here. I'm over there. You know, to the standpoint, I don't have to be involved in the business. I don't have to be an employee in the business to still be accountable within the family business. You know, like I tell my sons, certain things that I'm doing right now are for you. If you want to be young and a knucklehead, and I catch one of your little friends out here doing something, I'm gonna put them over you. Not saying that you don't, you're not gonna reap the benefits of this business, but I'm not gonna put you in a leadership position if you can't hold that leadership position. Uru said this best on a panel to where if he had $1 million business and it was to the point where his son or whomever best friend came along and had the wits and the know-how to run the business and his son didn't, he will ultimately put his son is in a supervisor position and put his friend over the company. Because if your son gets in that position and the money don't move, then what do you have? The money got to continue moving. If you're not in a level mind to where knowing how to run the business, but someone is, I'm not going to hold that other person back. I'm going to keep my son where he's at, but I'm just going to, lessen his position, put him somewhere down, and I'm going to actually put another person in that can run the business successfully.
Yeah, just
And
like where I left off with the speaking on the gladiator thing. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Yeah.
I'm about to bring somebody else up. Hold on one moment. Go ahead. You continue talking. Go ahead, Dr. T. You can actually come in if you want to.
All right. You know, I tell you, I've had quite a bit of experience with family members in business. I my the first business I owned was a cleaning business, and I brought a couple of nephews in, and we were able to expand quite a bit. And what I instilled in them, because I was the older one, that once we start talking about business, the family tie, that's second. It's just like being in the military. Okay, I might be your brother in garrison. Okay, I might be your brother in garrison, but when we get on the front line, we're left and right arm. You know what I'm saying? With one single objective. And see, what I think, what as a people, what we tend to do is we don't make those lines. We don't draw those lines. You see what I'm saying? Your family when you off work, but at work you're conducting business. You're part of a machine. And we, that, when you have a problem at home, it's automatic that you bring the problem to work. If you're still thinking in that holistic manner. And see, we didn't learn anything from white folks. I'm just going to say it. We didn't learn anything from them. You know what I'm saying? When they set their goals, they set their goals, and they let their kids know that that's what their goals are. You see what I'm saying? And when they come on the job, they know. Listen, you got to start as an intern, but I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you specialized tasks. You see what I'm saying? And when they do something wrong, they get chopped just like somebody else, but they get chopped for a different reason. They get chopped because you messing with your own inheritance now,
Right.
as opposed to a worker. You messing with your pay. So you're expendable, but I'm trying to with the kid. They're trying to nurture a continuum. You know what I mean? So you don't deal with your children the same way you deal with workers, but at work it's a work environment. Just like this organization thing. If I have to say this, if we were to say we started today, right? And we started talking, and all of a sudden we got this thing organized, and we made a compact, okay? That this is what we are when we're conducting organization business. Guarantee you, if there's 10 of us, one person is going to be trying to bring in their cousin or their brother. It never fails. Not because the person has skills, not because the person is sharp, not because the person is educated, but for the mere fact that that person is their family member. See, we know that ain't going to work. So we got to be professional. And I pride myself on being a professional man all the time. You know what I mean? When I walk out of my house, my wife, we've been knowing each other a long time, so she knows. As soon as I step out of the house, okay, either I'm corporate casual or I'm putting on a jacket. You know what I'm saying? And it's that way because I know I'm going to pass by some young brother, okay? And I don't have to know them, but I know that every time I pass them, they're looking. You know what I mean? And when they look, they need to see the image of something that they can aspire to be like. You know what I mean? I never wear throwback jerseys. If I've got on basketball shoes, I'm going to court. You see what I'm saying? And it's one of those things. We got to be single minded about this whole community building thing. And in the other room, we were talking about. It was mentioned how we did things, different than these kids are doing them now. Well, they're doing them without a standard because we're not showing them nothing. You see what I'm saying? We're supposed to build upon the skills of the past. You know what I mean? Because I remember me and my wife was watching some YouTube videos of Cab Calloway and those guys during that era, and those guys were sharp and they were tight. Whenever you saw them, they were that way. When they went to work in the coal mines, and when they went to work on their jobs, they were dressed professional on their job. They looked the part. But when they came off that job and got cleaned up, they cleaned up real good. We should still keep that standard. You know what I'm saying?
But
We
the
got to
thing
act
is,
like
the value has shifted. They believe themselves already to be clean, though, in the aspect of what I'm saying, dipped and buttered or whatever. You feel me? Um,
hmm
Looking sharp, look like I'm always sharp, wherever I go, and but people of that generation, they realize like, oh, yo, you sharp, you sharp. When they specifically say that word, they understand that. Oh, okay, this is a cultural thing. Like my dad was an alpha, so and everybody on the side of the family, all the men, all the my uncles on my mom's side of the family, for some reason, alpha was the shit in our part of Oklahoma, whatever. So they add us, you know what I'm saying, dressed to the nines all the time. But it's a cultural thing.
Right.
The culture has shifted because the values have shifted. Like I knew I had a value in holding myself at a certain level whenever my aunts and uncles and family members they saw I was clean. You know what I'm saying? It was like a familial prestige amongst ourselves. Well, they not
Mhm.
tied to the family, these younger generations. You know what I'm talking about? I think Gen X was the last one that was really tied to the family like that. Like what's after that? Millennials, they ain't that tied into it,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
But
we can tie them back. We can bring them back because I talk to young guys all the time. Just so you know a little bit about me. I'm a Freemason. Okay. Well, among other things. Okay. And one of the things that always catches their eye when they look at how I'm dressed, they say, "Well, he must be a Mason." I don't know how they arrive at that, but it's okay. I'm glad. And so I'm able to sit and talk with them. And there's quite a few guys who want to enter the lodge as a result of that. And so I'm saying that what what are we doing that we don't take custody? You know what I'm saying? Because we know they want to talk to us. We know it. Okay. And I'm sure that as you guys traverse through your day, you see some kid who maybe some guy maybe 5 or 6 years younger than you. If you speak to him, he speaks back. And so that's your opening right there. See, we can take this community back, but we spend too much time fighting against folks. You know what I'm saying? We're fighting everybody. We fighting the white man, fighting the Asians now. We fight ourselves because we can't handle disagreements, can't accept the truth when the truth comes. You know what I'm saying? But I think it was you, Sheik, who said, it's about what's within. What kind of honor code are you carrying that make you so impervious to the truth? You know what I'm saying? Iron sharpens iron. You know what I'm saying? And if you love the community, then I don't know, it's probably worth that sacrifice. But we can pull these guys back because we got to believe we can do it. We got to know we can do it based on our skill set. If you can go to work, if you go to your business, you own a business, you go to that business every day and you believe you're going to make money there. You know you're going to make money there. In fact, you won't turn the key except you know there's some money going to come in. You see what I'm saying? You work hard all through the day. You do whatever you do in the process of your business, and you anticipate counting that money at the end of the day. Why can't we have that same kind of belief when it comes to rescuing these guys? Because, guys, we have to face it. The community is ours. It's ours. Whether we want to accept the headship or not, we are it. And if we don't take that, that's why the culture's slipping, because we slip. We have to take that
Well,
responsibility.
let me give some pushback because um, piece of the panel, piece of the chat.
Peace.
There, every I think year, Warren Buffett auctions off an hour of his time for like maybe I think $1 million, and somebody is willing to pay $1 million just to sit at the feet of Warren Buffett for an hour to soak up his knowledge.
Right?
Um, when they have their Berkshire Hathaway meetings, like people, the shareholders, they tune in because they want to hear Charlie Munger and they want to hear Warren Buffett talk business because it's an honor and a privilege to sit amongst these types of men.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this group, we got to beg and plead and cajole men to take help. And that's unacceptable because it's a privilege and an honor to sit amongst competent men of any group and be able to sit at their feet and get knowledge.
Facts.
Okay.
And if they're not going to show that type of disrespect to, white men or any, they can't bring it to black men and think because you've been taught to have a very low self-concept of yourself, you think like, oh, I don't have to show you respect because you black like me. Nah, bruh. No, that's unacceptable. And a lot of us, man, we take our time out to get on these panels. Even BGS said it the other day, like when we were on the panel and he was talking to her, he was like, dude, you're getting like $1,500 of product up here. With people breaking this stuff down to you and trying to push you in the right direction. So when it comes to getting knowledge, because this is how it works, you have to get knowledge in terms of application from the people who are demonstrating that they know what they're doing. They're demonstrating the competency. So if they're taking out their time, which is a service, because you ain't paying them for it, and they're providing a public service to you, it behooves you as a man to stop trying to win an argument and to shut up and listen and learn a lesson. If I was in the vicinity of somebody like Warren Buffett, and I know some stuff, but I don't know $82 billion. I don't know that. So guess what I'm going to do as a 42-year-old man? I'm going to shut my mouth and I'm going to sit and listen and take some notes. That's what I'm going to do.
Facts.
In the lane of business, he has demonstrated such a high level of competency. I think in 1984, his net worth was like maybe $250 million. That man has gone from $250 million to $82 billion.
Okay.
So I'm going to listen. And so many times we have these effeminate males who want to argue with competent Black men like females in a relationship argue with dudes sometimes.
Right.
But then turn around and say, it's your job to fix the community. Like, no. It's your job as a man to go back to your family and hold the people who brought you in this world or the people that have helped you've been around your whole life. It's up to you to go back to them and hold them accountable. And if they don't have any answers for you, cool. But when you come to us, it should be about respect. Because Black men have a very hard time showing competent Black men the proper respect. One of the main reasons why I stopped going to O'Shea's channel a few years back was when I saw MOT get all types of disrespect from fools who were nowhere near the competency level of MOT. I took that personally. Even though it wasn't directed towards me, I felt like it was. Because even though I've had my disagreements with MOT, he's competent. He's definitely competent in business. And he has put himself out there to try to help Black men get into the trucking business. And I've been in the back chats with him where he's broken down a lot of good information. So I know he cares. It's just the fact that he comes from a, very, he was like me, he, kind of grew up around, grandfather, stuff like that. So we have just a kind of different approach when it comes to certain things because we grew up around that old wisdom.
Right.
And that old wisdom, it was a privilege to be around that old wisdom.
Yep.
It was a privilege, man, and an honor to be able to sit at those types of men's feet. And these dudes is getting that type of access, even if they didn't grow up in a family like that. They're getting that type of access digitally, and a lot of times they're not respecting it because they are motivated by trying to appease and impress some females that ain't even worth impressing. They're fighting the very thing that they need to actually emulate, which is competency. What value is a man if he's not competent? What is his value? None.
Facts.
There's no value to a man who is not competent. So that's the focus when it comes to the excellence you were talking about, Rogers, earlier. That's what it's supposed to. I've been saying it for a long time. Your greatest revenge is going to be your personal success.
Right.
Because people can't take that from you. They can't take away. If you know how to go and work on some cars, you got your trade, guess what? People can't take that skill from you.
Right.
And so that's what it should be all about, because at the end of the day, let's say we start moving in a certain way in this space. And man, next thing you know, man, we building up some industries and we getting that money. Trust me,
Mm-hmm.
them same fools that try to that like to argue and come in the chat and argue, they're gonna start asking some questions. Well, how do you do that? Because that money gonna talk. We ain't gonna even have to talk.
That's what I'm talking about right there. I was
And
gonna
see,
say, I'm glad you ran to it, bro. Because one of the things that I've learned over time is that you can keep trying to convince people to listen to you, but you know there are some people that are sitters and listeners, and then there are some that are Missouri people. You know what I'm saying? You got to show them something. See, my cousins used to say, I can show you better than I can tell you. You see what I'm saying? Some people need to see your competence in action. And then while you're moving, you let them know, look, you're going to need me a whole lot more than I'm going to need you. You just keep on moving. You see what I'm saying? And you ran right to it. A lot of times, these same people, they've been looking at failure. You know what I'm saying? They've been looking at people who have sitting around, people who just sitting complaining, people who are not moving forward. And the minute somebody who is moving comes and tell them something, the first thing they're gonna say is, "I haven't seen you do anything." Then you say, "What? Just sit down and watch my smoke." You ain't gotta say nothing else for them. See, we ain't gotta spend. When you're successful, you do not have to spend time explaining to people why they need to listen to you. You don't have to do that. That's not part of your skill set. You see what I'm saying? Your skill set is perform your skills and make that money. You see what I'm saying? And whatever you're doing, if like you say, we start moving different in this space, trust me, them same guys that was talking that noise, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about, or just that and the other, pretty soon they have to humble themselves. You see what I'm saying? Apex predators don't have to answer to nobody. Alpha males, they don't answer to nobody. You see what I'm saying? And so when somebody inferior, they demonstrate they're inferior by all the craziness. So we just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? I'm a high-ranking martial artist, and when these first and second degrees come up to talking that noise, like, man, you better go sit down somewhere. And it's just that simple. Just go sit down. See, because if you come here, okay, and I have to take you to that floor, that's where they're going to have to drag you from. So you might want to sit down and be quiet, okay? And if you can't be quiet, you need to leave the room. You see what I'm saying? And we have some people that's part of our group that don't mind moving people. You see what I'm saying? We use our gifts and our skills to build the whole. There's some people that's, like you say, there's some people that are debaters. Okay, well, let them face the debaters. When they get done with those debaters, they'll be too tired of talking. See what I'm saying? Then again, when they get done with the debaters, then they'll be looking to, okay, well, hey, I'm tired, man. So what I got to do? Well, the first thing you got to do now is you got to qualify. Because you gave us all this noise, you got to demonstrate to us that you're serious about this. Hence, you got to pay me my $1 million if you want to sit here and hear it.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
See?
Matter of fact, Buffett said that you should actually want to surround yourself with people who are better than you.
Yep.
Because when you surround yourself with people that's better than you, it's just human nature. They're gonna be doing so much great shit. Like you're gonna be compelled to do it.
Yep.
Even if you've never seen it before. Like, I'm gonna prove a point. Like, I remember when I was in undergrad, and one of the dudes, me and my homie, we used to play basketball with. We used to go play basketball in the gym at school. We saw him working out, and so I was like, "Oh, Ray, man, you up in here? You hitting these weights too, huh?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, I can't have y'all, man, getting all big and swole on me, bro." And it was so funny, bro, because it wasn't even like, because he could tell like we were getting bigger, and he had to play against us, and we putting that body on him. He was like, "Hold up, like, bro, I
want some boards too, man. I want some boards too."
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So he, but just that. It wasn't even like it was hating. He was actually giving us a respect. Like, man, y'all making me have to get better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That was respect. Like, yo, man, like y'all making me have to. I got to come down here too, man. And that's what it does. Like, you You can't be around successful people and want to fail. And that's why, they talk about in businessmen that, you're an average of the 5 closest people to you.
Mm-hmm.
And so in your close circle. So if you got a circle of friends who failing, then guess what? You probably gonna be doing fail.
Yep.
It's just like with these females. Like the reason why so many of them are failing is because they got so many females in their circle failing. So their viewpoint of the world is going to be from a failure's position. They're going to give them advice based on failing, and so they're going to keep them in that space. So in their mind, they're thinking like, "Well, I'm not failing. I'm doing just like she's doing." But y'all all failing, and so that's why these spaces are so important, man. Because there are a lot of young cats, man, who looking for answers, especially in this information innovation age.
Mm-hmm.
Information, they call it a knowledge-based economy for a reason, because the information is currency. That's where the money is. And if you get your hands on the right information and properly apply the information, you can build wealth, man. You can be very successful out here and not buy into all these notions of, man, these white folks holding us back and this and that. The way black people talk, you think we just stepped off plantation or some shit. But mentally, for a lot of black people, a lot of black people are still stuck on a plantation, unfortunately for them. But that has nothing to do with the competent people. When we see somebody like Robert F. Smith, or we see somebody like Reginald Lewis, rest in peace to him, these are the men that we should be looking at like, okay, they did it in the same environment we're living in. So what did they do to get to that point? If you're a black man and you haven't read Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? If you haven't read that, man, you behind. You behind. Because he telling you, man, what to do. You know what I'm saying? He telling you like, yo, go out here and get it. I got it. And so, and his wife was the one that actually put the book out. He wrote the book, but he didn't live long enough to actually put it out. But his wife respected him so much, she still put out his book for him so we could get this knowledge. And she was Filipino. His wife is Filipino. She wasn't black. So
wait, whose wife was Filipino?
Reginald Lewis.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. So and his daughter is a part of a consortium with Kenneth Chenault and Robert F. Smith for trying to get black boys involved in the STEM field. So look at how his work is reaching back even to young black boys, even though he's physically gone, but his legacy, that philanthropy, something that I'm constantly hitting on, that reaching back is really putting a dent in this deficit as far as like black males in the STEM field. So that's a legacy, man, that we can look at and say, yo, man, he did that. You know what I'm saying? Like he did that, and he was amongst the white boys and did it. So there's no reason for us to be looking at and be like, yo, we can't do that. We got people who already did it. Robert F. Smith, Reginald Lewis, you know what I'm saying? People who played, they understood how the game is played, and they played it, and they won playing it. And they didn't win. They didn't win at the game coming around white people with this super alpha Negro pro-black stance with a chip on their shoulder, talking about how messed up the system is. No, a lot of times they kept their mouth shut. They got the information that they needed, and they applied that information in ways that really allowed them to really balloon in terms of their wealth creation, so they could actually have much more of an impact because they got the money to do it.
One of the things got to happen is you can't get comfortable where we are. Okay, it's got to get so uncomfortable where you are that you'll be breaking your neck to get out of there. We get comfortable, and once you sit down, just like eating, once you get your full belly, the worst thing they can do is let you sit on the couch. Because once you sit down on that couch with a full stomach, the next thing happens is you want to sleep. Okay, so these guys are people who are successful. That's one thing. They stay hungry. They don't get comfortable where they are, especially if they come out and they go down the corner and all they see is people hanging out, homeless folks and all that kind of stuff. They're
Yeah.
looking, oh, I need to be better or be in a better place. And they
Mm-hmm.
stay hungry. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? What do we want as a collective? Are we comfortable with this stuff? Are we comfortable living in a neighborhood where most of the people is getting food stamps, Section 8? Most of the folks are going to Head Start, mothers are on WIC. Are we tired of having these young brothers acting crazy? And when we know good and well what the key is, are we tired? Are you tired enough yet of the police all up in your grill for no reason? Because you're not establishing a standard that's strong enough for them to say, look, we just need to leave. And I got to say it like this: we need to leave them alone. Okay.
But
But
there's only
every
one.
time we every
That
time we go,
comfortability, is already sought after those who you believe to need the solution. That's a lot of them. That's why they're in the position that they're in, because they're comfortable there. If you
yep.
present something with it being a issue, with their state, then they're gonna have an issue with that. If it's anything except that which massages their comfortability that they seek,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Is these conditions are a lot more harsh in the aspect of the whole, connecting to everybody in the community to do the right thing type of thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it is really one should focus upon their own excellence and creating themselves excellent. As what Rael shared, homie's character is what's can still given to this day. So imagine what pouring into character does or can do. You know what I'm saying? For one
I
to
was talking.
sprout their potential.
I just want to say I was talking to these two guys. Well, one of them I talked to, the other one I just, I talked to them before, but not along this fact, this type of thought. And one of them, you know, went to jail, and he said that, man, everybody didn't look out for me. Nobody was there for me. Even upon get ready to get out, he was like, man, when I get out, forget everybody. I don't care. Nobody. They all dead to me, family and all. Then you had the other guy. He came out with the aspect of, you know, after being in there so long, he said, man, I needed to go to jail to change
Mhm.
because my mentality that I was walking life thinking that I was untouchable, thinking, I was above the law and thinking that, that same standard that, you know, nobody cares about me, bump everybody, I'm out for myself. To the point where he started seeing all of the foolishness that he was, kind of putting in front of everything, and he lost focus, of certain things that was important in his life because he took that approach to where I'm only self motivated to worry about myself. I don't have to deal with family. I don't have to deal with friends. And this guy had the same treatment to where nobody was really looking after him for the most part, but he made the best of it to say, well, I'm here and I'm gonna be here for a while, so I need to elevate myself, or I need to go through this same scenario in which I'm not learning anything and I'm only making myself, be worse off in life.
Well, we're not gonna save everybody. You know, not everybody's gonna make it, and that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? The cream always rises to the top. So, what do you do with the rest of it? See what I'm saying? And that's the message that needs to be sent to all of them. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we fought to get where we are, you're gonna have to fight to get where you are. It's a game of inches. You know what I'm saying? And when we talk to them about success, well, ultimately, I always leave people with this disclaimer. I can tell you this all day, but ultimately, you're gonna do what you want. Okay? You're gonna make decisions based on whatever stuff is going on in your head. But when you're ready to really succeed, I'm gonna tell you the first thing that's gonna happen, you're not gonna be comfortable here. You're not gonna be comfortable with yourself. It's gonna be that burning that's gonna make you want something. And when you want something, then you start seeking and you'll get humble when it comes to guys like Rob was talking about. You know what I'm saying? The $1 million guy. You'll seek him out. You'll pay the tuition. You'll travel if you have to get what you need to get. But you know, We leave the word out there, we leave the truth out there, and we let the chips fall where they may. You know what I mean? We can't spend a lot of time trying to force people to get this. We can put it out there and let them get it. You know what I'm saying? The ones that get it, when we sit down at the table of successful folks, they'll be sitting there. You know what I'm saying? We'll feel bad for the ones that don't make it, but guess what? Maybe we need to go and revisit. Hey, how you doing? Whatever, whatever. They still got the same attitude. Well, we go back to the table and let them stay where they are. You know what I mean? We can't. I mean, had to learn that lesson. You know what I'm saying? You can't make people do stuff, but you can demonstrate to them that it can be done. And once they see it can be done, now the ball's in their court.
Yep. Yep. There's a dude named Dan Pena, and I love this statement that he made. He said, "Self-esteem is the foundation of high performance."
Yes, it is.
And it starts with a high regard for yourself. And so I remember I saw him teaching one of his classes, because he has, a lot of these white boys, they paying like thousands of dollars to go to Scotland and take his classes in person. Mm-hmm. And I never forget, man, when he did this, man, because it was powerful. He was like, because he was talking about how many weak parents there are out here. And he said, how many people in here love your parents? And everybody raised their hands. Because it's men that be over there. And he said, okay. He said, now, all the people raise your hand who want to be like their parents. And nobody raised their hands. Nobody. And these was white folks.
Okay.
Nobody raised their hand. And he was saying how he said so many of you parents are so weak. You fostering this weakness in your children, and you got them scared to succeed. And you're gonna have men, especially men, you're gonna have to develop a certain resolve, that the type of resolve that people, you put on that apron, you make some hot dogs and you go sell it in the park. And people might be like, man, what you doing out there selling hot dogs, man? They might look at you funny. Like, they might not understand. You might got a couple stands somewhere. You might be making $200,000 a year selling them hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know. But see, you took the time to invest in yourself. And that's what business is. That's why it's the ultimate investment, because it's really about you telling the world what your worth and value is. That's what business is. Yeah, it's about making money, but you got to put a value on what you're selling.
Right.
And that's internal. You get to decide what your value and worth is. And if somebody wants to pay it, then they pay it. If somebody doesn't want to pay it, then they don't.
That's right.
But you get to put the number on yourself. And so this is why you can't take advice from people who are not willing to make that ultimate investment. You can't do it, because they're not putting it out there. Richard Branson for Virgin Atlantic, man, he dropped out of high school at 15. He dropped out of high school at 15, and he's dyslexic. He's a billionaire. Dane and John for Fubu, he's dyslexic. Multi-millionaire. Sometimes Richard Branson said that the problem with school and business is that they're too different. He said in school, you learn to follow the rules, play by the rules, don't question, listen what you're told. He said it's the complete opposite in business.
Right.
He said you're rewarded for breaking rules, for disrupting, for coming up with a different way to do something, to sell a service. He's like, you're actually rewarded for breaking the rules. And so the question for a lot of Black men are you prepared to break the rule? Not the law, the rules. The rule that's been established around you that said that you can't do something. that's been reinforced through your family structure, which a lot of times is a broken family structure. Um, if anything, your broken family structure is a actual catapult, can be a catapult to your greatness, because you own the bottom. You can't get no lower than the broken family.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can't do nothing but go up if you see yourself as actually being up in that position. And you got to be able to visualize it. You got to be able to see yourself occupying that position of greatness. If you can't visualize it in your mind, you can't make it manifest in a physical form. You got to see yourself, because that's what's going to happen. When you decide to take that step and invest in yourself, you are going to get naysayers. Make no mistake about it, because it's a part of the journey. You're going to get people who are not going to believe in you. It might be your mom. It might be your dad. It might be your sister. It might be your brother. It might be your wife. But you still got to push past that, because that's the journey. Because the journey is, how bad do you want it? Are you willing to defy all the people around you who are saying that you can't do it? And if you allow those people to say to you, you can't do it, and you internalize that and believe them, then you can't do it. But if you see that criticism and those naysayers, because a lot of times those naysayers are people who are scared to do it themselves. They're scared, and they want you to be scared just like them. So if you can get past them, especially people that's close to you, man, you can get it. But you gotta be able to see yourself in that position, that having that vision. You have to be able to see it within yourself first. Otherwise, you ain't gonna make it happen. And so I just tell a lot of brothers, like, especially in this environment. I mean, we're not living in a primitive place. Like, we have a lot of information and innovation that can transform your life if you allow yourself to actually embrace it and let go of that failed philosophy that you come from in terms of broken families and your so-called communities that surround you. A lot of times those people have already given up on life. So why take advice from people who have already given up on life anyway? Even Frederick Douglass said it's better to raise strong children than to try to repair broken men.
Yep.
So don't listen to those types of people, because a lot of times those people that's telling you the white man isn't the white man, a lot of times they scared as hell. They scared. I ain't scared. Booker T wasn't scared. Reginald Lewis wasn't scared. Robert F. Smith wasn't scared. So why should you be scared? They did it, and they look like you.
There's something to be said for mentorship. A lot of the people that were successful, they had contact with somebody who showed them something. And now this has to be part of the strategy. Since we know that there are good kids down there, we know that there are broken families down here. We should be doing some, like, Bitcoin mining. We should be searching down there for it. And it doesn't, we don't have to be down there every day. Like, spend some time on the weekend, go to a park or something and just do something where the kids are going to gather. You see what I'm saying? And you can find that, and then you work that mentorship. That's part of giving back to the community. A lot of folks think, you're pouring a bunch of money into places and that's giving back. Well, that's only one form. You know what I'm saying? If we know that there's kids that's on the edge, and we know there are, if they got a single parent household, that kid's on the edge. Okay, no doubt about it, because daddy ain't home, and we know the result of what happens when there's no daddy in home. We already know. For the girls, we know what happens when there's no man in the home. So us knowing that ought to be part of our strategy. We've got to rescue these kids. You know what I'm saying? We know the educational system is foul. So here we go. We do our mining. We establish a school for them. You know what I'm saying? And we have people, because why? We all successful. So we got somebody part of the group that's an educator. We got somebody part of the group got a master's degree in education. Somebody got a PhD. You know what I'm saying? It ought to be part of the plan to rescue those who can't do for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And it's not one person do it all. It's all a collective. So everybody do a piece. You know what I mean? If we have a program, like after school programs are great. You know what I'm saying? We do a couple hours every week. You know, somebody, one person take a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever. We delegate and make that plan. Got to mine the community of all of that talent that's getting ready to fall off the edge because they don't see nobody worth like them. You know, they're watching television, playing video games. Whenever they go to school, who they see? They don't see nobody look like them. They don't go to the corner grocery store. Their mama taking them out to, and I'm in Texas, so they taking them to Kroger, taking them to Tom Thumb. They ain't taking them to the corner store, so they don't see no black people managing. They don't see black people. They see black people doing the vegetables, black people sweeping the floor. You know what I'm saying? If we're really that serious about building this community and about doing it, you know they will throw money at you when you got kids involved. You see what I'm saying? So it's
All day
worth our
long. I
time.
be trying to tell
It's
them,
worth
Dr. T,
it's,
all day
it's
long.
worth our time to invest in them. You know what I'm saying? And all we have to do is invest what, an hour a week? See, I know this as a karate instructor. You know, the schools that got the most kids in them schools stay open forever. Because once they get that first wave past the basic ranking, parents start signing them up, signing them up, signing them up. And so they got a constant flow of kids making a ton. They ain't training no adults. You know what I'm saying? You don't get no fourth and fifth degrees coming talking about I want to train with you. They got kids, elementary school, 5, 6, 7 years old. Parents at wits end, single mom. My kid needs some discipline. See, so since we know the problems, let's list the problems and go down them one by one. You know what I'm saying? We can do this like I was saying in the other room. You know, we're in charge here, and that's how you got to see it. You the king. You know what I'm saying? Right now, you might not have the money, but you're still a king. And kings take charge of their environment and make it what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? That's just where I am.
Agreed.
And I think my phone is, I hope it still stands. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
I'm
you.
going to about to get ready to go into a bad area. But the crazy part is this: when it come down to it, we always in our community have issues with us learning stuff from other cultures and I mean, what other people of other races. My thing is this: learn what you learn and bring it back to your community. Because
Right,
if your community doesn't know anything, how can you further the education, further the teaching? It come down to it, the whole aspect of everybody wanting to buy black and be black and deal black. That's cool, but they learned from somewhere, whether it be from
right,
their family or any other man. That's the whole thing. Like, I was talking to one of my friends and I explained that to him about buying insurance and doing other little things to kind of further my family and our finances. And he said, man, you really be pocket watching these people. And I'm like, why not? Why I can't do what they do and bring it back to my family? You should
right.
be doing the same, you know, to the aspect of, like I said, I want generational wealth. If I'm gonna be the
Right.
first
I was
one to
thinking,
start it, so be it. What's his name? Grant Cardone, he was explaining how his dad was setting things up in the play to where if his dad was still alive, his dad would be a multimillionaire. He had the
mhm,
vision, he had everything set up, but he died before his time.
mhm,
And within a lot of communities, I say that about my dad, the way how he moved. He set up with his life insurance, being in the military, certain things. He was moving a certain way in which, as kids, like I said, he died a little bit too early to pass on those gifts. Just like I said, with my life insurance that I got, my kids will be able to buy a car, but my friends will be there to teach them how to drive. You know,
right.
I'm not going to rely on the next man to, put them in a mindset in which they can do certain things. I'm already
Mhm,
gonna have these processes in play to where all it's gonna take is a little push. You know, I got a great business partner that man, me and this guy had a falling out so many years back with one of our business that we started. I didn't think me and this guy would ever be friends because one of his great partners that he deal with, he told me from the aspect of what the business that we was going. I told him I didn't like how the way certain things were being played out. To the
mhm,
extent he told me it's better to keep a friend than, you know, to lose a friend due to a business deal. So I explained that to him. You know, he was upset. We didn't talk for probably about 5 or 6 months. After that, he called me one day like it was nothing. And I was shocked. I was like, man, we just went through this whole big thing, and man, this guy talking to me. And I thought about it, and I'm looking at him, and that was the same thing that Puffy did to the one guy. You know, guy was a producer, gave him a bad
Mhm.
contract to sign, and the guy was looking like, man, this a bad deal. And Puffy ultimately said, if you don't like it, don't sign it. Then later on, the guy was like, well, I'm not signing this. He was like, cool. You want to go to a party later? He's like, how could you do this to me, man? You try to get. He's like, hey, man, it's business. And to the aspect of
Yep.
people not having that mindset, you know, it's not really trying to get over on you to a certain extent, but you got to understand, business is ruthless. You know, in most cases, business is ruthless. It's about
Of
having a
course.
standard for yourself in business to where, you know, if I'm dealing with a guy, I can give a guy $100 to do something for me, but why not give him 50 and take 25, put it here, and 25, put it there? Because I might end up needing that money later. Or I might want to get this guy a raise, and the money that I'm coming out of that raise is the only money that he's already potentially making for me can gain for itself anyway.
Right.
You got to have a business mindset when approaching certain things, you know. And a lot of guys seeing this, oh man, he's getting over me, he's conning me. Well, learn business. Know how certain things you have to make sacrifices for. Certain things you gotta, you know, put to the side, you know, live to fight another day. And people who, you know, Kevin Samuels was on a pod. I can't think of the name. These guys, and they were talking to three women that were getting into fans only. And
Hmm.
they was putting it to the point where they were saying that fans only was doing so well that they were increasing their revenue each month to the
Right.
point where he was like, well, I know business, and from a loan standpoint, we don't even know the numbers in which fans only is going to keep up. So he was like, what are you doing to, you know, make your money better? The girl was explaining why I shouldn't have to tell you. The other girl, she was doing something like body shaping or something like that, to where he laughed, and the girls were offended, like, oh my goodness, you know, how fans only is not only with strippers. I could be on there cooking something. You're not making
Hmm.
the type of money that you're making cooking food. Everybody knows what certain people own fans only for, and
Yes,
that's for
sir.
the aspect of sex and everything else. That's what's making the money, the pleasure, the things. You know, you have these dominatrix channels the guys were telling me about, and it's only about pleasure on there, to where a lot of people are making money from that pleasure aspect. And for
Hmm.
those women to kind of be disingenuous about, well, you're coming from this standpoint, you don't know me, you don't know my money, but the guy keeps telling you he knows business. And from a
Right.
standpoint in which a lot of women try to promote themselves in a certain manner without knowing business, that money's gonna constantly go in, come out, go in, come out. They're not
Yep.
saving. They're living in that moment. They're buying nice. I can count on. I can't even count on one hand how many times I've always seen successful women go out here that's single or even in a relationship, married, go out there and buy Benz to try to show
Hmm.
status. You know, why not just get you a real nice Infinity, maybe even a good Toyota? Go out there and you know, you can put some rims, you can better. But the whole point of it is that car is not going to be the status. I got a cousin right now. He has a car. Uh, no, I might end up going out right now. I got a cousin that has a car. Now he's in the mindset of buying a pickup truck because of his business. What he doing? I've been telling him, his dad, all for the longest, buy a pickup truck. At the end of the day, you won't go without money, you know. And now that
Right.
his business that he's in, he needs that truck. Now he has that mindset of, oh well, now I need a truck. You know, I had a friend the same way. You know, this guy has a good job, decent job, good pension, and I told him, get a truck. you'll make money like this on the side to where you don't have to quit your job. You'll continue making money this way. He goes and get a car. Now, every so often, he always say, what's a good stock to put on? What's a good crypto and what's a business that I can kind of put some money in so I can get a return? But the whole aspect is he's not going in on a risk. He's going in to where he can double his money or see results. If he don't see that, he's not doing it. And like I told him, you don't know business
That's
because there's
right.
certain risks you're going to have to take in order. Sometimes you're going to take a loss. Sometimes you're going to get a huge gain. But if you don't take those risks, like I told a guy this morning, me and he was talking about one of the cryptocurrencies. I told him I was looking to the aspect of putting at least, $10 to $50 on a couple of the lower cryptos. I'm like, if it make money, it makes. If it don't, it don't. $10, $20 here and there, I might spend that on a shirt. I might spend that on going out to eat. To the aspect of me taking that little bit of money and a couple of months or maybe years down the line, it turns over into something big, remarkable. Look how many people who bought Bitcoin back in the day. Look how it flipped over. They were
Mm-hmm.
just doing something on a whim, and look how it just ultimately changed their life. Even with the whole mining aspect, I did a mining contract. Right now, I'm in the process of trying to get things together because I end up getting everything locked on one of my other phones. But I learned that through that guy. That guy put me like, hey man, one of my friends, he know about mining. He's talking about Bitcoining. Look, come over here and learn this. I know you might don't want to be interested. I don't think to the point where you're gonna kind of catch the concept, but this is the move and this is the way. Come deal with this. Took his advice because I trust this guy. To the aspect he was like, look, put in a certain amount of money that you're willing just to forget about. You know, if you're uncomfortable with it. If so, put in a little more. But at the end of the day, do something that makes work. But I'm gonna yield someone else can go ahead. Yeah, but okay, I'm good now. I know I'm going in a certain area. I know my phone drops out. But when it come down to it, that's my biggest thing. Like it's a lot of stuff that I could be talking about on this channel and other channels that I even kind of don't even mention. Because to a certain aspect, just hearing the way certain guys move, hearing the way certain guys talk, they not ready for advanced, just even knowledge or advanced information. You know, the point of it is, I've always learned baby steps. You got to get to point A. I mean, you got to get to point B by going through point A. No skipping the line. And a lot of people want to skip the line. You know, why go ahead and build a company and become rich when you just walk into a multi-million dollar company and just start working, you know? And a lot of people deal with that aspect on that's how they want to live. That's how they want to move.
Yeah, man. People just need to understand that you. This is a journey in life. You know, ultimately, man. You know, your mom, your dad, your grandparents, uncles, aunts don't own your life. You do. And so, at the end of the day, as humans, just keep moving and evolving. There are certain things that we hold and we use throughout time, and then there are certain things that just become outdated, and you drop it and you move forward because the stuff has just become outdated. For example, like I mean, unless you're Amish, you don't see people going around in wagons and horses. Why? Because we've had enough innovation that has brought us something called the automobile that will get us to a destination faster. So the people around you, which is your environment. That's not just your physical environment has an impact on you, but the people as well in that particular environment. And it's something that we all have to break. There are certain things about our parents that they were just wrong on, and not because necessarily they was trying to purposely be wrong. They just didn't know. But if you internalize it and try to use it, it's not going to work for you. It's actually going to be counterproductive. So you got to see what things actually work. You know, I would definitely say being a silly, confrontational person who doesn't work well with others, as it relates to your growth and development, especially from a professional level, that's not going to work because your growth and development professionally is going to be part of it is going to be dictated by other people. And if other people be like, nah, I don't really want to work with this particular person right here because man, he always come around with that badass attitude. Nah, he be negative all the time. You might have the skill sets to get it, but you don't have the people skills. And that's where things like stuff that I was taught coming up, things like, personal etiquette, and then you also have professional etiquette as well. And so we've gotten lazy as a just a nation, period. We've gotten away from the things like having a proper etiquette that actually lays the foundation for good social interaction with people. And so a lot of times when you demonstrate this proper etiquette and proper manners, many times doors will actually open up for you because you are demonstrating a certain level of civility and being civilized that people can actually respect. And so, like even in the movie Django, we saw this play out between Django and Candy. Django demonstrated that he knew enough about business to bluff him, and so the whole time Candy was trying to see if he really was about it, and so and ultimately he was able to get what he set out to get, which was his woman. And so I know it might be an extreme example, but it still fits because he had to play the game. And so we have to understand, like, trying to accomplish things like, trying to be a bull and, come through like a bull in a china shop to get our way. Like, that's a childish way of trying to get things. Like when it comes to humans, like we relate. I say this all the time. We relate and connect on through emotion, but we also disconnect through emotion. So, a lot of times, man, people, you tell them something and they don't want to hear it because it actually requires them to be a much more civilized person. And for a lot of people, they think that being civilized is weak. And it's like, no, it's actually, if you actually knew the power of it, you will see it will actually open up a lot of doors for you. And this is why we've seen so many people come in these spaces, male and females, who act like, kids who throw temper tantrums thinking that they're going to get their way. And they're never going to sway me to not be on what I'm on. So it's like, well, why keep coming here if you're going to keep saying the same thing? You said you don't like the space. You don't like what's said. Okay, cool. You made your point known. All right, well, then vacate the premises and don't come back. We don't care because we're going to keep saying what we're saying because there are people who are actually listening who actually benefit from a lot of the stuff that we're saying because there are actually other people that are Black who actually want to do better and they looking for answers. And then you have that subset of Black people who just want to blame the world for all their problems and use that as an excuse to fail, as a justification for their failure, when actually their lethargic ways, their mean spiritedness is one of the main things that contribute to their lack of success, whether it's personal relationships and professionally as well. A lot of times Black people won't even get a promotion just because they got a bad attitude, not because they don't have the skill set, not because they they couldn't do the job, but because they just personality wise, they're a horrible person. And if you talk to any people in their personal lives outside of their job, many of those same people will say the same thing. So it ain't that it was racist, is that you just a person that people don't really like because you're not a likable person. And this is what Kevin talks about a lot of times when he's telling people to develop their soft skills. Because it's not you go to college and you get a degree for 4 years, but how many people are going to invest 4 years in their own self-development personally? Professional etiquette and stuff like that. Are they going to really invest that type of money that really can really catapult you further in life more than the actual degree you have? A lot of people ain't going to do that. And that's the difference between a lot of successful people and the people who fail.
It's amazing how that works out. Folks will get a degree in a particular skill set, and you would think that they understand the ins and the outs of it, and they don't. They think that just getting a degree is their way in the door, and that's not always the case, as we can see with a lot of people who have degrees and they're still looking for work. You know, it's a hard sell sometimes because we're just dancing around that same thing. Our people have a problem with accepting the truth. You know what I mean? And their egos are the size of are the size of Jupiter, and their skills are the size of a peanut. And then they want to complain about the way things are going. And so as men, we're talking from the man's standpoint, we let our egos get in the way too much. It's tough. I mean, it's a rarity that we can sit down here and talk. It's rare. You know what I mean? We usually have to be at the football game, or usually have to be at the barber shop, or some specific place that if I end up there, I end up there. But to make an appointment, to sit down and actually say, look, guys, this is what we need to do. That's a rarity. You know what I'm saying? And what that says to our children and the women is they don't really want nothing, because you know what they expect? They expect you to say, well, listen here, on Thursday, I'm going to meet with the guy. You know what I'm saying? And, let her run her mouth. It's okay. You know what I mean? But then when she sees things start rolling, then she realizes, okay, well, I'm good. I know what he's going to do. She'll actually support it. But what do? We let her talk. We let her talk, and we let her dictate what we do as men. And that got to turn around. You know what I mean? And so, like he was mentioning, Kevin in the soft skills, how many brothers work on them? That's another question. How many of us work on ourselves with that kind of intensity? Because we know that if I improve me, then this circle around me is going to get better. And if the circle around me gets better, I know I'm going to attract some other brothers who got their circles together. And then we can build from there.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for letting me up. First time I'm meeting the other two gentlemen that's on the panel. Good evening to you, but it's morning for me, but good evening to y'all. Or, you know what I'm saying? A lot of what y'all have to say is, there's a lot of, how they would say it, facts to what you have to say. And in my travels or in my experiences in life, I had to get that monkey off my back too, right? Of hard work only gets you so far in climbing up the ladder of success. I had to transition from being a hard worker to actually understanding how the politics of hard work works, right? Of the politics, right? So I give you a perfect example, right? I'm saying, young man in the military, right? And I was taught, you work hard, you get, you get your money and you go about your business, right? So I'm down, because I was an engineer down in the space, right? In the ship, in engineering and shit, working my ass off, right? I just finished, we was changing out a pump. It was me and another guy, we was changing out a pump, right? And we just we chain folded this pump up. This thing's like 600 pounds. We chain folded it up on the deck, you know what I mean, up on the platform. We took it apart, did all of this stuff, right? Now, the guy, he goes off to go smoke. I wasn't a smoker. I didn't do that, right? Wasn't a smoker, right? So I decided to go sit down in the chair, take a break, right? I go take a break. I come down, my supervisor comes down. He's a white guy. He comes down, and the first thing he does is he sees me sit down, right? And he sits there and says, "Why you ain't doing nothing?" Right? Then I look at him like he was crazy, right? And I was like, "Who you talking to?" Right? Like, who you talking to? I said, "This 600-pound pump didn't get it up there by itself." Now, he doesn't know, because he doesn't know I was assigned to this, because he's not my direct supervisor, right?
Right.
But I snapped off on him instead of, or whatever, right?
Right.
And he said something like, "Well, every time I see you, you sitting around." And I said, "Well, you ain't never down here." But me not thinking, in that point, and what I'm trying to get to is me not thinking in that point was, he's not supposed to come down here all the time and see what I'm going on, because there's levels to this shit. Right. And being young, you're not used to that level, because you just getting into the system. You don't understand that there's levels. So there was a brother that took me underneath his wing, right? And he brought me underneath his wing, and he pulled me to the side. And you know what he said to me, right? He said, "Let me tell you something. There's a difference between working hard." That's why they messing with you. They're messing with you for two reasons, right? They know that you work hard. They see that you work hard. Think about it. You entry level, and they got you doing technical shit. So that means you're smart, you're not stupid, and you know what you're doing. The problem is you got fucked up attitude. Your people skills are trash. And they're fucking with you to turn your screws, because either you're going to be a leader or you're just going to be a workhorse. They can get a workhorse, but there ain't that many leaders running around. He said, "You think I do shit every day?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Nah, I'm gonna show you." And we call it in the military, we call it rocket power skate.
Right.
Rollerblade, right? He said, "I'm gonna tell you how to take a break." He gave me this little sheet that, what we do for maintenance. He said, "What I want you to do is I want you to walk around for a full week without getting caught skating." Right? I was like, "What?" He said, "Yeah, don't do no work for a full week, but make it look like you're doing work." And he showed me what to do. He said, the best place, he said, "Why do you think this guy and this guy, they happen to be white, but why do you think these two guys get all of the praise and the admiration and get the cool jobs, and you down there working in the fucking plant like a slave and shit?" I'm gonna tell you why. Because you don't know how to do politics. You don't understand that there's a mental gymnastics to this shit, and you got to master this shit. He said, especially if you black, you got to be really on your game. And what he did was he gave me this book, and he said, "You may not understand this now, but you need to read this book. But this book is not a book." He said, "You're a Christian?" He said, "Well," I said, "Yeah, I was brought up in the church, but not really." He said, "This is a book, but it's a manual. This is a manual of life." And what he gave it to me was the 48 Laws of Power. He gave it to me.
Right.
And he said, "You use these laws. You put these laws into practice. You use the ones that stick with your personality and not. And you're going to be feeling like, yo, I'm not real." And he said, the world isn't real. It's all about perception. It's all about how you're perceived. And he said, never outshine the master, right? And he said, there's another one in here, right? He said, you got to understand when you got to make your leadership look good, because then they'll make you look good. They'll take care of you. And what I did was I walked around for a full week, right? I always looked like I was working, but I wasn't working. One day I sat right there and swept a whole hallway for half a morning, and I didn't do shit. I just looked like I was working. I took my good ass time. Now I cleaned it, but because I was getting in the corners with a little rag and shit, they was like, good job. You really detailing the fuck out of this shit. And I didn't do nothing. I wasted time. In that time period, I could have repaired a whole pump, or I could have did something else. And then I realized something. He was right. You can only do hard work. Hard work with a bad attitude will get you working by yourself, and you can't do shit by yourself. There's politics involved. There's a lot of politics involved. And what men don't understand is that men compete against other groups of men, and men put men in certain particular places. Like, you can't go up the ladder of success unless you're married or have been married. There's a reason for that. You can't be a six-figure dude or in a company or whatever if you don't at least have been married or working on getting married. Because if you can't take care of a household and you can't keep a woman happy, how you going to keep millions of customers or clients happy in a goddamn company? This is a true fact. This is why, you don't have anything to lose. That tethers you to responsibility. And a lot of these, a lot of these guys, they don't understand that you compete against other groups of men, everything else will fall into place. And and I see it in this permeate. I don't get on with the women. I don't care about what the women are doing. What us as men are doing. How are we building? The brother She was talking about the cryptocurrency thing. Other businesses, forms. The way the economy is going is you need to have other forms of income. You need to be able to put your talents and your skills to task. Like, you're never too old to learn a new skill or a talent. Never too old. Never too old to learn anything as a man, like as a person, period. But and when I mean a skill or a talent, I mean something feasible where you can put your hands on it and do it as a man.
I want to read something that I think is hits at this point of changing your mindset. Um, um, this is a quote from Steve Forbes, and then I'm going to read something. He said, "The real source of wealth in this new era is not material things. It is the mind, the human spirit, the human imagination, and our faith in the future." This is from a book called How Rich People Think. It's a great book. Suggest fellas pick it up. Because like I said before, if Black people are really going to change collectively, we're going to have to change our relationship to money and how we view money. It says, most people never accumulate much money due to a series of self-limiting beliefs around the subject fueled by negative emotion. By the time the average person becomes an adult, they've been brainwashed with dozens of middle-class beliefs and philosophies about money, which virtually guarantees them a life of financial mediocrity. Children, teenagers, and young adults hear negative money messages over and over until they become beliefs that dictate their behavior. Their well-meaning village of advisors has inadvertently set them up to struggle for the rest of their lives. In short, a middle-class thinker can't teach you how to become a world-class thinker. Someone living a restricted existence can't tell you how to live an unrestricted existence. And a poor person can't teach you how to get rich. These statements are obvious to any rational thinking person operating from a logic based mindset. Few people are able to think about money without clouding the subject with negative emotion, which is generated from dozens of middle class beliefs. An ordinarily smart, well educated, and otherwise successful person can be instantly transformed into a fear based, scarcity driven thinker whose greatest financial aspiration is to retire comfortably. The world class sees money for what it is and what it's not through the eyes of logic. The great ones know money is a critical tool that presents options and opportunities. They also know if you're not happy without it, you won't be happy with it. But while money has little to do with happiness, it's one of the most important tools in the game of life. And without the psychological chains binding them, champions earn all they can. When it comes to thinking about money, put your emotions on the shelf and let reason be your guide.
Okay. So now
You
we
gotta
can
change your
see why our
mindset,
children are in
folks.
trouble.
You gotta
We
change
see
your
why,
mindset.
yeah.
That's what it's all
We,
about. That's what it's
yeah, we
all
can
about.
see why our children are in trouble.
Huh?
We can see why our children are in trouble.
Yep.
They're being raised by somebody who's an emotional based thinker. And most of what they do is emotion driven. And so what did the kid pick up? This is why men, we need to make our presence felt and make it known. You know what I mean? I mean, you may not have to be in the house, you know, but you still be somewhere where they can access you so they can at least get the benefit of that logical energy, you know. 'Cause see what you just read, that's rich. You know what I'm saying? You read that to an emotional person, you know, they're gonna start feeling. And see, it's not about feeling. It's about taking the facts and then operating. Take no feeling at all. You know, I'm a preacher. So, you know what I tell people, you know, all the time, I do lives on Sundays, I do Bible studies every other Thursday. And the one thing I tell people is the only thing you need to do is just obey. Just do what it says. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it makes it real simple. You know what I mean?
Right.
When somebody's giving you instruction, what is there for you to think about? You don't have the instruction yourself. You're getting it from somebody. So stop trying to feel and just do what it says. If it fails, it fails because it just doesn't work for you. But don't let it fail because you embellished it too much or you put too much thought into it. Just go on ahead and move, you know? And that's, I mean, brothers, that's the message for us. You know what I'm saying? Stop feeling. You know, we got so many things that keep us all on in our emotions. This is why we can't get it. You know what I'm saying? We get emotional about how much money we make. We get emotional, you know, the woman going through her drama, we start wrestling with that. Then it rubs off on the kids. What's going on with the kids? Then we hear all of these, the news. The news is telling us, oh, brother got shot down the street. Now we're angry, really in our emotions. You know what I'm saying? Instead of thinking and putting that thing where it belongs. You know, I read this book when I first got started in the martial arts called Zen in the Martial Arts. And this it starts out with an instructor who's he's doing it. Somebody's coming in and getting ready to sign up for classes, and it's early in the morning. He's just opening up, and the mailman comes, and the mailman hands him a stack of envelopes, and he goes into the office and he tells the guy, "Come on, sit down," and he takes the stack of envelopes and he puts it off to the side, and he starts talking to the guy. Now, the guy who's going to sign up, he instead of him thinking about signing up for the class, he's wondering why this guy's not opening his mail. You see what I'm saying? And he finally got around to asking him. He said, "You got a lot of mail. Aren't you going to read that?" He said, "Well, first things first." He said, "That mail's always going to be here." He said, "How long are you going to, you know?" And so that is about priority. What's more important? Okay, we hear about some bad news. Okay, we got some bad news. Are we going to do something about it? If we are, do we need to sit down? We got to take the time, sit down, and put a note, make a note, and keep on moving. Come back when you get done. Take the note. See, that's logical thinking. But emotional people, something happens, they jump right in, jump right in, jump right in. Forget about dinner. Forget about picking up the kids. Forget about doing all kinds of other stuff. Forget about the fact that they had an appointment, And now they all messed up in other areas of their life because they jumped on emotion instead of doing everything in an orderly fashion. See, that's what we're supposed to present to the planet, order. You know,
I, you know what and you know what I'm saying. I agree with you, Dr. T. But I think what we do have a problem with, and 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 the thing with the Zen thing is, it's when you tell people to don't be emotional, or when you say it with men, right? I'm gonna say it with men, right? The problem is I don't think they understand exactly what you're saying, right? I think they misconstrue that what you're saying, because sometimes I'm like, if you're thinking, you understand, you've been world travel, even when you mention Zen, right? You know, said as a person that's a preacher, right? They'll get that confused with how can you be with a preacher? How can you be a preacher? You're talking about Zen, and that's something totally different. And it you know, what I mean, you're talking on a higher level of understanding, right? So a lot of times you have to actually, especially in the spaces, you have to actually step by step spoon feed and break people down so they understand what it is, right? That you're saying, right?
right?
So I understand exactly what you meant, and you know, and correct me if I'm wrong. And what you're basically saying is you have to understand your emotions. Once you understand them, accept the emotion, but you also have to check yourself and not react to every single thing. You have to think with a clear mind. You have to be with the Zen thing, you have to not suppress the emotion. And
Put
you
it
know,
in
you have to
right.
be one with it, but you actually have to be one with calmness, because calmness is an emotion and it allows you to think clearly and to take life as it is, so you can make it how you want to be. So your
Right.
emotions will keep you stagnated and held and in a fight or flight mechanic all the time, which causes a lot of stress. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
consistent
sir.
heart failure and stuff like that. And that's why the longest living people that are in first world societies are the Japanese and the Italians, right? And you would think, right? Oh, because they live an easy life. I live in Japan. I'm in Japan right now. Been here for 20 years. Japanese
Wow.
people, they they work 6 days a week. They work
Yes,
hard as hell. But
yes,
I've
they
been to
do.
Italy too, and they take siesta from 11 until 5 until 3. They ain't doing nothing, or
Going to
they
sleep.
ain't doing nothing. Sunday ain't nothing running. You
Nothing.
bet not. You know what I'm saying? But why do these people, and they work 4 days a week in Italy, and they'll get to it. You know how we say we got black people time and a nigga time?
Mhm.
Italian
Right.
time is way worse.
Yes, it is.
You know what I'm saying? People don't know this, but why do they live longer? Because they they're in their emotions, right? Because we know Italians have this thing with they're passionate about everything, right? They call it passion, right? But
Right.
they don't let it go too far, right?
Right.
In Japan, they don't really show their outwardly emotions. They don't do it. It's not a thing, right? But why do they live longer? Are they not emotional? They are. They just do it with a Zen thing. But the men lead the society. It's a patriarchal type of steel frame mindset, because the men are always taught to be warriors, right? Because that's how it is. But in Italy, it's way different. But why? They're both in charge of their emotions because of their culture. It's just two sides of the same coin. And the thing is and I understand with black folk, especially with black men, right? You have the American auspices of society. You're at war all the time, right?
All the
When you
time.
walk out of your house, you're being accosted. The second that you come out of your mother's womb, you are at war.
The fight.
You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? You're at war. So you got the outward stuff. And then when you get into your household, now that stuff carries over. It doesn't stop at the door, right?
Well, it doesn't.
Because of everything. So you have this thing of understanding that I have to provide, I have to do this, and this, right? But then you're not just competing against other groups of black men, because now you're a minority in a country that's your country, right? Because a lot of us, we don't take an accountability that America is our country. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
It is just as much as ours as the white counterpart. It's
right.
ours.
Wow.
You know, and I think that comes into play because, you know, we have a money issue with us as in a black society, especially with men, is because we look at money, right, as either it's taught that it's super evil, it's not, or it's that's all you need to get whatever, but you're not going to be happy. And you hear about these rich people saying, even though I got money, I'm not happy, and all this other stuff. But we don't understand it. It's only there for requisition of providing for the auspices of you building a legacy.
Yeah, it's a
That's all
tool.
it's there for. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And if men could go back to being hunter gatherers, right? You know what I mean? We would be well off. You know what I'm saying? It's we have to understand to still our emotions. Get out of the situation. Sometimes you got to surrender to win, right? You have to understand when you're outnumbered and outgunned. You know, when we were the two brothers that the with the police stops, right? The one that was a lieutenant, did you see that? The army lieutenant?
Yes,
And then you saw that the brother that just got killed, right? None of that
yes,
should have happened because they both were stopped illegally. You know what I mean?
right.
Wrongfully, right? They both were stopped. But the difference between the two was, why did that brother, he did everything the right thing that we were taught, right? You get pulled over by the
Right.
cops. You,
Mm-hmm.
if you're in a dark place, you get yourself to a lit place, right?
Right.
So you protect yourself. He put his hands out the window. They never asked him why. They threatened him. They sprayed him in the face multiple times. And when he said he had a dog in the car, that's the only reason the cops stopped spraying him in the face with the mace can, because they
Yeah.
was worried
Dog
about the
won't play
dog in the car, right? And even when they took him out of the car, they was hitting him in the legs and all of that. And he's being demeaned. He's being accosted. He's got two cops pointing a gun at him. But that, but that, but that brother got out of it alive. Now with the young man, his pride, he know he didn't do nothing, and then his emotions and the fear and the anger and you know it being a tipping point. And I've been young, so I make the stupid mistake, and I made a couple of mistakes with my emotions getting the best of me. That's what happened. Why did that young lieutenant was able to get out of that? And I'm gonna tell you why, because he was trained under pressure to keep his calm, because he couldn't be a leader of a group of men or a platoon if he wasn't trained to still his mind and to keep that calmness. And I think with our younger generation as men, as the older men, the 35 and over or the 32 and over, we have to lead by example and teach these young men, especially our young black men, is we have to keep our emotions in check. Even when we're talking to each other, and even when we step over, we got to be able to say, you know what? I felt that I was right, but I disrespected you, brother, by going over or getting off or doing the personal attacks and not sticking to the topic that we're talking about. And I think in these spaces, we need to start doing that. Even if you vehemently disagree with someone, you need to keep it to the subject. We can start with that. Just that alone, while all of these young men are watching and they're looking at us for an example, then those young men alone will take that as an example and start dealing with each other in the same, because that's how the elders deal with each other. They're only learning from us. And we need to understand that. We need to understand and set the example. And the other thing is not everybody needs to be able to speak on a subject or have access to speak publicly. A lot of people don't have the acclimate to articulate themselves in the right manner. You know, anybody can go live, you know what I'm saying? But I see that this is an issue and this is a problem, and it's the example being set by our generation. The 35 and over crowd, you know what I'm saying? I think we don't realize that we now are the leaders or the elders. of the younger generation. And I think a lot of times is we're stuck in that because of what we went through in the 80s, late 70s, and the crack era, that we weren't able to be children or to be teenagers or to get through those growing pains, where we should already supposed to have this decency and decorum. Anybody want to take the floor?
Yeah, I'll say this just to piggyback off of what you said about as
Trying to
far
bring
as
them
being,
listen.
as far as being the elders. Um, I mean, I'm 42. I already know I'm an elder. I mean, I'm 42, but my life experience is about 150. So,
Hey, Ryan, hold on real quick. I was trying to bring. I'm listening up. You might have to go out and come back in. I'm not. It's not showing the sign where it can bring you up. Says something about I think bad something. When I tried to push back on to see what it said, I think you dropped down. Try it again, and I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat. But go ahead, Ryan.
yeah, like I said, my life experience had put me about 150. So, um, you know, the thing is, like, you know, I tell a lot of men that if you're able to have the right perspective, a lot of times your struggle in life, your pain in life can be where your wealth and success lies and resides in. If you're able to actually take the proper perspective. Um, um, and you know, um, yeah, many of us had to grow up faster than what we wanted to. I myself, to be honest, like I'm glad I did because I wouldn't want to be a 50, 60-year-old person not understanding how the world works. One of the best things that happened to me in my experience was the economy crashing in '07 and '08 because the old model of, you know, you know, go to school, get a degree, get a job, it was proved to be outdated as far as I'm concerned. So it forced me to make a decision. I had to. It was a fork in the road moment, and I felt that at that particular time that it was a time for reinvention, which it is. And even now, even when the pandemic hit, there are a lot of people who started businesses because of the pandemic. It forced them to be resourceful and reinvent themselves, which takes imagination and creativity, that spark, you know, uh, what many of the traditional African religions would call that divine spark. So to me, when it comes to business, I call this the dignity of creation. And when you are a creator, you are literally in tune with that which created you. And that's some serious power. Yeah, that's some serious power. And so if men can understand that particular message, I think it will help them out a whole lot because I mean I have seen people, go from being in orphanages, never knowing their parents, to becoming billionaires. So the question is, did they really need their parents?
Yeah.
They needed that experience from their parents in terms of their development, but in terms of accomplishing what they accomplished in life, those parents weren't there. Meaning that they weren't the best parents and they still succeeded. And so we have to just really, especially when it comes to, I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. Like if we're looking for the boomer generation, especially, to have the answers, most of them don't really have the answers. They don't. Many of them Many of them have tried to live off the knowledge and the wisdom of the silent generation before them, but most of the boomer generation, especially as far as our group is concerned, they don't have the answers. Their answers was to go to school and get a job. That didn't work. It just didn't work. And so now we had to learn faster. And I'm glad I did. I'm not saying it was easy, but I'm glad that I got introduced to the world early as I did, because when I look at this stuff out here, I look at this stuff like, man, this is easy. You know what I'm saying? Compared to some of the stuff I seen when I was a kid, experienced as an adult, I'm looking at this world like, this is it. Man, this is nothing. This is nothing to conquer. You know what I'm saying? So I would personally rather be introduced like early, so I could get over the notion that, man, your parents are supposed to be perfect and the world is supposed to be perfect. It ain't. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. It's a journey. It's some bumps and bruises that's gonna come. But if you position yourself the way you're supposed to and the way you can, then there's a lot of success out here for you. If you think with abundance. And I think that's the most important mindset that Black men can have, is to think with that abundant mentality, and instead thinking with a lack mentality, like there's a shortage.
Here's the thing, and here's a reality, right? And I like to tell people this, right? Because you always hear that thing when it comes to business, right? I want to be my own boss, right? People say that a lot. You know what I'm saying? And, you're in business, I'm a business owner. I put in more hours of work, miss more holidays, running my own business than being an employee. Right? If you run a business, and depending on whatever your business is, whether it doesn't matter what it is, right? Because you need customers, right? And you have to, you can't take, like a holiday break in 80% of the businesses, because that's when you make the most money. You work more than your employees. If you're the only employee, then you're going to actually work double shift, right? And most businesses start, internally with maybe a friend or associate or a family member or something like that, right? And here's the thing, you have to be happy with making the same amount of money that someone's doing a 9 to 5 for the first 5 to 6 years of your business. You have to be, because you have overhead, you have costs. Yeah, the business brings in this, but you still gotta take care of all the necessities and all of this other stuff. And people don't realize that the truth of the matter and the reality of a business, or being a business owner, or being in business, or being a contractor, where you're not, you're negotiating your contract to work with these people, you know what I mean, or doing this ever, or private contractor, or being freelance or whatever, or just being in business or coming up with your business model is that it takes a lot of work, but it's worth it, because once you get the hang of your business and streamline your business and figure it out, about 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 years in, then you'll jump up the ladder of success. Then you'll make more money. Then maybe you can franchise it out. You have your customers, you do this, you have your procedures down, you understand certain things, right? And then you can expand your business into other things and maybe hand that down to your children. So be it, or so whatever. But the thing is the world that they put out there, the whole get your degree. I remember growing up, and you said you're 42. I remember growing up. Remember, just graduate high school, you'll have a good job, right? Remember hearing that? Remember, just get your. I remember in elementary school when I would hear things of just get you a high school diploma. Hey, make sure you graduate high school so you can get you a good job, right? And remember the United Negro College Fund. A mine is a terrible thing to waste because college was expensive. Like I had a cousin, he went to DeVry University, right? He was the first person in the family, like, you know what I'm saying, to go to college and graduate. And he went into IT. This was in the 80s. It's about like 80, 87, 88, right? So IT back then was making, he was working for AT&T, right? So IT back then was making about 80,000 a year. 80,000 a year as a black man is equivalent to making about 200,000. You know what I'm saying? With the inflation and all of that back in the 80s, right? But he kept getting his degrees and whatever. He's 50 some years old and he works for a IT firm out of Tel Aviv. He got to fly every 6 months to Israel to the headquarters. You know what I'm saying? He's a VP, right? But he's never around really. He's always flying everywhere because they got contracts all over the world. So he's always on a plane flight going somewhere, right? But he got that by being his own guy, and they saw what he could do. So they said, you know what? We're going to bring your company into our company because you have these connections, right? But he built that. He worked for someone he he wasn't getting paid what he's worth. He made those connections, through his business practice. And then he started going out and doing the hands-on labor for a while till he built him up a little team of people. And then they would, they were basically cheaper. He was subcontracting a lot. He said he didn't get his main contract. My cousin told me he didn't get his main contract until he was about 45 years old, where he was at the top. It took him years to get that. But he was building relationships. But his family always had. And he learned the ins and the outs, and he had a mentor. And he wasn't on this whole, they got to be black. He just needed the information. He just needed this, that, and the third. And I think as us as black men, we have to understand is that we have to move. Like the way that our predecessors did it, the way that they did it was good for that time. But we here now. We have to change the way that we move and do things. We got to stop being so flashy, right? Real rich people do not let you know that they got money. Like they walk around looking mundane as possible. The only time a rich person show that they got some money is when they have to, when they got to show up to these company events and they got to be in whatever. Like remember Steve Jobs with Apple? He would walk around in that, right? When he would do the presentations for all the new Apple products. Jeans and a shirt and a t-shirt and some dad shoes. Like,
yeah, I remember.
Rich people, they live a minimalist lifestyle. They live a minimalist lifestyle. Like, listen, my wardrobe, I cut down my wardrobe and I'm still cutting shit out. I got some suits, I got some shirts. When I go do whatever I need to do, or when I gotta go to meetings or whatever. But for the most part, I don't care. Like I don't care because I don't want you to know how much money I got. I don't give a fuck because it's none of your business. It's none of your business. I don't need to flex. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to flex. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I get it. I understand where it comes from because, you know, we all want something. I get it, right? But at the same time, that's a wealth mentality. Like, I work in entertainment. All of these ball players, all of these celebrities that you see, they don't buy a lot of their clothes. It's given to them. They're sponsored. They're sponsored. There's a budget set aside for them. I was just reading about DJ Mustard. He was paying his stylist $6K a month to go shop for him. That was her salary, right? He's got to look the part when he shows up to a lot of these red carpet events. Every time he's out, he can't look busted because that's the persona, because he's an entertainment, right? He's entertaining you, right? He's a producer. But here's the thing. That's a tax write-off for him. That's a tax write-off for him. And a lot of times he wasn't buying that stuff. He's getting sponsored. So his stylist was getting paid to go there to literally pick out the cuts and everything because he's so busy doing what he's doing. You know, if you look at these, they show pictures of these celebrities when they out on a regular day on Rodeo Drive and all of this other stuff. You'll see them in a ball cap and glasses, some jeans and a t-shirt, and they'll put it in the choir. Look at Bruce Willis is this, or look at that, or look at Sharon Stone. This is Sharon Stone, right? And because that's how they go out normally, because they want to be left alone. And you know what I mean? So my thing is this, and this is what I basically say is that I think, you know what I mean? If someone said, what would you change if you could go back? And I would say, nothing. Nothing. I wouldn't change anything if I could go back in time. The only thing I wish is that I had the mentality that I had now, then I would be 20 steps ahead because I would stay on the path. It would just be more streamlined. It would just be more streamlined. Like, I've learned living in Asia how to make a lot of use of a little bit of space.
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything either.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, brother, right? When, you know, let's just talk about houses in the States, right? In the US, right? Okay. $150,000 house, let's say down in the South, would get you how many square feet?
Throw those numbers out again.
I said $150,000 house somewhere in the South. Let's say North Carolina, South Carolina, you know what I'm saying, Florida, somewhere like that. Not in Miami or the big hot spots, but outside of that.
Oh, the outside spot, you can get something pretty decent.
Pretty decent. So how many square footage is that?
Good. Roughly about 1,200, like 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 1,200 square feet, right? Now, do you know that if you got a $150,000 house with 1,200 square feet, do you know that you're literally only going to use 2 rooms at the most? Think about it, right?
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, where you sleep and where you leisure time, where you spend leisure time.
Right? So what if I told you, right? What if I told you, right? You can live in, because if you're only going to be in 2 rooms, then why do you need 1,200 feet? You basically own 12,000 square feet. Actually, you only need at a maximum of 2,000 to 3,000 square feet because you're only using those 2 rooms, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need central heating, right? Because the bigger the house, the more you got to heat it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more your tax is, right? your property tax is going to be, because you develop the home, and that goes up, and then your mortgage is going to be high, and then you got to work for 30 years, and it's $150K that you spent, right? Now you got some land, so then you got to cut the grass and all the other stuff, but then you're in a community where you can't even grow vegetables on your land so you can be self-sufficient. See how that mindset, that doesn't make sense, right? Whereas, what if you had a 2,000 to 3,000 square foot home at the most, right? And you put your footprint smaller, then that home wouldn't cost as much. I started looking at something. This rash of people selling their $150,000 homes when the housing bubble happened. It dropped again when that, 2008, that's when it happened. I think it happened again around 2016, 2015, something like that, right? And a lot of these people start getting rid of their big houses, getting underneath these mortgages, right? And they started buying land, right? They start buying land, cutting down trees, and they start living in these small houses. They call them tiny homes, right? I watched, right? Right. Then the ones that got me really thinking was the shipping containers, right? The container homes, right? Start looking at these container homes and how they build these things. And then I started thinking, an apartment is only 2 40-foot shipping containers. If you really think about it. A condo is only 3 40-foot shipping containers. Started thinking about it. Then I saw this this CEO, the COO of Apple, but he was on the IT side of it, right? The programming side. He moved his family up into California, up in the hills, right? They had a property up there. They loved it so much, they decided to move up there. He got 2 shipping containers built, right? Engineered. He's got a grove. He's got an outside kitchen. He's got all of this stuff. He's got a kitchen inside, state of the art, whatever. His son has his own shipping container, separate, like unit. That's like right there, right? And he's in the hills of California, and they asked him how much did it cost him, right? And California's expensive. He said he paid about $300,000. That's for the 10 acres of land and everything to be built. This is in California. We know California is expensive, right? So I'm saying to myself, and this is custom made, and this is what people are doing. They putting solar panels on their shit. They setting up rainwater reservoirs, gravity fed stuff. They're doing all of this stuff. And then when you ask them how much is the daily cost of living, they said, well, I grow my own shit, it grows itself because they have it set up. So it grows itself. I go and get my stuff. I work. I got a job. I work, or, I do satellite work, or they work, or whatever. They still work. But they said I went from paying mortgage, rent, and all that for $1,200, $1,300 a month, and that's on a good month, like in the spring or the fall, to about $1,500 to $2,000 a month, to now we only pay, give or take, $200 a month, $300 a month. And they was breaking down how much the property tax was costing over the whole year. So do you really need all of this shit? And the answer is no. That's the point. It's the capitalist trick bag. And we as Black people, we have to make the sacrifices financially as men to be great. Right? We have to make the sacrifices to men. We have to show discipline, financial discipline, to be great. And when I learned that, when I understand the financial discipline, right? And I realize some rich people do not like to spend money at all.
Hell no.
They don't like to spend money at all. All.
Ooh, boy.
At all.
Try to do some deals with some people with a lot of money and see how tight they are.
They looking at every line and look, and they don't even look at what I learned about what I learned about wealthy people and rich people is they're not too proud to listen to counsel.
Nope.
Right? I've done deals with guys all the time where I'll sit up there and talk to them, and they'll say, "That sounds like a good idea. Come by my office." And then when I get into the office, I'm thinking I'm talking to this person, but then there's 3 other people there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he'll sit there. All right, so tell them the same idea that you were talking about. And then this guy will ask me about the financial thing. This guy will ask me about records and do I actually have the licenses to do X, Y, and Z? And this guy will ask me about the logistics, right? In the overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I present my thing, they'll look it over. They say, okay, well, I don't see any problem with this. I'm like, you've done business before, but then you don't seal the deal until they take you out.
Yep.
Because now they want to see what drives you, right? The women come in, everything else come in, and they want to see, because at the end of the day, you can have the greatest idea, you can have everything on paper right, but they still got to trust you.
And they cannot trust a man who is not in control of himself. They cannot trust a man who does not effectively control his house.
Yes.
Because if you enter into a contract with a man who is married to a woman who is effectively running him and running over him, that's the person you got the contract with, not the man.
Yeah.
And your stuff and if they get a divorce, and if it takes them 5 years to get that divorce, your investment is tied up in that divorce until them 5 years is up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's your livelihood. So they don't play. You know what I'm saying? But coming that high level money, they are not trying to get wrapped up into no nonsense. So you better show a sense of self-discipline. I said that about Umar years ago. I said it's not the fact that he was banging stripper. That wasn't the issue. He's man. He want to have sex. Dude, go across the border. You don't shit where you lay. He said he had a deal where a dude from the NBA, he never said who it was, who was willing to help fund it. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you couldn't keep it in your pants. You couldn't wait to get the money. Like, what?
Well, I'm gonna say like this, and this is just me, and what I could tell, and this is that thing. I don't, you know what I'm saying, is this is what I call it, the hotepping for the pussy.
Yep.
Right, the pandering, the using consciousness and pro-blackness to get it's no different than your preacher in the plaza church, right? It's just a different form of religious practice.
Same side of the two sides of the same coin.
Exactly, right? So when I see like, okay, like Tariq Nasheed's got a wife, right? Mm-hmm. Right. Look at Tariq Nasheed with a wife, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying he might not be smashing all types of chicks, because hey, Martin Luther King was a great man, but he was smashing all types of chicks.
Sure.
That is documented, right? So let's get that. Let's just get that misnomer. But there's a difference. Look at the level of wealth. Look at what
the business acumen, yes.
The business acumen and what he accomplished, and look at what Umar's accomplished.
Yep.
Right? You know what I mean?
If I had to do business with one of them, it would be Tariq all day.
Yeah, it'll be Tariq. It'll be Tariq because one, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. It's like that thing in life, right? It's good. It's better to have bad credit than no credit.
Right.
They would rather deal with a guy that was previously married and divorced than deal with a guy that was never married at all. Right? And after a certain age, if you don't make a certain amount of money, you can't be walking around single. And here's another thing, right? Here's another thing that people don't understand. Most really rich men do not walk around with the trophy wife. That's a misnomer. That's an old Hollywood shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Most really wealthy men, their wife look like a 7.5 or an 8, maybe at the most. At the most. Now that doesn't mean he ain't got the side chicks that look like that or higher, but there's a presentation, right? Because they'll even look at you crazy if you're walking around with a woman that's like Tom Brady's different, right? Because his wife is a model and he kind of, with that, right? So if you look at Tom Brady, you look at that, right? You look at him, okay, cool, right? Because he does commercials, he does a little modeling, his wife is a model. So that fits in that dynamic, right? But look at Robert Kraft. Look at the owner, right? Look at his wife. You don't look at all that. You know what I'm saying? Look at Bill Belichick. His wife don't look at all that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look at people that hold a position of power or they got wealth, and you look at their wife and their spouses, they look regular, but it's the prestige because the way she carries herself. Because a lot of times your wife can help you get a deal done.
Mark Zuckerberg married that Asian chick. She married him and then went back to school and went to medical school.
Yes. Went back to school with the medical.
Sure did.
What I'm basically saying with this is,
she wasn't all that either.
And she wasn't, and she looks regular. Listen, I'm in Asia, right? I'm in Asia. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in Asia, you walk past her, she working at the 7-Eleven across the street. Late night. You know what I'm saying? And in Asia, they very sticklers for who look good or not. They spend women spend a lot of money, anti-Asian cream, trying to look good. That's why all them Korean K-pop artists, them females all got the same nose and the same face, the same eyes. You can't tell them the difference, you know what I'm saying? But he's got, you know what I mean? When the thing is that as a man, is that everything is if we're talking about without emotions and we're talking about what it is, marriage is for legacy, right? That's what it's for. It's a financial contract to secure your wealth and to compete against other group of men, because you can't compete against other group of men by yourself. And if you can handle a household, then a man will trust you because you're not going to run off with his goddamn money. That's basically it. That's basically it. You don't have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? If I'm like, you've been to these things, to these gatherings, with men of money, of means, of wealth, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And are doing their thing of business owners. If they sitting in the room talking, right, and things are happening or whatever, most of these guys are married. Ain't nobody saying nothing to nobody else because you was all in the same room. You're a single dude. You ain't got nothing in common with us. We talking about family. We talking about this. We talking about that. We talking about all this other stuff, right? You can just get on the horn and just dip with the money. But if your family here, there's something that you gotta stay here and be responsible. You're not gonna put your family in jeopardy because you're supposed to protect and provide for them. So you're more trustworthy. You have more credit. Social credit. That's what that is. A family is social credit for a man when he's competing against other groups of men.
Yeah, they don't want you running off with that money, tricking off on them hoes.
Tricking off them hoes. Or you getting hit with these scandals or sexual harassment and all this other stuff, right? You know what I mean? Let's think about it like this, right? You were just talking about Umar Johnson, right? Let's bring in another dude, Derek Jackson, right? Okay. What hurt Umar Johnson is the women came out because he was over there, right? So he's pandering for the P, right? He's pandering for the P. He's hotepping for the P. Derek Jackson is pandering for the P, hotepping for the P. He pandered for the P, but he's Christianing for the P, right? Okay. Two sides of the same coin. Why is Derek Jackson still good and Umar ain't? Because Derek Jackson is married.
Boom.
right? And you know why he can still get away with that, and Derrick Jackson still get away with it? Because his wife went up there and went to bat for him.
Just like Hillary Clinton did. Just like Hillary Clinton did for Bill Clinton. Same.
Just like Hillary Clinton. And you know what everybody started to do? Everybody started looking at Hillary and saying, you know what? I see why Bill was getting that from Lewinsky underneath the counter. I wouldn't want to have sex with you neither. Right? But if Bill was just not married and he was just up there, like remember when Joe Biden was getting the creepy Joe thing the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden, his wife came out of nowhere, right?
Wife came out of nowhere, start protecting him.
Start talking, and then everybody left him alone with the creepy Joe.
Sure
He was still creepy Joe.
Yep.
He was still creepy Joe. I don't even remember seeing this.
And got them votes too.
Got them votes. Think about it. We got the president of the United States of America in office, and his kid, his son, basically told everybody in a book that he was smoking crack every 15 minutes. We got a president of the United States, right, that has a child. He's a grown man. Not only was smoking crack, but started having a relationship with his dead brother's wife.
Yep.
That's cool. That's fine. But why is he able to do it? Because he's married. I'm sorry. he's married. Right? He gives him a pass, right? Because we have this thing in society. So what does that really tell you, right? It tells you that the men of society still set the rules and the gambit of the game.
Yep.
Right? So that's why I don't understand the constant talking and the browbeating of the women. Blame everything on the women. No, women are always used by men in society to bludgeon men into submission. That's it, right? Like, I'm gonna say it like this. If you're having a party, right? Hey man, you want to come through to the party? What's the first thing that? It's gonna be some females there?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's gonna be some women there. Then if you say, hey man, we're gonna watch the game, we're gonna kick back, have some beers and stuff. Oh, I'm down, bro. Ain't no women gonna be there. No, man, we watching it. All right, cool, I'm coming through. Now, what's the difference in that? The one that said ain't no women gonna be there, that's a man that got a woman that he married. He's trying to get away from the women. He's just trying to relax, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the one that's saying that is the one that's still on the hunt for a woman. And what I realize is that the ones that speak like that and the ones that talk like that, they're still on the hunt for the women. They have that issue. That's that missing piece, but they don't understand that. You know what I mean? They don't understand that you will get you probably had the woman that was right for you at one time. Right? But what you needed and what you wanted was two different things. And you couldn't see past that.
Well, the thing is that when you look in history, when it comes to kings, for example,
mm-hmm.
and there were plenty of kings who married wives who were not hot.
Exactly.
Like, they married women who they were not feeling. But for the sake of their kingdom and the future protection of their people, man, they fell on that goddamn grenade.
Grenade, landmine.
They fell on that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Now, they were getting that ass on the side.
Oh, yeah.
They were getting that ass on the side.
Yeah.
But they weren't thinking selfishly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tell people this all the time. Like, the fact that Black men are not marrying these women with Black quality, like, that should be actually respected, because the fact that these women can give up all the sex stuff and men like, nah, I'm good on that marriage stuff. Like, it says that it's a standard there, and that standard hasn't changed. The problem is that when you talk about integrating in the overall structure of what men built, there's just certain ways you got to move. There's certain ways you got to move and operate. And when you're talking about that top tier level,
Yeah.
there's just a certain way of moving at that level. Now, if you just cool with just being here and just on some worker bee type stuff, and you work your job and stuff like that, and you on an island by yourself out there, and you cool with that, cool. You know what I'm saying? But men who really trying to build some shit and have some power and influence, they understand, boy. You need a team, boy. You need a brotherhood.
Yeah. You need to
That shit, and that brotherhood, it can come from people who don't even look like you. You thinking that it's gonna come from people that look like you, and it's like, nah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a certain way of operating, and I think that for a lot of these men, because every man is not about wealth creation, and that's fine. But too many of these dudes, they want that kind of level of respect, and you're not going to get that just because you exist.
Nah.
That's well earned. Like Michael Jordan didn't play basketball because he just wanted to go out there and play. He played that shit because he wanted to dominate and tell niggas like, I'm the motherfucking best out here.
Yeah.
Pay me my homies out in this mug. You know what I'm saying? So that's different between just somebody that just want to be in for the ride or just I'm just here. Like if you just here, that's fine. But when they write your tombstone, that's what's gonna be put on that. That motherfucker
just here. Like and the crazy part is if you look at and if you look at the whole thing per se, right? If you look at the whole thing per se, right? Let's take the dynamics, right? Of society and just me watching it as a man, what I'm saying, as a person, as a man and stuff like that in society and moving around is a lot of times when I sit at a business table or when I go to meet certain people, I'm doing deals, whether they high, low, medium, whatever, right? The first conversation that we have is we start talking, we start having a conversation. And when I kind of feel like I'm trying to sell something or I'm trying to get this done, I start looking around the guy's office, right? And I look around the guy's office and I look and I see pictures of his family, right? I said, oh, man, you got 2 girls? I said, oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I got kids myself, all boys. What? How was that? Then that's an icebreaker, right? Oh, I said, man, I like, how is it with the girls? I got a niece, but I don't understand. He say, oh man, I'm like I'm a hard guy on the outside, at work, but when I get home, my little girls and I just melt and stuff. I say, man, my kids, I got my son, and you have that you get that little connection thing. Okay, then you can go into it, right? And he said, how long you and your wife been together? Oh, these many years, saying this is what's going on and so forth. Oh, really? Oh man, my wife been together for so many years. It's a thing, but the job takes the toll. And then we get to the meat and potatoes of whatever it is that we're talking about or doing. And then, hey, you know what? We should do lunch. Let's do lunch. Let's talk over some things or whatever, right? And a lot of times is that in itself, right? It does a lot. And when you was talking about, like, remember the divorce thing didn't start until the Tudor king in England, right? Remember that? Yeah, the divorce wasn't a thing. You couldn't divorce back then. I'm talking about this is royalty. You couldn't divorce back then. You know what I mean? You couldn't divorce back then. I hear this thing about men talking about the patriarchy, right? Well, a lot of guys in the space talking about the patriarchy, right? But I said, if the patriarchy came back in the way you think it should come, you think y'all got problems now?
Boy, I said that before. Are y'all really ready for that shit?
Listen, when a dude can roll up on the horse, you with your wife, and he a lord, and he just basically say, That's a nice looking woman right there. I can't, I'm married. I can't have no kids. She's coming with me. That's my wife. She's coming with me. Here's the money for your troubles. You can't take my wife. Mike, shriek. She's mine now. Who's your daddy? I'll pay the dowry. You coming with me. That's the patriarchy. You, you know I live in Japan, right? Do you know this is a patriarchal system, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know in Japan that they have a high suicide rate, right? But the people that's on the high end of the spectrum are men,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you know why? I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because people think they just depressed and they killing themselves. No, that's not what's happening. Okay. A lot of times, and it's always around tax season, right? Right. So around this time, up until June, right? It's high suicide season. You know why? Because if you are a manager of a company and the company loses a lot of money, the owner of the company does not work in the company if it's a bigger company, right? He don't work in it. He don't do none of that, right? That's what he's got a manager for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your job is to run the company. If he start losing money, he will come and fire you. And if it's so much money, you got to pay that. And if you don't pay that, then he goes after your family and they family to pay it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then they add interest and debt. And what they got in Japan is say you lost the company $50,000, right? Right. Not only do you got to pay the $50,000, but you got to pay the fee for them actually having to bring the shit to you and causing an inconvenience. It's called what they call Gamenasai money, or I'm sorry. Money. Right? So then they tack on another 10 to 20 on top of that. So it's 50, now there's about 60, 70, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you got to pay that back. But they want their money within 5 years. Then there's no way because you got fired, you got to get another job. So what you gonna do? So you got a house to pay for. So they'll go after the house, right? They'll go after this, they'll do that. So you know what you do as a man? You got an insurance policy. Everybody got an insurance policy. So you know what you do? You go catch the number 5 express train with your face. You know why you do that? Because when you die, the debt dies with you. That's the patriarchy. That's why I said a lot of these guys don't want the patriarchy because if you don't think you're getting women now, you definitely ain't getting women then. It's going to grind you into saltpeter.
And, and I want to say too, it's funny that y'all said it. I'm gonna go back to something real quick. Then I'm gonna come back up to speed. You know, when you was talking about the, can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can.
Okay, when y'all was talking about the designers and all those athletes and rappers getting those clothes, I dealt with marketing, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
there was a lot of times I did venues and stuff like that. These companies would come in with about $5,000. They'll call ahead, know your size, come in with about $5,000 to $10,000 of merchandise. Even if you don't wear it at the venue, they will still give it to the people because you just wearing their brands, represents that quality. I mean, you just got $10,000 worth of free clothes, and let's say you want to go out to eat or something like that, or get spotted out, just like you guys were talking about. They're taking pictures like, oh, look, he's wearing this shirt, he's wearing this design. So their advertisement is a plus for them, just to even give you that. Even if you have a family member that goes out in your entourage, you give them the clothes. They could
Yeah.
take a picture of you and their entourage, all within the money scheme. But
Yep.
back to what we're talking about now, you know, a lot of guys want so many things because of what they hear in this space is, being as something that's great for them. But like I said, I always keep talking about that knowledge of self, knowing who you are, knowing what you want to do, because when it come down to it, we have, like I said earlier, we have this competition with the guys who have high standards, making the money, man of means to a certain degree, to the guys who, have the low standards, to which they're not doing much in life, but
Yeah.
they're all trying to go after the same girl because the standard of America and, just the standard of our neighborhood, the girls with the big butt that's cute, that's the standard. That's the woman. Even though she's gonna, eventually she's gonna run you through the ringers, but you just gotta have sex with her. Even though if you get a child, she's gonna put you on child support. She gonna, give you a problem, but you just got to have sex with her. Like men need to start thinking more along the lines of, like, what I'm saying? Dre was talking about
Mhm.
the legacy of your family.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna deal with a woman, I'm dealing with a woman. Like, prime example for my wife. I told guys I married a woman with kids to the standing. My wife, I knew how my kids were gonna be raised. For one, for two, the way she moved was different than a whole lot of other women. I would always have conversations with her, talk with her certain things, and that whole fact of the matter of, seeing a woman within 6 months to a year, you might marry her, that didn't have been true. After being with my wife for, just I say about 2 months or so, I said, okay, man, let me go ahead and establish this relationship because, she's moving a little different. But to the whole point where the relationship takes a toll where we start, being around each other more, start talking to each other more, going on dates. Because, at that first standpoint when we were talking, we would talk every other day or every other week or something. It wasn't nothing serious. To the point where I was like, okay, let me see how she really moves, to where, we taking these steps a little bit farther. How is she gonna progress? That was all before sex. All before. And it wasn't even to the point I could have pushed the issue to even try to have sex. But my whole thing, I wanted to know what was going on with her in her mind. How was she thinking? How was she moving? Because for one, you had two kids. I'm like, the mindset of you having two kids and like, what? How did this situation happen? And the more or less I started talking to her and seeing, her situation and what happened in her life, I made that assessment to either choose to continue to deal with her or just
Hmm.
say, nah, I'm not furthering this because a
Yeah.
woman that in her mindset that had two kids and, she wasn't more stable, even though she didn't have two baby daddies, she had one man she dealt with, you know.
Yeah.
She tried to make a relationship work to a certain degree and it didn't go, so be it. And that's the thing with, with most of those relationships with those women, you know, it's like a one and done deal. Move on to the next guy. One and done deal. Move on to the next guy. To, certain degrees, guys are not even vetting these women properly. That's why we keep coming up with these broken families all the time. You know, we chasing the ass versus chasing the family. You know,
Yeah.
the more within business standards, just like you guys were talking about, going to the Christmas party, ones where they invite the family.
Yeah.
Most of those parties, you're not gonna have a single woman, frolicking amongst the men, or you're gonna have that single man frolicking amongst all the married men because the married women are gonna look at that man who's single. Oh, he's always gonna want to party, have fun.
Hmm.
He might end up getting my husband cheap. Same thing with with the women's standard to the point where you gotta prove a certain. And like you were saying, Drake, about going in the talking about dealing with the kids. That's to the standpoint where, we're building a relationship with each other outside of work. And once we bring it back into the aspect of, work, certain kind of trust has got to a certain degree. He has kids, man. He knows how it is and knows what the standpoint of, dealing with kids, how rough it is. You know,
Yeah.
he might give me some pointers on something that can help me out in the family because my daughter's giving me him. And this guy said he had a daughter around this age or a son this age. To the point, man, we're establishing more of a relationship as a friend than just co-workers outside.
Yeah.
How many business deals, kind of fell through because guys couldn't relate to each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I was going to do business with this particular Mormon guy, um, he saw the leadership that I was exuding with my lady, And but I didn't know him. I I knew him through my lady because she had a relationship with that particular family at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And because he saw me directing her in the proper way and moving, once he saw me moving, and all them people, he Mormon church and all, he got all type of people he could have chosen. He didn't even hesitate. He was like, I want him with me.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, we had never spoke. And what I ended up doing was I wrote basically like introducing the family, like kind of letter, like outlining what I expected our relationships to be, our relationship to be from family to family. Man, when I wrote this and it got to him, that was it.
That's it.
That was it. He respected that shit. Like he was willing to give me a position he didn't give nobody, not even white mother, just because he saw how I was moving on some family type shit.
Yeah.
Without a conversation between us. He just saw how I was moving and how I was directing, how I was being the captain of the ship. And he was impressed, like, dang, like, and he even said to my lady, like, man, he knows exactly what to do with you.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like a lot of these cats, like I said, like a lot of these, it's a difference between just being here and existing and being here and ruling.
There you go.
It's a big difference. Like you can
Well,
just be here and you can just chill and you can go to the baseball games and basketball games. You can talk about the NBA stats and all that. Yeah, that's cool.
yeah.
And then you could be one of the motherfuckers who own the team.
Well, here's the thing, right? And this is and what you're watching is you're watching. There's what I'd say. There's three types of phases. You know what I'm saying? Of what you're talking about, legacy building, right? And the first thing is the survival mode, right? What we're watching is the kind of the second phase of the transitioning of the living phase, right? And what I mean the living phase, because when you're in survival mode, you're just trying to, man, I'm trying to keep the lights on. I'm trying, you know what I mean? I got this last $20-$30 before I get my paycheck. You know, I'm on ramen noodles, right? Every man goes through that. You know what I'm saying? Unless you was born into wealth, right? So then you go into the living phase where you ain't worried about that. Where you go into the supermarket and you can buy the extra stuff. You ain't catching the sales and you are not buying. You went from buying food for the whole month to buying food weekly, right? Or you can spend your money on certain hobbies and things like that, right? To then you get into a ruler mentality of cutting out the access, having expectations of how you run your household, what you are to expect, the level of excellence that you put into play. You know what I'm saying? Not, you know what I mean? There's a difference between, hey, I want you to have this to know you don't need this because you got 20 of these other things that you're not using. And that being respected because they have to lean to your thing. Where, you know, when my wife was doing something and she was talking to her friend and she said, girl, we're going to go over here. She said, well, let me run that over with my husband because I don't know what he has planned or what's going on. She said, girl, you just tell him you going. And she said, you may do that with your husband, but unless you want me to be single, I'm going to go talk to my husband about it. Because he don't play that. That's not how he operates, right? And then her friend had to think and second guess, and her husband heard about it. And then he met with me and said, man, how do you get, like, I need her. I said, then you got to speak up, bro. He said, man, I just don't want the problems. I said, conflict
You
is
got
what
a problem.
you got a problem. You
Shit.
can't avoid conflict. Conflict is what men wake up for. Every day you are breathing, man, you are in conflict with life. It's just how you deal with that conflict. I was like, you tell her no. Even if there's no possible reason, you tell her, no, I don't feel comfortable you going out too much. What are you doing? Why are you going out so much? If you don't feel comfortable with it and you think there's a problem, you explain what there's a problem. He said, but what if she doesn't, what if she don't listen? Then there's consequences. Now you have to figure out a positive way with the consequences, because we have a developing society where you can't just put a wife beater on and put some powder on your hands and go smack somebody. You can't do that no more. That's how men in the olden days used to handle it. But you have to find a different way to communicate your displeasure. Or if she wants to keep going out, she can be single. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to tell you.
Well,
Go ahead, she.
I was gonna say there was a situation with my wife. I always, be telling people about going on dates and stuff like that. But one day we pulled up to this little dude was cooking barbecue on, had a little trailer and stuff. And so my wife was like, "Well, I want something different." And I was like, "Well, we got all that food at home, and we just came from eating earlier. Just get a snack." She's like, "Nah, I don't want that." I was like, "You sure you don't want to get another barbecue?" So I'm like, "Cool." I went in the store, came back out. She talking about, well, as soon as I put the car in gear, I'm getting ready to drive off. I changed my mind. I was like, "Nope." And the kids were like, "Dang, Dad, you gonna pull off? You right here. You can't just turn around." I'm like, "Look," I told my boys, "I'm gonna teach y'all a valuable lesson. If she really wanted it, she would have got it all that time I was in the store. Because if you really wanted to eat it, you would have went out there when I was in the store and came out even before I pulled off." She waited till I put the car in gear, went to the exit to come out of the store to say, "Yeah, I changed my mind. I want something." I said, "Well, this is what I'm gonna do," because we was like at least about 5 minutes from the house. I said, "I'm gonna drive to the house, and if you really want that food, you can go back and get it." She went in the house when I went in the house. Because
Yeah.
like I told her, see, men, you got to give these women a standard to make up your mind. Like I always use this example of men when they always ask a woman, "What do you want to eat?" She say, "I don't know. You pick." The moment you say, "Well, let's go get seafood." "Well, no, I don't want seafood." No, from the standpoint of which I said, "I don't care. You pick." You gave me the option. We're eating seafood whether you like it or not. If you don't want seafood, then you're not going out to eat, because I'm still gonna eat seafood. Now, Topaz said that one time that where she had an issue with a guy because she told him she'll go out to eat with him, and she said she just want one request, not to eat seafood. Now that's different. I can take that. If you say I'll eat anything but, I mean not seafood, but Chinese food, and
Mhm.
she said she wanted anything but Chinese food, I can take that. Okay, well you might don't like Chinese food, so I'm not going there. But to the point where you know, where people from a standpoint to where they have a little situation like that, no, we're not playing these games. If you want it, okay, I gave you an option. You didn't want it, so no.
Well, and here's another thing that I wanted to bring up, right? My thing is this. Like, she talked about an instance on how to deal with a situation, right? First, you know what I'm saying, when you just have that. Because married people, even if you're married, that doesn't mean your problems go away. You build other issues and stuff, but you got to work through them. Marriage is a lot of work. You got to work through the shit, right? But if you married, or and the other brother here saying it, what I don't understand is, how are you we're just having this little conversation. How are you taking advice to that extent in relationships from people that are not currently in one?
Don't do it. You're gonna touch some nerves. You're gonna have some people.
No. I'm just saying. Because you can only tell me from the standpoint of failure, right? Like, I wouldn't take a business. If I took business advice from a failed businessman, he can only tell me what not to do because it will lead to failure. He can't give me no success because he's not currently running his own business because it failed, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, think like a man, act like a woman.
You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Like, but when Steve Harvey was talking about giving the women relationship advice, the reason why it works so well is because what? You married.
Well, that's the thing too. See, the problem in Black America, or one of the problems, is that there are so many failures in Black America that you're conditioned to think that you're only supposed to learn from people who actually fail.
There you go.
When the reality is that you can learn some valuable lessons from somebody who has failed.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't always have to learn from people who goddamn failed. That's the difference. Like, there should be some people that are actually successful at some shit that you can learn the shit from, so you can avoid all the damn pitfalls that comes with the failure. Because sometimes we shouldn't have to learn through trial and error all the goddamn time. There are people who master shit. That's the reason why there are apprenticeship programs, because you learn from people who have mastered the damn craft. So you want to go to those people who are successful a lot of times, but it doesn't mean somebody who has failed can't give you insight, because they can give you insight to the pitfalls and how you where they might have went wrong, what decisions they made, that can kind of help you. But in terms of just life overall, man, no, you shouldn't have to learn from people who fail all the time, because that shit wastes a lot of damn time. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are people who do shit right. And I mean, that's the reason why, when you read, especially like business books, like you're almost getting like a mentor experience, because they're writing down their experience for you. So you can see, okay, don't do this. They said, do this, especially if you're talking about somebody who got 15, 20, 25 years experience in business. Yeah. They got a wealth of knowledge and experience over time. 25 years in business, that's a lot. So they've seen pretty much every possible scenario to see, so they can give you the do's and the don'ts. Whereas a lot of times, especially when it comes to a lot of females, because a lot of times females take relationship advice from females who, man, every other week they with a different dude. So how the hell you gonna learn longevity, how to actually replicate longevity, when you're constantly taking advice from people who are short-term thinkers anyway?
Yeah, and that's what I mean is, and I say this, and when I mean, and I'm speaking on the male perspective, because on that thought process of how men, we're really solution based, right? And when I mean solution based, everybody's solution based, but what I mean is men have a low tolerance and a low patience, right, for solutions that are not worked out, that you don't see progress with those solutions, right? Like, when inventors do things, they don't hope something works. You know what I mean? I love science, right? I love science. I love that shit, right? And if you do this and you do that and you get a reaction, there's your solution, right? Then the thing is, how do you consistently get that reaction? Well, if you put these two variables together, you consistently get that reaction. Now you have a chain of events in which you can control. Now, what happens when this happens? Okay, it gets out of control. So that right there is this. When I see men sit around and you leave, you come back, and 6 to 8 months later, they're still talking about the same problem.
Yeah.
You didn't find any solutions to this problem?
And Dr. Dunbar, you want to go ahead and jump in?
Yeah, I'll be quick. What's going on, fellas? Hey, Rael, I just bought the book, the Reginald Lewis book.
The
So
who? Which
the
book?
watch the White Guys Have All the Fun.
Oh yeah. Must read.
I just ordered it. So something you guys said resonated with me, which was that rich and wealthy guys, they don't like to. Did you say they don't like to spend a lot, or they're very careful with them?
They don't like to spend money unless they absolutely have.
All right. So the reason that it resonated with me was a couple of years ago, and I think Sheed and Rael have heard these stories before, but I was dating a strong-minded, independent queen from Northwest Miami, and I was trying to clean up my finances, and I was actually interested in real estate at that time. I was probably doing too much at once, but she wasn't compatible with the plan. And I think I had read The Millionaire Next Door at that point, and I did tell her, well, shoot, wealthy people, they don't like to throw money all over the place. And she was like, that's not true. But what I wanted to ask you guys, or let me put it this way. Can you guys say some words about how do you know when you found a woman who gets it, or finding a woman who's compatible with that type of thing? Can you say some words on that?
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? You was in Miami, right?
Well, actually, I live in DC. She was from.
I'm from Baltimore, so you know what I'm saying. So, and I actually went to the high school which your last name is, but so yeah. So she was from Miami, right? And a lot of women think that I'm in the entertainment industry, right? So I do a lot with artists. I see a lot of money being exchanged, right? And I see a lot of guys that make a lot of money and a lot of rich guys. And the women that are in that situation, right, that look good, right? Because I'm pretty sure she looked good. She was a looker, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, especially in Miami, right? So she looks good, very good looking woman and whatever. And she wasn't with the program. And when you said that, she couldn't understand it because the men that she had access to, right? She just see him spending money. But what she didn't understand, because, she's going out with her homegirls, she's going out with her friends, she's perusing the club, she's going to these high-end spots, right? And because she's a woman and she looks good, she doesn't have the regular chick problem. She ain't got to pay to get in. She knows somebody, security guard, to let it through, all this other stuff. Let's just, call it what it is, right? When she see the men spending this money and doing this bottle service and spending this money and all this other stuff, that is a company expense account. That's not really coming out of his money. They don't understand that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So she couldn't get with your program because she was a part of the program, of another program. You get what I mean? Right? And and for you to get a woman that's a part of that program, right, that you're on, she can't be a part of that program. Basically, that's it. Like that's why you see most really wealthy men that are not entertainers, their wives are between a 7 and an 8, sometimes a 6.5. When you're talking about looks, but you're talking about mind, personality, support, what they're on, then you take the whole total package of the 80-20 rule and they're 8 because they complete and they are part of his program. And that's where that 80-20 rule comes into play, right? You know what I'm saying? because you can look like a 9 and you can have the fucking personality of a 2.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and that's funny you say that too because there was this guy that I used to work at this company, and I was talking to this guy, and the guy was telling me when he got to a certain status in his life, he was like, "Man, I felt as if uh, I'm making money, and I'm doing stuff." So he said him and his wife got together, and they started doing a lot of business. He went and bought an airplane. His wife didn't say no, don't do this and do that because, you know, that was the thing. Rich people spend money. So that was the mindset that he had. His wife also had that mindset. So he was like, man, I was blowing money like crazy. He said, I bought an airplane for $120,000. He said, man, I had several rental properties, man. He said all his rental properties didn't get no damage and everything, but it's to the extent of the mindset that they had was when you get the money, blow it. He bought, all kind of luxury cars, Mercedes. He said he never got a Ferrari, nothing that crazy, but he bought high-end Mercedes, high-end BMWs. But to the whole thing of it was that was the whole status quo of, having money or looking, the whole status of keeping up with the Joneses to the point where he ultimately lost it all, humbled himself. Him and his wife came back down, to earth and was like, man, what we doing all those years, spending all that money, doing everything, this and that. And, just like the situation with my wife, I put her in the mindset because when I first got with her, we had like little arguments here and there to the point where I told her at one point we was just arguing and I just look at her every time we argue. And like I said, she had a mindset to where the only way to like settle an argument is go back and forth with each other, yelling at each other, talking this and that. Somebody going crazy back there. But it was to the standpoint of, they're yelling back and forth with each other. I mean, when she came to me, I didn't do that. So at one point she just sat down and she was like, well, why you don't never argue back? I mean, it kind of irritates me when you do that. And I told her, I said, it take two to argue. I'm like, if I'm not arguing with you, you look foolish arguing by yourself. And after that, every time we have a disagreement, it was always be, we'll state the facts, deal with the situation at hand, and that's it. We're not throwing hands up in the air, going out yelling real loud. We could be arguing about something right in front of the kids, and we'll just be calm as they won't even know. But to the certain standards of certain other parents doing that, that's the mentality that they were taught. Same thing with spending money in finance, looking for a woman that's on some type of status. She's not with the status quo. She want to be different. Like I told you, that's what set my wife away from a lot of the single women I dealt with, a lot of the women just in general that had a different mindset. They all were looking, for like the aspect of money and spending and want to be on top and having these nice luxury houses. My wife wanted a more expensive house than we got now. And like I explained to her, we need to have a house off of one income to where if something happens, pretty much life still goes on to the point where we're keeping up with the Joneses, getting to the status where we're getting, let's say $500,000 house. If one of us lose income, we're going to be on the fence with that. We're going to have to hurry up and get another job. If that job don't come through, then we're going to have problems with things are getting cut off, stuff is getting repoed. Ultimately, we lose the house. But if we have a house that's, good value, and as it turns around, we can, benefit by having it in the city. That's why I moved back to the city to get my house because, gentrifying is a thing in which our property is already, gain value. And my wife was like, wow, that's good. To the point where if she was leading me, we would be in troubling times to where, when I transferred to another job, you know, let's say I wasn't able to find a job real quick, it would have been an issue. Or let's say she gets laid off. Like I told her to one standard where she had a situation going on, she didn't work for a whole year. her whole family was looking at me like, you know, because they never really know what I do and how I do it. You know, they only know what the job I tell them. But when they start saying, how are you able to pay all the bills? You got a car note, all this stuff. You paying all the bills without her money. I said she don't have to work, but the point of it is she needs to work to a certain degree. You know, have something to do, you know, in position of, you know, doing things. Because certain women, you know, they just, some of them you can understand that certain women need to work. They have to have some type of status to doing something, you know, whether their mind wanders. Then you have those women that know their position in the family to where if I'm not working, I have so many other things to do. You know, help with the family business. Uh, make sure the kids top of the line. They come first among all other things. You know, if those women don't have that mindset to the point where, you know, most guys are like pushing them to go to work. Like, nah, you got to get out of the house and this and that. Like I told you, you know, with my wife, she didn't work for a whole year. The whole family was looking at the situation like, how is he affording this? You know, if me and my husband, if one of us lose our job, we on the street. And it's close to that mindset on, you know, what woman that you're dealing with, how you're able to budget your finances in order for you to be successful in life. And, you know, like I told my wife, if we take the whole Jones aspect out of it and not living to, you know, have other people's standard looking upon us, even with our marriage, we decided once we started going into the finance of, you know, getting married and what we had to spend, to go into the courthouse was the best opportunity. We could spend that money on a vacation, the honeymoon, or whatever. To the standard, we're only going to be putting on a show for everybody else. And like I told her, when it come down to it, what do you want? The glitz and the glamour, or me and you being together? It was a simple thing for her. And you know, with certain women of that mindset, this whole dream wedding, they weren't gonna let it go. Most women be like, nah, I want this big wedding, and you trying to deprive me of my childhood. And simply put, she just like, man, at the end of the day, we can save so much money, and you're right. But you being with me helps the relationship a whole lot more. Because when it comes down to it, like I always say, you'll have a woman that makes $100,000. My wife makes, say she make 40, I make 60. We make 100, just like the woman that makes 100 by herself. She has one hiccup in her life. Life as she know it is over. Bills piling up on her. Who's gonna help her? The boyfriend, in which she haven't even strongly established a relationship with. That guy's out of there. You know, because you know when money get tight, people act funny. They act different. You know, to the point where me and my wife we have that situation. Okay, let's buckle down and let's, you know, do certain things to the aspect where I still got you. You know, I'll just go make a little more money and put more into the pot. You know, or I go do this, or even if I have the ability to sell something to, you know, until hold you over until we get a job. That's if we need your income. See, a lot of people live above they mean so much, and they deal with these women that have the mind frame of having high end things as excellence. You got to start budgeting your you know, your finances. You know, watch how you spend your money because, like I always say, money, you know, it's not gonna last always. You know, from the standpoint in which, you know, you're dealing with women that, you know, like nice things. There's nothing wrong with liking nice things, but to have them at every turn and corner, that puts a damper on your pocket long term.
Okay, fellas. Well, yeah, I just wanted to tell Rael that I bought the book, but I just want to come up and ask that question. So thank you. I'm going to drop down.
All right, Dr. Dunbar, you know you're always welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a great read, Dr. Dunbar. You definitely going to enjoy it. Definitely going to be some things in there that you're going to identify with for sure. So it's an easy read too. So you probably be able to read it over the weekend. But it's a great book.
Okay, I'll let you know when I get done.
All right.
All right, fellas.
Yeah. Sure. Good night.
Yeah, I'm out of here too. It's been a long day, so let me get up with y'all.
Hey, nice talking to you, Ryle, man.
No doubt, man. You too, Dre, man. Y'all be easy, man. Have a safe weekend.
You too.
All right.
Yeah, you was on the Roger report earlier. See?
I was on the
Oh,
Rock report earlier.
oh, okay. I've heard about his platform, but I have never went over there and watched anything.
Yeah, Roger's pretty cool, and like I always say, with both issues of men and women coming on panels, I always have that issue with the men. Like I always tell them, keep your
Mhm.
sword down. They're always drawing the sword at the women, like, what are you
Yeah.
doing over here? You trying to inflate the conversation, or you're trying to blow this and blow that. To the aspect, I'm like, man, we, we should be like Roger does. For the most case, he kind of helps the women along with their train of thought. A lot of women have this whole man, to the point where if you always hear men cussing and clowning at the women, they're gonna have that notion of, well, this is how all men act. This is how all men think.
Yeah.
And even with the women coming on the panel, a lot of men don't like women coming on the panel because you got to move a certain way. You got to carry yourself in a certain manner. To the point where I don't like the men always coming at the women. And if they're there, obviously some of them are kind of reckless, but most of them are there to actually learn. And if you're
Mhm.
having a man always trying to cut her head off and she's saying something that she don't know, if she heard it from somewhere else, and as men in this space do too,
Yeah.
spill talking points. And if you're correcting her about the situation, then she can get understanding. To where if you're not correcting her and you're just, what I'm saying, slanging, slurs and all this other stuff at her, she's still walking away not knowing. And you
Well,
don't care because you don't want to deal with the women in general. So it's both hurting the issue. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm like, you're absolutely right. You know, I've never. I think I was on a panel one time when when the women when that was an issue or a problem. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I kind of stay away from those panels. Uh, you know what I'm saying? I've been in panels where women and men been on the panels and they've been going back and forth, but I try not to engage into that. I try to have a conversation with the woman, but when I feel the energy, because it's the space, right? You got to understand the space in which you're in, right? And the space of the manosphere, the black manosphere, came about and existed from when I went back in history, start getting the history and the archives of the history, right? Because when I came around, it was already over. That whole gender war thing was over. I just stumbled upon it because they were just talking about man stuff online, politics, sports, business, travel, just man stuff. It felt like a day in the barbershop, you know what I'm saying? Or on the corner, just, I mean, it was nothing. So I didn't really see it until it reared its head again. And then I got the thing, and the manosphere came about because of the gender war with the women, bashing the men and then the men bashing the women. So a lot of that stuff is still there. And it's really extra. It's getting this new thing is getting like 3.0 style where you can't have a difference of opinion, right? Where it's a both-sided thing. So when the women come in, they're triggered already, right? And the men are triggered from what they heard or the trauma bonding or whatever's going on. And that's just a powder keg of debauchery, fuckery. And then you got to put the whole thing is that we black, right? So then that goes into a whole different specimen of that, right? That goes into a whole specimen of another bag of us ragging on each other in public, right? And then that is given the stereotype of how we deal with each other, which is not good. Not to say that the other races of people or the other demographic of people don't rag on each other. It's just they like to put ours out there for entertainment and buffoonery and fuckery. And
If you don't see too many of those Mexican shows like that, I mean, they have on those Telemundo channels where it's all acting and shows of being funny, but to show the ratchet and the rude behavior, you don't see a lot of that within those communities.
And they are rude, ratchet. They do rude, ratchet shit all the time. Like you know what I'm saying. Like I've been around the Latino community. I see them. Like I'm Asians. They rude, ratchet too. You know what I'm saying. Like every community has it. It's just ours is on display all the time because it's something to laugh at, and that's why I say we, we have to be more cognizant of how we deal and talk with each other, especially of the opposite sex, um, being in these spaces, in this community that we share on this platform. Like, try this one time, right? Right. I did this as an experiment, like as a social experiment, right? And I challenged the audience to do this, right? When I talk about women and I give a critique of women, right? And I say, this is how I say it. When I'm giving a critique of women, especially if there's black women on the panel, this is what I say, right? I say a loud majority, right? A loud minority of women, right? Do X, Y, and Z. You notice I never get any flack. You notice I never get any flack. Like whenever I do a critique of women, right? Like a critique, right? And I say, okay, but a lot of times, a lot of you ladies, you're not like very straightforward with what you want. We got to kind of, just a regular critique because women talk they speak with a lot of different languages that you got to pin your ears, right? Like, but I'll say like I would say, listen, a lot of men are stupid, right? We got to learn the love language of the emotional thing of women because women are very emotionally astute. They're very emotionally intelligent. They're in tune with their emotions all the time, right? Men aren't. We're not emotionally intelligent. We like to suppress it and to do all this other stuff. So, but a lot of the loud minority of women do X, Y, and Z, right? If I would say that, I don't get any flack. You know why? There's two reasons. One, I'm saying the loud minority of women, right? That means I'm not saying all women, right? Because that's a triggering word, right? When you say all women do X, Y, and Z, right? But when you talk about black people, when I say a loud minority of women, you notice if a black woman's on the panel, it doesn't trigger her. If I say all women do X, Y, and Z, it doesn't trigger her because I'm not saying black women, but I'm including her into the conversation because she's a woman.
Yeah. And that's like with me. I always push the narrative of, not speaking in absolutes to the
Exactly.
point where I always use some women. You know, the characteristics in which most, when you start putting a stamp on certain things, I tell them, majority of the women are chasing the money. That's evident. I mean, most women know that. But I say that when it comes down to it, there's a number of high quality women that don't get that recognition because why? You know, the pool of bad outweigh the good.
Yeah,
And that's what it is with men. When it comes to a lot of men that want to get married and want to be in a relationship, that's what majority of the men in this space want. But a lot of them not getting that according to their approach. You know,
exactly.
because there's certain men have been hurt once. They taken on that trauma and that pain and brought it into the next relationship. And DS1 it always talks about this healing before you build.
There you go. Yeah.
And my wife even said that listening to some channels with me sometimes. Sometimes she'll just say, I can't listen to it no more because you guys are talking to a man that hasn't had a breakthrough within so many hours or, just within the length of, I hear the same guy, like certain guys she'll hear, she'll be like, oh, that's that guy. Yeah, I remember him. She always,
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know,
Yeah.
like I said, I came into the space because of Erica Williams. She always talked highly about BGS, and you know, I mostly dealt with her with finance. You know,
Yeah.
when I found the manosphere, the Black manosphere, it was to the standpoint where I'm like, man, I
Mhm.
I didn't even know this is this. Like you said, it was more
Yeah.
along barbershop talk. You know, those hangouts, those
Yeah.
things were like classic. And then it
Yeah.
got to the point where, you know, once the streaming changed and I guess the what they call an ad apocalypse and guys start moving a lot more different,
Yeah.
you know.
And I'm gonna say this like the same thing. That's how I got on. Like you know, what I mean, like I was actually I was subscribed to O'Shea for like a year or some change before, and then I got recommended to BGS by YouTube, and he went live or something. Right? It was recommended he was live. I was like, oh shoot, and I was let me check him out, and he had an open panel. I said, oh, let me jump on there, and that's how I got on there. And I didn't know what the manosphere was. I didn't even know it existed. I didn't even know it was a thing until a couple of months later, and it was that whole beef back and forth with what's going on, and I was like, but BGS explained himself that the manosphere was a thing, and they actually made the black manosphere because they was in the white manosphere, and then I researched that, and I was like, oh shit, it's a whole bunch of dudes crying about women. Like, and I would listen to these dudes' experiences. Like, everybody had the same thing. My wife left me. I was a hard-working dude. She cheated on me. She took the kids. She ran me through divorce court. Don't trust these women. Don't trust these women. Don't trust these women. The system, the system, the system. And I was like, okay. But then I'm looking at the black manosphere. I was like, well, they're not really talking about that. I'm like, yeah, they talk about the child support issue and how to work through the court systems. And there was brothers talking about, no, you need to do this. I'll say that's good information. I don't have those problems, but I get it. But then as the other manospheres started to evolve, then the black manosphere started to devolve into that. And then it was the 3.0, which was more the trauma bonding of the incelness that was happening. And then I had to step away.
Yeah,
You know
man.
what I'm saying? And I had to step away, man. And I had to, and as a content creator, like, I go like when BGS and what I'm saying, when he goes live, like I'll listen to the conversation. And if they're talking about something else, like far as the finances, the politics, the the trends, the market, all of that, I'll jump on the panel, talk to them. When they started talking about relationships, I excused myself because I already know we about to have 6 hours of black female fuckery. Right? I already know what's going to happen, so I just excuse myself. Like, what I'm saying? Because I don't have that problem, right? Like, I don't listen to certain female content creators because they on that extra, they on that. You know what I mean? There's nothing I can really get from that. I would like to support them because we have this space as black folk, right? This is our little card, but it is what it's going to be. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You
man.
know,
That's
you know what it's going to be, man.
yeah. That's like one of the content creators. I be well, he's not content. He's just a guy that be on the channel on Lauro, and he be like, man, you know, I'm married. You married? He was like, why are you over there with them dudes? Why you be over there kicking it? And I say, man, you know, I'm sort of just like what Roger do, man. I'm sort of trying to do the Lord's work, trying to bring some of these guys out of that mindset, man. Because I'm like, some of them are just like hurt so bad, and I'm like, dude, it's not that bad. You know, elevate your mind, read a little bit, you know, study, you know, kind of deal with a woman and dislike, you know, because if you take sex off the table with most women,
Hmm.
most guys don't want to deal with those women because you know the conqueredness of, you know, conquering that goal of getting sex. If you just take the sex off the table and deal with the woman on her intellect and
Hmm.
how she carries herself, a lot of guys will be in successful relationships. And it's to
Well,
the point where if they're not doing right, then just don't deal with them.
well, Well, I'm gonna say it like this, right? Like, you did some traveling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the I saw a difference, right? So this is and this is what you're about to see, right? It may not go over with a lot of people, but what you're about to see in the next couple of years, right? They're going to do it in the main cities, right? Because this is where they're having a lot of the problems, right? And what I mean a lot of the problems is they're not having enough kids. The dominant society is not having enough kids, right? A lot of, that whole incel thing is actually becoming a worldwide epidemic. You know what I'm saying? It's not just in America, it's all over the place. People ain't having kids, right? Okay. So, and nature will fix itself, right? It'll rebound, right? It'll fix itself. So you're going to start to see that they're going to start legalizing prostitution, right? In America. Now you're probably asking me, like, why did I bring this up? Well, I'm gonna explain something to you, right? Remember what you said, taking, if sex was off the table, right? If men wasn't getting sex from women was off the table, then what they were gonna do with themselves, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what is the major issue, right? Okay. People gonna have sex with each other, right? If you notice that people, the older generation from like the baby boomers, right? They had more kids, right? Remember, like your aunts and uncles, your grandmama probably had 9 to 12 kids. If she ain't had 8 to 9 kids, something's wrong with it, right? Especially, when they migrated up from the south, they going up north, right? My grandmother had 9 kids, right? Then I looked at my aunts and uncles. My older aunt, she had 4, right? She had 4 sons, right? My mom just had me. Then the rest of my aunts and uncles, they only had two kids apiece, 2 or 3 kids apiece, right? So now the average child is 2, right? Now you're asking yourself a question, why? Because of technology, right? But the other reason, but did that stop the single parent ratio? No, it didn't, right? Then the advent of child support helped mitigate that shit because the other dominant society, white men, were running around being reckless with their dick. Child support was not invented for black folk. It was invented for white men because they was out there being reckless with their dick. They was having all these kids, not taking care of the kids, running around, leaving all these white women, being single mamas and stuff. So welfare and child support was basically to mitigate the problem with white society. End of story, end of cap. Right? Actually, it was actually very hard for a black woman to get on child support, get on welfare. She's got to go up there a couple of times. You just don't get on child support like that if you're black. White women get it first. The statistic shows it. It's known. It is what it is. So now they're having a birth problem. Right? They're having a birth problem. You can tell they're having a birth problem because they're repealing a lot of these abortion laws. Per capita, white women get the most abortions. Is that right, She?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, they try to push it off on our community, but
No. White women get the most goddamn abortions, right? You know what I'm saying? White women get the most abortions. And if you get so many abortions, you can't have kids. You become infertile, right? So you got all these white men walking around here that's single. So they're pushing 2 narratives. They're pushing a lot of the admixture, the interracial dating. You always see a black man with a white woman. They're pushing it because they know that black people are highly fertile. Right? So they need to have children. You got to have children so you have future taxpayers. You got your future taxpayers. Then the problem is these white boys that are shooting up these schools or shooting up a mass shooting, they got this incel problem because they're not getting their share of the vagina because they're sexually frustrated. So what do you do? Right? This is what you do. You introduce what? You institute prostitution. You introduce the prostitution, then what happens is these men that are sexually frustrated, because when we were young as boys, as young men growing up with that testosterone growing in your brain, you was only thinking about one thing: getting back into the place that you was birthed out of. You ain't thinking of nothing else, right? You're not you know, as a man, until your brain develops about 25 and you get through life experiences, like you said with your wife, you wasn't worrying about the ass and all this other stuff. You was worrying about what she brought to the table mentally, because you were past that. You already did all of that.
Yeah.
Right? But these young, if you listen to these guys in the space with this 3.0 and stuff, they, if you ask them, do you got kids? No. Are you a single parent? No. Are you a baby? Do you got a baby mama? No. Then why do you have all this vitriol for women? Like, I can kind of understand this guy going through this pain with the 1.0 and the 2.0, but you never dealt with it. Well, these bitches don't choose right. This, and this. And the thing is that means you're trauma bonding because you felt rejected from society. These men aren't rejected from society. You know what I'm saying? Because they were actually with a woman at one point in time. Right? It just didn't work out for whatever the reason. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not even being picked to make the mistake or not working out, but that's more indicative of you getting yourself, right? But you're worried about the sexual gratification part, because the older you get, the more you don't have it, the more a woman can feel that lusting thirstiness, or that's what they call it. So this is a problem, right? And this is a problem for greater society, right? And the difference between the black men that are dealing with it is that we have this switch that we won't totally go off the Richters and go shoot up some shit. The white boys don't have that switch. They don't have that code, right? Because they show it every day. There's a mass shooting damn near every day, right? They just had one. They just had one yesterday. 8 people died, right? So what that basically means is they're bringing prostitution into the world. Then they're going to call it prostitution. They're going to call it sex working, right? And this is by design. Because, and the reason why I say this is when I went to other countries, and I'm in one, is that when they have the legalization of said prostitution, right, the men don't act as thirsty after women as when they're being sexually repressed. It's because there's a difference. They understand it, right? I can go, I'm not pressured to deal with this woman on a only sexual need. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to this woman just to get some vagina. Because if I take her out on a date and the date costs a total of $150, for me to her to eat, have something extra or whatever, because, inflation or whatever, if I pay Susie Hoosie Coo over here her $100, I can relieve myself and cut to the chase. Then I can take my time with this woman because I'm thinking with a clear head, right? We don't want to talk about this as men, but that after nut regret, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get with a female, you've been hungry after this woman, you get with her, you have sex with the woman, and then once you blow that nut or whatever, you realize that you really don't like this chick. Like you find everything that's wrong with her. That's the thing, because you wasn't really into her for her personality or who she is. You was into her because your DNA was saying you needed to mate with this chick. You were driven by your physical raw nature as a man to mate with this chick. You know what I'm saying? And once that got out the way, you couldn't stand it because you got it. Maybe it was good, maybe it wasn't good, but you just can't stand a woman, so you don't want to be with her. You only want to treat her as a sexual object. So this is why they have to institute this. But these are men that are instituting this. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, because that's just like Cat Williams said that if you think a woman look good, go ahead, jack off in the car, and come back and look at her the same.
Yeah.
Because once you conquer, it's like what else? What is there to do? I've heard so many men. It gets redundant to the point where
Mhm.
the whole game of wanting to have sex with so many women and over time and man, I did this and did that, but like they say, as all them old players when they get a little older, man, they want to settle down and have the wife and kid mentality, but you know why not do that from the jump? Why do you have to have that mindset of like I said, I got married at 25. I had a different thought as of I got out of high school, like probably about 19 to 20. I started changing my mindset on dealing with certain women because the way I was moving and making money, I had older men. Like I've always hung around older men, and they've
Yeah.
always told me, when you start making this type of money and you start coming around certain women, they're gonna take you for a ride. He's like, so you got to be able to move a certain way, carry yourself this way and that way too as well. And they
Yeah.
came to a position to where just like you was talking about with the money aspect, I had a girl in a situation where me and her was messing around and got a rental car. I think I told this story before. One time I had got a rental car and she got a car on discount to the point where I had a little job come up at the last minute to where I had to hurry up and just dip out of town and everything to where you know it was a position to where she could have just gave me the money back or she'd have been like, man, this and that. At first, she didn't even say nothing about it because I told her, I was like, I gotta go. I say the plans that we had is canceled, and this and that. She went on here and after I think like a couple of days or so, she was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot, man. You gave me the money for this and that. Do you wanna go ahead and for me to pay you the money back or to the aspect? It wasn't even a thought until after she got herself straight. She had a little more money in her pocket.
Right.
And I was like, man, don't worry about it. Because it wasn't nothing to me. It was just $75 or something
Yeah.
like that around enough to where it wasn't a big deal for me. But the whole like they say with the shit test point is the see how you really move. Because if you act this way with this little money, if I
Yeah.
present a lot of money in your face, how are you going to truly act? So,
Yeah.
that just gave me a pass to, kind of see how she moved. Like I said, to a standard, I started thinking a little more elevated over time to where I wasn't moving the same way as most people did and, handle situations. Cause I'm like, man, I am making a good substantial amount of money and, I can do some things to change my life and change other people's life. And
Right.
to the point where I got to start dating women totally different now. I'm
Yeah.
like in high school, I didn't have no money, so I was
Yeah.
just playing
You
around,
say that
messing
too,
around.
though.
But yeah, it got different when I got older.
And people don't understand like that thing is true, right? Um, you know, you got to date at your level. I had to learn that when I joined the military. And this is where, and this is why I say it's imperative that we have these solution based conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like from I made this mistake, but this is how I corrected myself, and this is how I go about life. And you got to get that from the older generation. And when I was, when I was in the Navy, I'm saying, I'm like 18, 19 years old, I'm saying? I got me a car, I got me a job, what I mean? I ain't got to pay for, basic necessities because the military pay for that. If I want to eat out, I just eat out. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, other than my clothes and my gas tank and my phone bill, I'm straight. You know what I mean? I don't have, those other responsibilities outside of that, right? 'Cause I was on the base, right? Because, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And I was out there messing with the chicks, man. I was messing with the chicks because, I came from the hood, the project, the low brow, whatever. So I'm out there in the projects, man. I'm just running around, man. I'm running through. I'm running through and running through. You know what I mean? Because I got the car, I got, I got, I'm up there with the chick, like, hey, you want to go out on Saturday? And she said, I don't know. I was like, no, I got you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just want to go to the movies. I don't want to go by myself. Let's go out. Okay, we gonna eat. Because you know, you invite somebody out or you take a chick out on a date, old school, you supposed to pay. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a thing about that whole going Dutch or the other shit, right? But I wasn't expecting her to pay because she lived in the projects. You know what I'm saying? You got, you got a little job here and there, but you ain't got no money, right? I got the money. I'm supposed to flex, right? And what I realized, yeah, I was getting the chicks. I was smashing down. I was smashing these chicks. But what was the substance about it? Was she dealing with me because she was dealing with me? Or was she dealing with me of that I could change her environment? Right? And what I realized, my one of my mentors, my OGs, he pulled me to the side. He said, hey, young bud, we gonna go out. You gonna go out with me. I'm gonna take you out. Right. And I'm 18, 19, but I had some maturity about me because I knew how to act around people that was older than me, because I was always around people that was older than me. So he takes me to this club. He gets me in the little 25 and over club, right? And he said, look, nobody gonna charge you for no alcohol, right? He said, but I believe you in the military, you can die for your country, you can have a drink, but you know how to do it. I said, all right, cool. I'm gonna shake. So we get in there, I'll order me a drink. I'm sitting there. This lady's, walk up to me, starts talking to me. I can tell she's older than me. She was about, I think, 27 or something like that. I'm talking to the lady, me and her having a conversation. And, we didn't dance. It was a nice dance club, whatever. We didn't dance. It was a lounge, actually. We didn't dance. We was listening to the music. She said, you know this song? I said, yeah, I know this song. And then she said, how old is you really, right? You know what I'm saying? How old is you really? She leaned over and asked me, and I said, hey, I'm about 19. And she was like, cool, right? And she said, did you drive? I said, nah, my friend, you know what I'm saying? He drove. He said, okay. Well, she said, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, what'd you do? I said, well, I ain't want to tell her because I was in the military. She said, I know you in the military. Most of the people in here in the military. Don't worry about that. Right. And then I was like, okay. And she said, well, you gonna come home? She said, well, I said, well, let's get something to eat after the club, right? Yeah, after, the lounge. Like, well, we can leave now, right? That's what she said. And I was like, okay, cool. So where you want to go to eat at? Because it's a diner. No, you can come back to my place. I cook you something. So she cooked me something. We sitting up there having a conversation, drinking and talking. One thing led to another, whatever. And we was cool. We chopped it up. But that was my first experience of when I called her up and I said, hey, when would you like to do this again? She said, well, I'm free on Tuesday. Right? I'm used to only dealing with women on the weekend because the women I was dealing with, whatever. So I went over on the weekend. I went over on the Tuesday and we went, you know what I'm saying? We went out, forgot what it was. It was something we went to. It was like, I think it was, we went to mini golf. And then she had like a little mixer thing she was going to. And we went there, we had a good time and whatever. And, I picked up, I dropped off, you know what I'm saying, at house and, you know what I'm saying. And, she stood at the door, said good night. I got in the car, but it was no pressing. Not because she gave me the sex beforehand. It was I wasn't pressing the issue. And I started to learn how to deal with women at my level. And what I mean at my level is women that were about their own money. They got a career. Because I got a career. And a lot of times with men, when we start to get our money and we start to get our stuff, we fall into the pitfalls. Because if you start making money as a man, you start, you miss all the pitfalls of teenage life or whatever. And you get about 22, 23 years old and you start making some money, you got to start dealing with women that are in a different echelon because, say you in a relationship with this woman, she's going to be more cognizant of what she does and how she comes across because she got her own. She's not trying to get yours. You know what I'm saying? She's now you got the chance to get to know each other. So you get to do what you get to do this thing that they used to do back in the day when the real patriarchy was around called courting, right? Like if the patriarchy was like it was now, well, if the patriarchy that they want was a now, a lot of these dudes wouldn't even have access to women because you couldn't date a certain woman or court her if you didn't have a certain amount of money or the potential to make a certain amount of money because she already has it because her family already provides it. She's from a family that has means. And the men in the family would dictate that she's allowed to be with you or to court you. You would have to go through the men of the family to get access to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the day, that's always was the way, when you meet a girl, you deal with the dad. You know, even if the mom was single, you still would go in there and introduce yourself to the parents.
To,
Hello, I'm this person, and me and your daughter, we're talking, messing around or whatever. Because the whole thing was the parents want to see what was the relationship. Was it established, or what are you guys actually doing? This whole standpoint of we messing around, cut buddies and all that stuff.
yeah.
Nobody's not going in there telling their parents no junk like that. You
Yeah.
know, situationship. It is just what it is.
Yeah.
Parents like, hey, get rid of this dude. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Vice vice versa when it came down to the to the girl, same way. Hey, she moved different. She's a whore.
Yeah,
Watch yourself with her.
yeah. Your aunt, like I remember my uncles were dating, and my aunts would, my grandmother would be there, but my aunts would be the one that was doing the whole battering ram thing, giving her the cross examination. You know what I'm saying? And my uncles would do it to the men. Like my aunts that are married to their husbands, they had to get the cosign of my uncles. You know what I'm saying? Because my
But
grandmother and my grandfather was separated, right? So it was a family affair that protected, and this is courting. Like we don't do that nowadays because technology and all this other stuff. So this is what's going to happen. How do you mitigate that? Right? The courting function has to go into play, but how do you get that? People have lost the ability to have a conversation and talk to each other, right? If you have a girlfriend, what's the difference? What is the suffix and the prefix, or the prefix and the suffix of that compound word, right? If this is my girlfriend, she's a girl and she's my friend. That's a compound word. If this is your girlfriend, she's a girl and she's my friend. That means she's deeper in it than what it is, right? It's more of a loving relationship, but she still is my friend. You still have to have a friendship there, right? Now, on the male side, if he's for the females, if he's a boyfriend, this is what it is. So we keep forgetting the take it slow thing because in a world of instant gratification, we have lost the art of that. Now, that's not saying back in the day people weren't fucking and shit, and having sex and sneaking, going out to the ridge and making out and people popping up pregnant because you wouldn't have a thing called the shotgun wedding. Well, you got her pregnant, you're gonna have to do the right thing and get married, boy. That did happen. But but that's when the patriarchy was intact. Now they're trying to get the patriarchy back.
yeah, but to the standpoint of where a lot of guys want that patriarchy, man. To me, in most cases, a lot of guys they don't even deserve it because like I've heard so many guys talking about wanting submissive women, and once the women come to the table, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna take care of the family if you want to go back to the old way of thinking and old way of pushing? Because ultimately, the women took care of the house while the men work. Most guys, who do have jobs, how are you spending your money? How are you moving around? Because
Yeah,
that's gonna play a key part. If you barely have enough money to take care of yourself, how you gonna withstand a relationship in the family? So let's get that thing together for one. You
Yeah.
know, and the whole concept of women not acting right and this and that. You got guys wanting to mess with the girl down the street, that which back in the day what it was. That little fast girl down the road,
Yeah.
she ain't no good. The everybody knew about her. To the standpoint, most guys are like, man, I can't go mess with her. Grandma says she ain't no good. So now that when you say she ain't no good, they rubbing their hands like, oh man, that's fresh. I can get that easy. They worried about the easy process versus, establish. Because I always push my friend when I was younger, and they would always be talking about, yeah, I'm about to go hit this and hit that. And I'm like, I like in house. So my standard is in house is, me and this girl, we establish a relationship. I can get it pretty much on a multiple whenever, you know, to a standard of which you have those drought nights. You can be calling, texting late at night. To a standpoint, if I'm establishing a relationship with a woman, me and her together, we're building, you know, that that's a perfect combination for me. So if I want to go have sex, I'll go over her house, she come over my house, we establish some type of time to meet or whatever, and that's what we do. But with you, not establishing a relationship because you got a Rolodex of girls in rotation, if they mess with the other dude, 9 times out of 10, it's not your night, you know?
Yeah. It's I'm like it's a dance. It's a dance. When I learned to there's a different level of things, right? Like even when I was like I would go to the colleges, right? You know what I'm saying? 19, 18, 19 years old. I would go to ODU, Norfolk State, Hampton University, right? But these are women in college. You know what I mean? They got finals, they studying, but I got a career. You know what I mean? They're in school, right? I'm getting off work, like, hey, let's go out. Nah, I can't go out. I gotta study for this exam. What? Man, what? And then I'm like, you know what? You're right, because you're in college. I got a job. I got a career. Like you're in college, right? Okay, do you? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and do you. We'll get up later. And I realized that I was in a different echelon of women to deal with. I had to deal with career driven women. So at 19, 20 years of age, I had to deal with women that was 26, 27 years old because they were already out of college. They already had their own car, their career, they had their bills. Because I had a career that put me in that echelon of people, right? And I didn't want to have kids. You know what I mean? Or get caught up with, having kids or something like that or whatever. And that's what kind of kept me out of the muck and mire and watching my homeboys, be like, oh man, I got an old girl pregnant. Oh man, I got, they going through whatever they going through because of it's two young people having kids that are being immature at the time. You know what I mean? At 21, 22, 23 years of age, you don't need a kid. You know what I mean? You just figuring out life. You can't even rent a car. Really. I mean, your car insurance is too high, let alone healthcare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you ain't even getting the swing of life. At 22 years of age, when you went to college, you just graduated college and you supposed to be starting whatever your job is. By the time you about 25, you just kind of got the swing of life and you're starting to slow it down a little bit. You're not going out and partying as much. About 26, 27, you kind of looking at life like, man, I need to get a house. I need to get a better job. I need to do all of this shit, right? And I'm talking from a male perspective. You know what I mean? From a male perspective, how you're thinking, right? And when you hit about 30, 32, you looking at like, man, 40 is around the corner. But by the time you hit 35, you like, whoa, what was I doing? Why was I bullshitting? And then when you're 40, you ain't got the patience for a whole bunch of fucking. You know what I mean? So, and I'm saying this from a perspective of understanding how, up until 40, how life is I'm looking back and I'm saying to myself is, I didn't do bad for myself, and I'm glad that I had the mentors that I had to give me the solution to the problems in a constructive manner, where they showed me you have to deal with people at your level. Why are you complaining about the bottom vestiges of your culture and your community? That is the loud minority. There are plenty of wholesome women walking around that's in the community that are doing what they're supposed to do that don't have children.
but they not fine. They not desired upon other men. See, that's my whole standpoint. Just like Wacky, Wacky and Sarah Badiah, we was on the panel, and we
Yeah,
was talking about that to the point where a lot of these men, that's what I was saying earlier. A lot of these men are, some type of stature, educated. They want to deal with the same women that these guys who they, the pookies and these rough guys, they getting these whole girls that look good, and they want to be ride or die with this man. This whole concept of riding in the car with the drugs because he's buying her everything, because she's looking the part. You want to have sex with that same woman, but get on the panel and complain about it.
there you
Like,
go.
what are we doing? And
Well,
then,
see, this is where the articles of prostitution come to the table, and this actually happened, right?
yeah,
You know, you get what I'm saying? This is like look at the laws that they're changing right now, right? Like if you look in New York, right? They're making a bill for sex workers. Look in Baltimore, prostitution is not being prosecuted, right? So you got access
yeah,
to her,
yeah.
just like
And I,
Pookie and Ray Ray does.
yeah, and I think Vegas was like the big test for years that they've been
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah. But it's sex, drug. You know what I mean? A ugly prostitute ain't gonna make a lot of money. Let's just get that straight, right? But they call it sex workers, right? So this includes the Instagram models. This includes who else? This includes the strippers. This includes the exotic dancers. This includes the people because the federal government they trying to tax this. The state trying to tax this. They trying to get taxpayer dollars off of this. This is a
yeah,
business revenue thing. So what are you going to complain about next? I'm tired of all these whores in here. They just want your money. Well, that's what they are. Now I do understand that it is an issue, right? Because the vestiges of society, those minority vestiges of society, are getting all the attention, right? And because and then the women have to model themselves with the fashion so they can court men, but then the men are, what I mean? So I get it. So this is a separation, right? But we've seen this before, right? What other republic has done this in the vestiges of history? Greece and Rome.
mhm. What is
They done the
a
same thing.
what was the old saying? When in doubt, do like the Romans.
Do like the Romans do. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean it's crazy, man. And like for the whole standard, my thing was this: if men start changing, because I did a panel with who needs to change, the men and the women, and Kane and a lot of guys, Ricky Williams, they came on. They was
Yeah.
like the community is built by the men, right? So if the men change, then the community changes because
Thank you.
the women they can do whatever they want, but without those men to do what? Protect and build things and provide for them, what are they doing? They're like lost souls, you know? And it's to the point, like I always say, if the men come with if we push a standard across the board and women know they can't be with a man because of that standard is low tier, the women will have to change. They have no choice. And if they don't change, guess what? The men are just already opting out and going to other communities and dealing with those women. But what? They're still building within the black family because majority, you gotta look at it. We're not gonna have that strong gene, but when it comes down to it, you know, that black gene, I mean, it's pure. I mean,
Yeah.
you mess with mess with a couple of women of other races, they're gonna still be known as black.
Yeah.
To the standpoint is if women don't come on board, I mean, they're just lessening their standards, to the point where most men, like I said, if they come with a standard of, we're not dealing with women unless they have this type of standard of family, you know, respecting the men. Like I've always preached on, the whole thing of understanding, dealing with a woman in which you get into a situation out on the street. Let's say somebody hit your car. She not jumping out, throwing her hands at the man. She's sitting there in the passenger seat because she's letting her man handle it.
Yeah.
If she get into a car accident, she's calling you to tell you I got in a car accident. This guy's yelling at me in the car. What should I do? Not for her to jump out the car because she knows she has a gun in the car. She
Yeah.
jumps out without the gun, goes up to the man. You hit my car, and the man
Yeah.
ultimately grabs her. What good is that gun? And what good is that? The standard. If you jump out without the gun to start an argument with a guy, to the point where you shouldn't even be jumping out of the car in the first place. If the man
Yeah.
comes out all aggressive, stay in that car, roll up your window. You could talk to him from the window. Police do it all the time, you
Yeah.
know. And that's the whole issue. Guys are wanting to deal with women on the looks aspect, but then they complain years later, she don't cook, she don't clean. But you've been married for 5 years. At what point you knew she didn't know how to cook? For 5 years, at what point you didn't know she know how to clean?
But she can twerk. She can twerk, 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 twerk. Right?
Yeah. She could take Instagram pictures without filters. She a baddie.
You know,
you know.
that's what it's called substance. That's what I was saying that earlier when Dr. Dunbar came up here. I said, you know, why couldn't she get on my when he asked that question, why couldn't she get on my program? I said, because she was already in a different program. You can't take a woman that's on a different program and get her on your program. You have to find a woman that's already into that program. And that's basically what it is. Like, we're grown now. When you get to a certain age, people are going to be stuck in their ways. Like, you can't be 35 years of age, 40 years of age, and you keep talking about a woman in a certain vestiges of society, right? And expect not to deal. Like, if I'm 35 years of age, right? I'm dealing with a woman, right? I'm going out here dating. I'm not married. I don't have any kids, right? But I'm dealing with women in the bottom vestiges of society. What's the likelihood of me getting a woman that doesn't have a child already?
Go ahead. What'd you say? I'm sorry. I was talking to my kids.
No, I'm saying, like, if you're 35 years of age, right? You don't have any children, you're not married as a man, and you keep dealing with the woman in the bottom vestiges of society, what is the percentage of you getting a woman that doesn't have a child already?
Exactly. I mean, like I said earlier, when it comes to pigs wallowing in mud, if you go to the bottom, that's what you're gonna pull out. Mid grade gas give you mid grade results. High quality and standards, it gives you high quality and standard results.
Now, here's another thing, right? If you're 35 years of age, right, and you get a woman, what is the culpability? What is your compatibility? Because, okay, let's say you raise up to the woman that's about the vestiges, that's in the higher vestiges of society, right? That's around, say you're doing well, whatever, right? So you're looking at this woman, she's using her brains, she's whatever, nice, well-to-do woman, looks good, whatever, right? She ain't like Instagram supermodel, but the woman is well put together, she looks good, all of this other thing, right? You're going to have to deal with it if you're 35, between 28 and about 32, 33, 34, 35, right? So if she doesn't have a
Yeah.
child, that means is that she has a career. So when you get married, she might not have a child right then and there. She might wait a little bit to have a kid because she has a career track. And for a woman, when she's in her career, for her to have a child, it takes her out of her career track. Because that's another thing that you have to consider.
right? So you got to deal with the woman. If you're 35 years of age as a man, you trying to have a kid, you're trying to get married, you're trying to do all of this other stuff. You got to deal with a woman that's between 28 and 33 or whatever, because she has to carry this child, especially if it's a first child. And the older the woman gets, the harder it is for her to carry the child, and the rebound effects. And then it can mess up her career track when she's got to get back into the workforce. And she's not, and if she's used to a certain thing of life where she's getting her own money, has her own career, has her own goals and stuff, she's not Susie Homemaker. And this leads to a lot of depression or post mortem or post mortem syndrome. I guess what that is. Serena Williams was talking about that when she finally had her daughter. She was going through all of this because she even said it. She wish she would have got married and had a child earlier so her body could recover, because she's at the back end of her career, and it was a lot of things going on. When women body changes and they makeup changes. But here's the other thing. You get a woman that's 10 years your junior, that's a 10-year gap. You 35. So when you're 45, she's 35. Right? So you had a kid, you get married, she's 25, you're 35, the kid's 10 years old. By the time you get 45, the kid's 20 years old when you're 55, but your wife is 45. There's a 10-year gap. At 55 years old, you ain't trying to do much of nothing. Shit, I'm at 40 and I'm good with doing much of nothing. Me and my wife ain't trying to do a lot. We like to sit home. You know what? You know how they say Netflix and chill? We don't Netflix and chill. We Netflix and watch.
Yeah, man.
We got 3 kids. There ain't no chilling going on. We done been there, done that. We good. We looking at TV. We up there eating the popcorn. We underneath the covers and enjoying ourselves and passing out because we done both fell asleep on the show. We Netflix and watch, and the Netflix is watching us sleep sometimes. When you're old, when you're younger, you know what I mean, and that's why you gotta get a woman that's closer to your age bracket. And the more that you wait and you don't find anybody, then the more that you're going to see that there's going to be a problem. Because I see these guys running around with these young women that got money and shit like that. They acting more like a dad than a damn husband. The super young, you know what I mean? Because I heard about these standards that they be talking about, man. Don't get no woman over because she passed her prom at 25. Dude, if you 30 some years old, you 30 to 40 some years old, you can't even keep up with the vigor of a woman that's 20, that's 25 and younger. She's doing a lot.
That's funny you say that, man, because it kills me to hear those guys say that. I mean, it was funny that it was a guy that came on Rogers' panel, and he was talking about dealing with only virgins and stuff.
Wow.
And so basically, he was trying to push that narrative, and the guys were like, "Hey, man, that's not gonna work." And he was like, "Why men can't have a standard of this and that?" And and I'm like, "Okay, well, you can go ahead and push your theory, but this is the thing, And one of the guys asked him, was like, "Do you deal with virgins?" And he was like, "Yeah, I dealt with 3 of them." He was like, "Well, did you marry them?" He was like, "No." He was like, "Okay, well, you're pushing dealing with virgins, but then you're going out here and having sex with virgins, so you're ultimately, messing up the gene pool in which you're trying to promote the men. Now, that woman that you mess with could have been a virgin for a guy who wanted to marry her because, that's your standard. But now she's not going to be able to get married because why? You messed up the pool." And, and the guy, he was like looking like, so I don't care. And for people that know, that's BGS's favorite Pookie. He know his name and he know who he is.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
BGS call him his favorite Pookie. But
Mhm.
it's funny, man. And I'm listening to guys so talk and have certain standards and want certain things out of life. But I'm like, dude, why are you promoting one thing and doing another? You know, don't be about this type of life, but then live this way. Don't say, man, I want to get married and have a good woman, But then when this whole pump and dump culture comes up and everybody, yeah, man, yeah, that's what we need to do. Yeah, or far as getting married, oh man, I'm going MGTOW. Like I told guys, man, you are 20 years old, maybe even 19. How are you gonna go MGTOW? How are you going to have this standard of which most of the older guys have because if they've been in situations and they dealt with women? You ain't even, like they say, you ain't even jumped off the porch yet, but to a standard in which you trying to go after with these older guys who've experienced life, and not that they fail, but the situation wasn't in their favor to the point where they said that they're done with it, you know. And that's the crazy part. I be looking at guys because it was one guy. Even another standard was there was a young guy come on there, the way they was talking about women so bad. This guy was like, man, it sounds like I should just break up with my girl because she gonna do wrong, which he's always bringing her to a high standard, talking about how good she is, and it came down to the issue where he was talking about the girl, and everybody was like, nah, dude, don't do that. Don't listen to what other guys made the mistake in which you think that you're going to have to live your life through. And guys, like you said earlier, was talking about giving the advice. Guys
Mhm.
were giving him advice. Hey, man, yeah, I'm telling you, man, this and this is bad. Don't do this and don't do that and don't do this. And, when I hear guys start saying all this stuff, I'm like, hey, man, I said, do you have any kids? He was like, nah.
Mhm.
I'm like, well, this guy want kids. Are you want to get married? No, I don't want to get married. I got 3 chicks. So a guy that doesn't want to get married, don't have kids, are giving the information to somebody that does want to get married. He ultimately just thought about it what he was doing, and it was already just motivated for him just to stop giving advice. But this is what we deal with on the panels because
Mhm.
everybody's a scholar of any issue at hand, but doesn't have the knowledge to actually implement this stuff because what is off either book knowledge or like the women say, my truth.
Well, you know what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it is. They become doctors of BFF, black female fuckery, and doctors of what about these black mamas, right? And what I mean to say is this: if you sit up there talking bad about women and you on MGTOW at 22 years of age, you're not voluntarily doing this. You're forced into it. There's something about you that women do not find attractive for the women that you want. And you want to be the Pookie and the Ray Ray, right? Well, you know what I'm saying? And you notice when they say the thing of the pumping and dumping, and yeah, this is what we should do, and these women are choosing wrong and whatever, because they got put in the friend zone, right? And they got put in the friend zone with these women, and they saw how the dude was just dogging a woman out, and she was so in love with him, and then she would come back and cry on his shoulder and tell him everything, and he couldn't even get the sympathy. Like he think he gonna get some sympathy pussy, like man, whatever. And she saw him not just as a friend, but a little brother, which is worse than the friend zone. And now that hasn't happened to him so many times where he doesn't understand that the Pookie that you despise but want to be and look up to, he gets turned down by women all the time. The difference between him and you is he don't let that phase him. He keeps it pushing. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and they don't understand that. And a lot of these guys that sit up here and say this stuff, they don't really live like that. Right? When I hear everybody, I'm a 6-figure dude. Dude, you got a lot of time on your hands for a 6-figure dude. 6-figure dudes are too busy putting in work for you to be a 6-figure dude. You be sitting up here for a 4 to 6 to 7 hour stream. Like, you can go to certain people channels, and if you see the same dudes at the same bat time, same bat channel, I'm 6 figures. Well, what do? I work over here. But what does that got to? Okay, 6 figures doesn't mean that you're going to get women. Has nothing to do with it. The only thing that you're going to get mainly is you can get a woman that loves you, but the woman that you want, she only going to want your money. And you want to have to work double and triple. The reason you got probably a lot of time on your hands if you're a 6-figure dude is because you're alone. 6 figures goes down to mid 5 figures when you got to take care of another person because you got to divide that by 2.
Oh man,
Is that not right? Or division is not a thing no more.
That's funny because I talked to a guy, he's 6-figure guy, and the funny aspect is when I talk to him about certain issues and I be telling him about this space, he laughed at me. He said, "Man, I don't even have time to sleep. How am I have time to watch a panel of guys, you know, not saying that they complaining, but I don't know what their issue is, but they need to get life together." You know, he always tell me every time I might say something about business and stuff, he was like, if it's something regarding business that can make me money, send it to me. I'll take a look at it when I can. But if it's something that's not regarding business, because I sent him a panel with one guy talking about stuff, he's like, I'm not trying to talk bad about certain things, but he said, I just rather not even look at it. You know, he said it's not fault to the guys that are on the panel. That's because he said I heard some good points from some of the guys, but the more I started listening to it, he's like, man, I'm missing out on so much money trying to listen to other situations, and it's not putting me in a mind frame of making money. He's like, how do you do it? And I told him, I say, my thing is I'm trying to help because I have a young son, I have young kids, and I have an older son. And with certain guys I run into don't have that guidance because I deal with one of my play cousins. This guy helped him out to a certain degree to where he got older, excuse me, and ultimately want to, kind of live himself as being a man, in which he was taking guidance from other people. And I'm like, dude, I've been pushing you in this right direction for so long, and it, change your standard when you start hanging around certain people.
Yeah.
And now he had to pay for it, the other way. And it kills me. And like I told him, I said, man, if you would have been following this path from which I laid for you because someone laid for me the same path, you'll be on the way to success. But because you chose this path, you gotta take that different direction. And I can't be there for you. That you got to do that ride by yourself. You got to get on that bike and ride out by yourself. And and it's funny too when you talk about the high value thing. Most of those guys don't even have time to do this. Unless it's something that they're making it a career, they're not gonna have time to do this on YouTube. And most of us, like the craziest part about it, I'm always working, so it's good for me to be talking. Especially while I be driving. It's a good conversation while I'm driving because when I'm at work, I'm boom, 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 move, 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 go, go, go. To the point where I get off, I'm still be on a couple of panels, come home, deal with my kids, come home, talk with my wife, schedule things out needs to be done, and I'm back just moving around. I mean, it's more of a little thing to like a hobby to have fun because my other hobbies I can't get to right now, because I'm moving around doing things. But even with the whole aspect of high value men, there was a guy on the panel once, he killed me. He was like, yeah, man, I'm a high value man. I started making over 100,000 like 2-3 years ago, and these women still ain't choosing. And I cut the pen. I'm like, hey. So you think because you make the money, the women are gonna come? I'm like, really?
Well, you know what he should do? Listen. So what he think is, what he's thinking is he just go, right? He go to the bank, right? He gets him a fresh, crispy stack of $5,000, right? All 20s, right? He put it on a fishing pole and just put it out there, right? Just sit out there and like, you know what I'm saying, on the street corner and just throw the fishing pole out there. And he gonna reel him in a chick. You know what I'm saying? What is that, bait? Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
just walk up on if does a woman just walk up on you and be like, just smell you like she smells of money. He's a high value man, right? Like, does that happen?
Nope. But the thing about it is with women that do see that, they put themselves in the vicinity of you. Like, let's say you at a grocery store, you might be in there in a nice suit or something like that. And the first thing that woman does when she sees that man, dressed well, she'll walk past him, brush her hair. She
Yeah,
might look as if she dropped something for you to get her attention, you know. But other than that, she's not running with her arms open like, pick me.
yeah. But most of these, but if you listen to them, most of these guys don't even pick up on those cues. So the woman might be saying, pick me, giving them the cues, but they miss it because they're so oblivious, right? They miss it. And they keep forgetting, okay, you making this amount of money, this is why the Pookie is winning. This is why the homosexual is winning because he's always on the hunt. And that basically, if society dries up right now, right, most of the guys that speak this high value, man, were at the bottom because it's the community and society that decides that you're high value. Has nothing to do with how much money that you make, right?
Yeah, that's true.
There you go. And
Yeah,
so 6 figures mean absolutely nothing. There's a dude sitting in a company right now working in a mainframe, keeping internet security, right? And there's a teacher in school that has the respect of his students in this community. Which one of those are high value? The teacher doesn't make 6 figures, I'll tell you that.
yeah, yeah. Because look at the standpoint in which a lot of these guys, push this whole narrative of high back. I always argue about the cheat code. Women want the cheat code when they go to Kevin Samuels show, and I always push this narrative. A lot of the women who go there want these high value guys, and their expectations are always crushed majority of the time. In
Mm-hmm.
which the women don't even understand, if you can't please this high value guy, what do you think the other guy wants? He wants the same standards. So if you're not pleasing to the high value guy, 9 times out of 10, the regular guy, you're not pleasing to him. And it's to a standard of which that high value guy wants a woman that carries herself within a certain manner, you know. But he has an extra step to where he can get top tier. He can get the best of the best because he got the money. And essentially, a lot of women don't want to hear this when I say it. He's essentially buying you. You know,
Yeah,
if I say jump, jump. If not, you gone. I go pick
yeah.
another one just like you at the store. I'll treat her, wine and dine her, even marry her. Prenups and everything's is all set up to where if you think you're gonna walk away with something, you get nothing. You know, arrangements have already been made. You know, and a lot of women they want these guys of stature that makes this money at later on in life. Why
Mm-hmm.
not go ahead and build with that man when you're young? And a lot of women, I would say, a couple of most of the older women, if they failed in life, they're supposed to be helping the other young women to say, "Well, don't make the same mistake I did." But
Mm-hmm.
the majority of them are not even doing that. They're saying, "Still go live your best life. Look at me. I'm single. I've been single all this time, and look at all the money and stuff I've accomplished."
Mm-hmm.
That should show them. Same thing with the men. Men, hey
Yeah.
man, I've been a player all my life. You know, your granddaddy, your uncle, whoever been a player, man, I've been macking for 13 years, and look at me, man. I got a house, I got a car, I'm by myself, I'm good. Then you find him a couple of weeks in the house where he's been dead for a couple of weeks because nobody really checks on him because he had a situation where he didn't get along with people. You know,
Yeah.
and guys got to have that standard. Go ahead.
No, you're right. But see, it's this thing that is projected outside of the reality, right? And what I mean outside of the reality is this, right? If you're a black man and out of black folks, right, the median income for a household from the dominant society, white people, right, the two-parent household, they're bringing in about $54,000 to $75,000 a year. White society, right? Dominant society, right? The median income for a black household in America is between $35,000 to $54,000. This is a two-parent household. So if you are a black man by yourself bringing in $55,000 single by yourself, you are in the top 20 to 30% of black wealth. Now you're at the bottom of white wealth, right? You know what I'm saying? But you're at the top. So if you are a six-figure black dude, right, you are bringing in. Now you got to ask these questions: are you six figures before or after taxes? Got to ask those questions because no one asks those questions, right? And how do we have the top 10% of black wealth only in the space on YouTube? Never understood that, right? And the other thing is, I like what you said, She, because you're pointing out something that people miss. How Kevin is dealing with the women, how he's talking to the women. So what that basically means is Kevin's content is geared to who, She?
My bad, but yeah, the women.
So why would he gear his content to women where he was in the manosphere spaces? Oh, that's right. Women are consumers. Women will put their money faster where their interests are before men, right?
Yeah, because he dealt with the men first, but
They
women
weren't
ultimately
paying.
they budget, they pay.
They ain't paying, right? And if there's more women than men, then if a woman gives him, if he has 500 women in a chat and they're giving $5 to $10 to $20 cash apps versus what? Then him trying to get a dude that'll sit up there and listen to him talk and maybe pay him $10 here and there, then the women will what? So he's doing a service for women. He was supposed to do, he wears suits and he's supposed to dress men, right? Image consult men. Now he's doing image consulting for women, right?
Yep.
That's why the fashion industry is built around women and not men. Men are secondary. That's why men clothes cost so much. You know, like you said, you said you was in marketing, right? Don't you find it weird? You go to the store, you go to buy yourself some jeans or something, you know what I'm saying? And they cost $75, and then your wife can go into the store with $100 and come out with 10 bags of clothes, right? And and we're married and we have children, and you know that no matter what, 75% of the closet space in the home belongs to your wife.
Hey, you, I don't even. I've moved myself out of my wife's closet. I've deemed it her closet. I got the coat closet in the hallway going into our room.
look, 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 I can't listen. I moved myself out of the closet. My wife found me and moved her stuff into the next closet. Like, so I did a trick, right? I put a couple of jackets in this one closet, and then everything else, everything else is like, like I rotate my winter clothes and my jackets and stuff. I vacuum bag them and stuff and put them in the little chest at the bottom of the closet. Like it's like a thing. They just magically find themselves into the closet, right? But that means that everything is consumer. Like men, we're going to use something until it breaks, and then we'll. How many times that you done had something that you done used, that you done bought on appliance or something like that, like anything, and you done got on YouTube to try to fix it before you buy another one?
That's like my dryer, man. I still got one of my dryers right now. I know it just need this little belt, so I'm like, I'm got that thing good. I got mad because I like one set, man. I paid like I think it was like 1,500 for that. The
Yeah.
washing machine still works, but the dryer, man, it just went out on me. I'm talking about great dryer, man. It has like the vapor, like some kind of water. I can put a water hose to it and do some type of mist to where it comes the wrinkles out. And I'm like,
Oh, you
dang,
got
man,
the
I spent all
steam.
that.
You talk about the
Yeah,
steam, like it's a steam dryer.
yeah, yeah,
Like, yeah,
exactly. Yep, yep,
yeah.
yep.
You had that laundry. It's the one that they got in the laundromat, basically. The industrial. It's like an industrial dryer almost with the steam and stuff. Yeah, yeah. But see, look at that. Look. If your wife had it, she probably like, if you can't fix it, just buy another one.
Hey, she that was the whole goal with her. Cause even like with clothes, to be honest, man, like I actually started, you know, I had more clothes than my wife because I was into fashion. So
Yeah,
I had like several hats, all that stuff, to the point where I had to start, because after a while, like I got older, so I started, being more mature. Throwbacks and stuff, I was giving away. I had like shoes, like certain exclusive shoes. I just started giving away, and I just started buying more for my kids. Man, I was just like, I'm
yeah,
not gonna go with all these Jordans and all this other stuff. Man, like I haven't even bought a pair. I was on Roger's channel. He was saying, he from Chicago. He said I think he about 40 something. Roger
yeah,
he didn't buy his first pair of Jordans to in his 30s.
yeah.
Like my thing of it was like my first time really wanted to buy. I think I bought a pair of Jordans when I was what 19, 20, because I was making a lot of money in high school, but I
Yeah,
chose to not even buy them because I'm like I was budgeting my money,
yeah,
because I worked at Six Flags one year,
yeah,
and my job actually made me take off because I was working double shifts every day. And they was like, why is this young cat, like everybody working one shift? This guy worked from open to close every day, open
yeah,
to close, killing the money. And I'm like, man, I think it was like I think 5 days they made me take off, but it wasn't consistent. It was like, well, you're gonna have to take this day off on a Wednesday, take this day out. Like they just pulled the calendar out and showed me which days I wanted to take off. And that was the days where I kind of bought my school clothes. And other than that, man, I
yeah,
was just constantly working because my whole thing, like I said, my aspect of my family, we were hustlers, go out there and get the money, make means, do for yourself and all that. And man, I just like see this new generation of guys, and I'm like, man, I can't. Even my son, he had two jobs until he was like one job wasn't even producing enough money, and it was like just ridiculous for him to keep working there. So he quit that job, but he still got his main job he works.
yeah.
And it's not even the whole aspect of, just being hungry, right, to the point where you want stuff out of life. It costs money.
Oh yeah,
So
it
don't
does.
don't complain when you don't get the money, because don't complain when you don't get what you want because you're not working for it. You
Yeah,
know.
and this is where I talk about like when I looked at that thing about you know like family understanding, minimalizing certain things, and I understood that, like, let's just say YouTube as a platform, right? YouTube can be a money making apparatus. YouTube can be supplemental income. It can actually be main income. There's a lot of YouTubers running around, and this is their job. They're influencers. They make money. They got branding, sponsorship, all this other stuff, right? When you look over into that space, who's got branding and sponsorship?
A lot of the white guys.
But when you look into the manosphere space, the black manosphere, who's got branding and sponsorship?
Nah, I haven't seen nobody. I think only like two guys I heard of. Not many.
Yeah. Okay, so if you've been watching YouTube for a while, the brand that just gives anybody a sponsorship is Audio Blocks, right?
Yeah.
No matter what space, but they won't be in this space because the rhetoric that they're speaking on is quote unquote hate speech. It can be derived as that, right?
Yeah.
No different than the level up community. They don't really have too much sponsors. Now, then let's look at the gossip channels, right? Tanya TKO, Lovely T, all of them, they got sponsors. right? But they talk about celebrities and stuff like that. But to a certain degree, they keep it PC. But their information is always source driven, right? They're giving you information from the source. It's factual. It's this, that, and the third. They have subscribers. They have this, that, and the third. What I'm basically saying is that look at Kevin when he goes live. The people that are sponsoring him is his subscribers. He doesn't have any sponsorship. Why is that? We're talking about on a marketing perspective, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about on a marketing perspective. Would a you know what I mean? I work in entertainment. You work in marketing. It's pretty much the same thing because entertainment gets a lot of their money from what? Marketing, right? Sponsors, right? So he doesn't have sponsorship as of yet. Why doesn't he? Because the verbiage that he's doing and how he's giving these women these critiques, it's basically broad bashing these women or publicly executing them and sensationalizing that. Right? Now you're starting to see him actually show that his advice is actually helping these people out because you got to have what? You got to have a solution. You cannot give advice and your advice does not work. To achieve the ultimate question that they're asking for the advice. And what are most of these women asking questions? To help them get a relationship, right? They want a six-figure dude. No, you're not going to get a six-figure dude because of this, and this, but that doesn't mean you can't get a dude. So what happens? Now you're getting the testimonials of him helping these women get in their relationships that is more realistic. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's always about results, you know,
There you go.
and Kevin has showed the results. You know, in marketing, the way to push certain things, you gotta find out your target market. You gotta find out, you know, who you're dealing with, what you're dealing with, age range, all that. You know, whether it be male or female, all things play, you know, that's like when you're doing stats and numbers and stuff to certain things. Like I was telling my cousin, he wanted to buy a house. I told him, I said, in this scenario, you have young people that are your age that are black, then that are married or not married, buying houses. The analytics, they pull these numbers when they're doing the bank loans and stuff. I said they could possibly give you a great loan, but the people in your age range that got houses around this time made poor choices and they defaulted on the loans. So it make you more of a high risk, even though you're doing everything right. You're having a certain standard. It's still a risk, even though they can go off and say, well, you know, the people that had the same credit score as you, they did what they did. They did went on excellent, paid the house off, bought their second house, and they're doing good. But they're gonna hold you to this standard, you know. And marketing, all the numbers matter, you know,
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. All the market numbers matter, you know what I mean? And people don't understand, other than research and development, marketing get the biggest budget in a business. The biggest quarterly budgets, the biggest yearly budgets are in marketing, which is also advertising. Sponsor, because you gotta let people know about the product. You gotta let people know about the product, and you have to put that product on a certain platform so people that are perusing they can see it. Right? Why does the NFL charge so much money for ads for the Super Bowl? Right? Where it's been like this thing where you watch the Super Bowl not just for the game, but for the commercials, right?
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's like companies, and this companies competing against each other, not even in the same lane. Who's got the best ads, right? So they're starting to go to filmmakers to make them the best commercial. So they can compete to say they had the best commercial for their product overall. So basically what I'm saying is this. You cannot be on this platform. Say that you make 6 figures. If you don't got sponsorship, if you're a content creator, I'm just saying this to the content creator. If you're a content creator and this is your main form of income, you cannot be a 6-figure dude if you don't got sponsorship.
That's true. I mean, I know guys right now. I mean, I know like one of my friends, he had his own clothing company. He was telling me about promoting it, and I was telling him about other channels to sponsor. A lot of other channels dealing with his clothing company, and he
Mm-hmm.
was like, "Nah, I'd rather you do it because your message is more clear. You know, you focusing on family. I'm married." He said, "I'm not pushing that with those other guys, even though my clothes might sell a little more.
Yeah,
But to the issue at hand, you know, their message gonna speak to my brand. You know,
there you go. Brand, because when you get sponsorship, you are what? You're what? A brand ambassador of that
yep,
sponsor.
brand ambassador.
And you have to carry yourself a certain way, right? What's the first thing that they do when one of these, let's say Alex Jones, right? Or Bill O'Reilly. Remember, he was acting up and he was doing stuff so egregious and the stuff came out that what's the first thing that happened? The sponsors start pulling their revenue or their ads from his show. So Fox got rid of him, right?
Yep,
Alex Jones lost his sponsors, didn't he? Right?
yep.
What's the other guy? What's the other guy? The Jewish guy, the conservative Jewish guy. What's his name?
The conservative Jewish guy. As a
Uh,
radio personality.
he does a podcast. He does a podcast, but he got a YouTube channel. What's his name?
Not Rogan.
Not Rogan. Not Rogan. It's the
Oh
other.
yeah, you talking about the Vlad.
Not Vlad. It's he does the conservative stuff like the Fox News stuff. But
Oh,
what's his name? Dang it. He's
I don't
always
know.
he was always going against the feminists at a long for a while.
I'm not sure about that. You
Can't
know, it could be
remember his name.
Tucker.
He's on YouTube. He's always at the speaking engagement. Conservative guy. What's this? What's his face, man? Forgot his name. But he's more toned down. Like he's not crazy like Alex Jones and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like even with you know what I'm saying? Like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan doesn't have sponsors. He doesn't have sponsorship on his channel. Well, he's on Spotify, but before he was on Spotify, he doesn't do it because he doesn't. He wants free range when he starts talking, right? He wants free range. Plus, he does the podcast thing because he makes his money, but he makes his money off of comedy. You know what I mean? And comedy's got to be more free, right? So it's a little bit harder to sponsor a comic because they're going to say some things that's going to piss off a particular group of people, right? And what is that guy's name? But there's a lot of conservative people that do their talking and stuff like that. What is his name? What is that conservative guy's name? Hold on, let me look it up too because he's one of many conservative guys that you know what I'm saying that are doing that. Hold on, let me see. Please.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that's because that's even like with what's his name, Lance Armstrong. Remember how
yeah,
that situation was with him? Sponsors,
yeah,
boom, left and right. You know, and we don't want our brand associated with all the stuff that you promoted and it wasn't true. You know, Ti with his situation, boom, sponsorship. You know,
yeah,
when he got caught with them guns on that situation. Chevy, all those people, you know, sponsors will pull quick because you know the image, you know, what you represent for the company is not being displayed,
yeah.
you know. And if we start promoting guys, like say within this space, if you're promoting, kind of, wild behavior and this and that, no one's gonna buy the product if they say, well, this what the establishment is built on, certain hate, certain issues, certain, trauma and this and that.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. It's what is that dude, man? People don't, I mean, you have to be, what is it? Oh, Ben Shapiro. That's his name, Ben Shapiro, right? You know who I'm talking about, Ben Shapiro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got a YouTube channel. He's got like 2 million. He's got like followers or whatever. But he's got sponsorship. He's sitting up there. He's saying these conservative talking points, but then it's the presentation, right? I may not agree with a lot of what he says, right? I may feel a certain way about it, right? Right? But the way that he says what he says, with his conviction, right? Whatever he's saying, and the way he's presenting his show, you have to respect it, right? And he has sponsors. You feel me? He's got
Yeah.
Progressive. That's an auto insurance company, right? So
Hmm.
now let's look at Phil DeFranco, right? Phil DeFranco's the liberal version of Ben Shapiro, right? He's got sponsors. He's got a whole company, right? He does his show every day. Now he does more of a talk show where people come in to a studio, does a talk show. But what I'm basically saying is there's no way in possible hell that you can be a six-figure dude in YouTube in 2021, 2020, 2019, especially after the first ad apocalypse, right? And we 5 ad apocalypse later. You know what I mean? They even took down the kids. Remember when the kids were making money with the toys?
Yeah.
The last YouTube ad apocalypse was basically to deal with them and the pedophiles
Yeah.
that had their little secret ring. So if you got a family channel where you have your children up there, you're showing that this is for everybody and kids can watch it, you can't leave comments
Yeah.
on a video, right? There was a lot of family vlog channels that I was subscribed to. I unsubscribed to them because I used to read the comments and people say, "Oh, your family's so nice, this, that, and the third," right? And a lot of those family channels fell off. Those vlog channels fell off because it's what? Like, comment, and subscribe. So that's interaction. If you can't comment on the video, that person can't get AdSense being run, but they don't run ads on that video anyway because of the new laws that are coming out. So now you got to do it for 18 and over, right? But if you got a child on a video that's not protected, you got to blur the child's face out. There's a
Yeah.
lot of things that people don't understand, a lot of steps that's going on in YouTube other than the thing that's going on. And if YouTube was actually paying attention to this little small sector or the black sector of YouTube, people wouldn't have had to flag each other's channel. YouTube would got rid of your channels a long time ago.
Yeah.
And they don't know that but YouTube is coming because they're dealing with the white content creators. Did you hear about the Vlog Squad thing that just happened?
Uh-uh.
The Vlog Squad, there was a group of content creators and they was all vloggers and they got together and they had a group and they got like a house and all this other stuff. And one of the dudes had rape allegations, but he wasn't the main leader of the Vlog Squad. The main leader of the Vlog Squad is getting pushback. Like he's lost 20% of his subscriber base.
Dang.
Brands that left him alone because he was associated with the dude that was a part of his group. He's not the one with the allegations. It's a dude that was in the group that's a part of the allegations. And that dude's no longer in the group. You know what I'm saying? So just by association with this guy, he's screwed. Just lost 20% of his profit, right? You know what I'm saying? So what this basically saying is This is a business model. Is YouTube not a business model? It is a business model. So let me look at your. So if I'm looking at your stream, you got 300 to 400 people in your stream. I'm looking at your chat. You only allow people that are members to comment in your chat, right? You don't have any sponsorship. You can't go to panels, or you can't deal with other content creators that are 300 to 400 to 500 to 600, 1,000, 2,000 people in their chat. You can't have a working relationship with them, and you have the nerve to sit up here and say that you are six figures.
Yeah, a lot, a
That's not
lot,
even
a lot of these.
possible. It's
Yeah,
not even possible.
a lot of this stuff, man. I look at some panels and I see it's all just fluff.
There you
You
go.
know, the perception is real. You can kind of. That's why I always say I did a video called YouTube Famous, to where a lot of these guys, they come in this space, they try to make a name for themselves. They're promoting themselves as, as Roger says, and being a ruthless nice guy. They're a
Mm-hmm.
nice guy, but they ruthless at heart. And it's crazy. A lot of these guys, man,
Mm-hmm.
it's just the whole thing. Like I say, the second childhood. Coming in here, if they was picked on as a kid, they come in here. Their demeanor is so fierce, and you know they're hard to be able to deal with, because ultimately you look at them in a different light. They're a different person. On YouTube, they can cut this YouTube off, because a lot of these avatars, man, a lot of these people don't even want to show their face. They didn't know who they are, and the ones that do show their face, because they'll never meet up with people in real life.
Yeah.
It's a guy down here. It's two guys down here in Atlanta I dealt with. Actually, the third guy, I hollered at him, but me and him have been linked up due to the fact that we're both working a lot, so we haven't linked up. The guy, Kane the God, I hollered at him down here in Atlanta, and Smooth, he moved from Texas to Atlanta. Me and him, we keep in touch, but
Yeah.
to the point where standard, where most men come in front of each other, this whole tough talk on YouTube, it gets real. So
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of guys want to have that YouTube, that Manosphere meetup. I'm like, you see what happened to Tommy Sotomayor when he did it? He got punches from left and right. Same thing with Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed said, it got to the level where guys paid for him to come do a seminar where they ambush him. So you can't
Yeah.
go at people and try to meet up and say, let's this off of YouTube. We're all boys, and it's gonna come a clash to where
Yeah.
a lot of these guys ain't gonna want to do it. But the whole standpoint is being tough online, being tough in reality is a whole different ball
Yeah.
game.
Is it? And I'm gonna be honest with you. Remember Players Club?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, the main people in the thing, but remember, the old girl Lisa Ray, she played Diamond, right? And remember the guy, right, where he was the
yeah,
nice he was a nice nasty dude. He's like, I paid good money for you, Diamond, right?
yeah,
Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
When he got rejected? That's what those guys are, right?
Hmm.
It's a joke, but that's what it really is, right? You know what I'm saying? They, what I mean, because think about it. If he's in the strip club every night dropping money on her, right? And, and whatever, right? And when all the girls ran over there, when Luke came into the strip club, right? He said, you can go over there. I understand. You have to make, no, you're cool. I'm here, whatever. Because she already been there and done that, right? But that doesn't mean that she likes you. She's working a job. You know what I'm saying? Right? And that's where these guys, they misconstrue it, right? They get a little bit of attention, right? And then I can understand why not all women, but a loud minority of women, they can't show just that modicum of decency, because these dudes are taking that she likes me. She really likes me. No, she's just being nice to you. She's treating you like a human being, right? Like you, you know what I'm saying? And I get that these guys are emotionally abused. So they gotta, the internet is where you turn into a whole different person. You know what I mean? You're a different person. I know there's layers to this, right? Because we're sitting up here talking, and and in this, and you started your channel and stuff. Congratulations to you with that. But there's a certain point of the being a content creator where that's not all of who you are, because you are a person in real life, and you have family, and you have friends, and those people have those relationships, and sometimes they're not going to cross over into YouTube. I have YouTube friends, and I have friends in real life, and very seldom do they cross with each other. Very seldom do they cross with each other. You know what I'm saying? My friends may watch me in the clouds. They might not type in the chat, or they may watch the restream. But I realize that the way I give my, the way that I present my channel, and I'm still learning and growing, is that if I want to actually make this out of a business, there's certain things I can't consistently talk about to make money, right? But that doesn't mean I don't support those that talk about those certain issues, those certain social issues. So I have to model myself. Like, I like my channel. I want to do a Joe Rogan, Trevor Noah style of content. I want to do that style, or Phil DeFranco style of content, where I bring you the news and then let you figure it out, because there's no one sitting up here on you in our sector of YouTube bringing in the news. There's no one doing it.
Yeah, there's one guy I talked to. He's about to do it. Bay Blogger News.
Yeah,
He's out of California. Kawafi Nino. He's actually a fashion designer, and he's going around on a couple of channels, but he's actually starting to do his thing, and he's doing filming, and he's doing that. He's doing restaurant reviews, not to the point where they're saying they're just bad. He's talking along the line from customer service to certain things that aspect of which makes the channel have an understanding to where your restaurant is okay, but your waitress suck. It might
yeah,
be you have good food, but the staff is horrible, or you
yeah,
have great staff but horrible food. To
yeah,
a standpoint, even with the news, you know, he wanted to
yeah,
help get an understanding within the community.
yeah. But that's great. Like, I'm like, we need, like, I get tired of looking at all these talented folk, right? For you to get on YouTube, for you to do a stream, for you to get a group of people together, for good, bad, or ugly, that takes talent. For you to get 300 people to tune in, to 200 people organically to tune in to watch, and to give you a cash app or give you a donation to promote and keep your channel going, that takes talent. But 4 hours later, 6 months later, a year later, you're still talking about the girls,
Yeah.
right? You know what I mean? Like, you're smarter than this. How did you get your money? Like, present something to me. Here's another thing. All these people sit up there, they talk about Bitcoin, they talk about Bitcoin, they talk about the Bitcoin, they talk about the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin, the Bitcoin. There's very few of them that talk about the Bitcoin and actually bring up the goddamn graphs and show the trends and actually say, this is who you need to contact to get into it. Or this is what the investment. Like, now, the Black Brain Trust, they do that a lot. The Black Brain Trust do that a lot, and they've been around for a while. So how many people go over there and invest into their platform or talk to them or whatever. But when it's mudslinging, talking about the girls or making some egregious statements about somebody, or the black female fuckery, or the black men ain't shit, or you need to level up and swirl and all of this, it's 1,500 to 6, 7, 8, 900 people twerking in the chat and all this other stuff and throwing the cash apps and saying egregious shit, putting their money where the fuckery is instead of this. And is it the audience fault?
Yeah.
Or is it the content creators' fault for giving them that content?
Yeah, because that's even it's crazy. Art Nostal TV, he had a discussion where he was just trying to get a balance of things, and
Yeah.
a topic came up about trolling. Complex was on there. Mike Oliver, Mike B,
Mhm.
Beasley Art came up, and I forgot. I think AL came up, and Beasley came up on which he never trolls Art's channel. But he came up and said, "Yeah, I'm a troll. I'm a professional troll." Complex took offense to it,
Yeah.
and the issue was at hand after him just explaining about how trolls are making the space, get under a little fire, which he can't stand. Beasley came up and kind of with his voice and getting under his skin. But
Right.
Beasley is a professional troll. That's what he do. But on
That's what.
certain channels, he respects the content creators that are about some substance. He
Yeah.
doesn't go over and troll the brain trust because what those guys are producing, what those guys are, ultimately trying to do within the community.
Yeah.
Same thing with Arts Panel.
Yeah.
Other panels he troll. And
Yeah.
I always go over there and watch his I support him, Beasley for President. That's the name of his channel, man. Beasley has crazy videos and you'll get a kick out of it, Jay Sean. But I mean, it's the whole aspect of just laughing, you know, doing
Hmm.
doing what he do. But at the end of the day, I go over, and I live life. And to the
Yeah.
expect what he was going back and forth with, Complex. And at the end of all that, they had a common ground. They both dealt with jazz and other things, and they came to the point where like, why are you trolling me? Beasley was like, I was just giving you the issue at hand when you're talking about trolls. There's some good trolls, there's some bad trolls. Not all trolls are this way and that way. He was like, Beasley, don't mess with me like that, man. And they were cool about it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. When
go
I told, the first time I met Beasley was a long time ago. And he told me straight up, he was a troll, right? And he was trying to, do the little pokey poke. And I told Beasley, I said, Beasley, I don't play like that. I don't troll people because I got shit to do. I'm the type of person because y'all trolls take shit too far. And if you gonna go do a crazy video and have my kids up on the screen, somebody gonna be waiting at your house. He said, man, it's just YouTube. I said, well, if you wanted to just be YouTube, don't ever think in your mind that you're gonna do that to me. Cause I'm not gonna sit up here and do that back to you. I'm not gonna sit up here online and say all this crazy shit. So me and him have an understanding. I know he trolls. And when he gets into his troll bag, I remove myself from the vicinity. Because I don't want nothing to do with that. Or I don't go around to certain people's panels when they get into it with them. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't got time for it. I don't have time. You know what I mean? Because there's better things to do. If that's how he passes his time, then let's not just say that he's, when it comes to finances, he's not a dumb dude. He's very intelligent. He's very smart.
exactly.
He's very smart. So, he picks and chooses when he does it and who he does it with. But you can have an understanding with him. But that doesn't mean that the rest of them aren't like that. The rest of them, they don't have that understanding. But he's older. You know what I mean? So that came with the territory. You win some, lose some. It is what it is. But at the same time, I don't deal with him past a certain point because at the end of the day, he's a troll.
Yeah. And
You know what I mean? You
to the
can. Mhm.
now I was just gonna say to the standard, he carries himself with a certain standard and
Yeah, yeah,
a certain point where he knows how to back down. And with these other guys, they're doing it with the sole purpose of, kind of pushing issues of destroying people's lives and
Yes.
dealing with the family. And the crazy the crazy part, I was looking at that movie Nobody.
Mhm.
And the movie Nobody, he had a scene in there where he talked to the guy that came at him. He told him, as a commission of respect, you never go after someone's family. If me and you have an issue, me and you settle this issue. And
Yeah.
a lot of I'm just gonna say for a fact, a lot of these boys in the space, because I'll be struggling with the issue of calling them boys, but that's what they are mostly. Within a lot of these boys in the space, they deal with that aspect of not being men and wanting to do certain things or come at people in a certain way.
Yeah.
That's a boy mentality because as men, we squash this, whether it be by fighting, talking it out, or whatever. But the whole point, men handle issues. When you start getting the wives, the kids, and the aunties and grandmas and moms involved,
Yeah.
like who's doing that? Even
Yeah.
like when I've seen on a panel where he talks about, he came on one panel was saying it gets bloody where he's talking about these two dudes right now going at it to where one of the guys trying to get the other guy's mom kicked out of assisted living.
Yeah, that's yeah, look, that right there is, when I see it, before I pass judgment, when I run past a content creator and before I pass judgment, because you hear things, I'll do my research. If I'm subscribed to them, if I'm invested, if I dealt with this person in a positive manner, I do the whole research. And if I find that the content creator is engaged in it off rip, like they initiated, they went there, then ain't nothing. That's unexcusable. But if you can't get mad how a person retaliate because y'all was roasting back and forth, and this person they got the better of you because they got the bigger platform, right? Then you're going to go dig into their personal and put their shit up on the screen. Now you're doing too much.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's
Hold
like,
your own. Like,
yeah,
and here's the thing. Look, and this is the thing. This is the thing, she right, that I tell everybody, right? 1 week in YouTube, right, is compared to 3 months in real life. And what I mean by that is this: if you are in a beef with a person, right, in YouTube, you got 1 week to beef with them. Then you got 1 week to come up with conflict resolution, and it's over. You know why it's over? Because y'all gonna lose at the end of the day. Because after a while, your platform is going to turn into beef central. Because the only reason why people are coming over is to watch the beef and the chair throwing. And people are actually going to get tired of it over time. That's why when you go around the space, you see the beef ball being just pushed back and forth, right? Every 3 months, you see a reoccurrence of the same beef. And then when you're thinking about, wait a minute, didn't I hear this before? And it was from something that happened 6 months ago to a year to 2 years to 3 years. Y'all still beefing about this? Right? And they acted like it happened last week. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So yeah, and and here's another thing. Shout out to Shar. She always says this, right? A stream that's over 3 hours with a whole bunch of people on the panel is going to devolve into some fuckery. You know what I'm saying? Like Shar always says that, and she's right. A stream over 3 hours with a whole bunch of people on the panel is going to go into some fuckery. Anything over 3 hours is going to go into craziness.
yeah.
When you got
That's
a whole bunch of people there.
yeah, that'd be my main thing. Is like I gotta tell guys, I'm here for the knowledge, man. I want to pass this stuff on. I want to help the community. But if we constantly keep, doing all this horse around playing and fighting amongst each other, we're only going on a path of destruction. And my thing, like I keep telling my within my family. The whole structure of dealing with the family. Same thing in my family. The men need to get on this certain way. The women, they come with us. Hey, when it comes down to it, when war breaks out, this whole quote zombie apocalypse thing. Me and my cousin, we was having a situation where we was talking. He don't stay that far from me, and I told him, I said, man, if something happens to where uh just something bad happens,
Yeah.
I told him I'm taking my truck, drop my deep freeze on the back of it, um, drop everything I need, far as I have supplies, and just head over his house.
Yeah.
He has a little more land. He has more resources over at his house to
Yeah.
where life can still be sustainable. We can defend off the fort. In
Yeah.
which, if my wife was here by herself, let's say she wasn't married, and she'll just be stuck and waiting on the guys to come, ramshack the house, take whatever they want, and
Yeah.
go along their way. You know, back to old days, that's what they did. Even in war times, they'll
Yeah.
come, do whatever to the women, take everything that they want, go along their way. Especially if a man wasn't in the house, someone to defend the house, we just take whatever we want. I mean, I know most people they watch that movie Gone with the Wind, and everybody just about seen it during school time. They recommended it, forced us to watch it.
Yeah.
Hey, at certain times, man, you lose it all.
Yeah.
Especially without having the man there to defend, or you kind of push the forefront of, this establishment is protected. That's why they put those signs out there at the front of the house. ADT and all these other companies.
Yeah.
That's what a man is in the house. When someone sees that man, no matter he's big or small, he's still protection.
Well, hold on. Well, hold on. Wait a minute, she. Wait a minute, she. According to certain people, if your wife ain't submissive to your cousin, why should he help and look out for
Yeah.
her? because it takes a community of men so the women can nest into an environment where they'll grow up understanding to be submissive to men because men are providing the protection. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they don't understand why the Pookies and the Ray Rays can get the women over the six-figure educated lane, right? That's why I have that equation, right? P2 times P4 equals P. It's an amazing concept, right? You know what I'm saying? P2 is provisions, because if you're talking about a woman squared, right, you have to provide. But you multiply that by P4, which is protection. So for every provision that you have to have that times two. So if you have P2, which is provisions time to the second power, you need protection to the fourth power. And that equals P. You know what that P is? Peace of mind, or for the better case for them, a piece of pussy. That's it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's funny to a standard man. You know, like I said, I told my wife, and I was like, man, if me and you would have never got married, I say, I would have been happy single by myself. And she was like, really? I said, yeah. And she was like, well, what about sex and all this stuff? I said, but you gotta understand, over time, you know, it's not gonna be that important. To the issue that most of these guys, you know, it's like a live for the hunt.
Yeah,
If you look at over time, it's not even a big issue. Men as they get older, they want a peace of mind. They want certain things out of life, and the only way to accomplish those things is by moving a certain way and having a purpose. In which most of these guys, where's your purpose? What do you really want out of life? What are you trying to obtain? And the only way to attain those goals is to be focused. Like, what are you focusing on? The sex drive? What are you focusing on? the money to get the sex drive. That's why I tell guys, don't buy a car because the women gonna like the car. Go buy the car because you like the horsepower. Buy
Yeah,
those nice watches and dress nice because it looks, Charles Faulkner expressed this, and I always talked about it too. When you put on a suit, you're looked a certain way amongst all people, men and females,
yeah.
to the point where you're not wearing a suit just to, pull all the chicks. You're wearing a suit because, man, you look damn good in it at the end of the day,
Yeah,
you
you
know?
like it. And
Yeah.
and yeah, and it's and here's the thing is, like you said, you gotta like things because those are the things that you like. And the things that you like, you take care of those things because you like it. Like Jay Leno, right? I love watching Jay Leno's garage,
Oh, yeah.
right? He got cars, he's got motorcycles, he's got different things, but those things are an investment, right? Like every time you see him, he just loves cars. That's his thing. He always loved cars. He doesn't get the car. He just said like, yeah, the Corvette for the woman, but a woman is not trying to be on the back of a motorcycle with a jet engine in it. You know what I'm saying? She's not trying to put herself. If Jay Leno walks into a room, right, and he's not Jay Leno, right, the woman don't know what you're driving unless she saw you pull up in the parking lot, right? You in the building already. You can't carry the car inside of the room, inside of the building, unless you throw the keys and put it in her face. Okay, so what? You got a Maserati. Who cares? Who are you as a person? You got to get to the point of her actually, So, with that being said, is if you do things to spend money as a man, it's a hobby. Like I watch a lot of shit, right? But I always watch men shit. Like I watch the Whiskey Vault because I like alcohol, but I like the taste of the alcohol. I don't like just drinking alcohol. I like the taste and the conversation and it's like a thing, right? You know what I mean? Like I like different. I'm getting into scotches and whiskeys and brandies and stuff because the first premium alcohol I drunk was some Hennessy and shit. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to get on some other shit, and I had older black men teach me how to puff on cigars properly, which ones you like, what I mean, how to cut them properly, and you know, like when I was drinking on Johnny Walker Platinum, right? I would never drink on Johnny Walker, but when I drank on some Johnny Walker Platinum, I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. I can drink this. Like my father-in-law put me on sake. Like I wasn't a sake drinker unless it was sweet, but he put me on the other vestiges of sake and soju and stuff like that, and different types of alcohol and things like that. And I like it. Like I like, having the thing. So when we, go build another house or whatever, I told my wife, I don't even want my man cave in the house. I want it separate. I want it outside of the house. You know what I'm saying? Like I want it separate. Like we build a house, I need to have mine separate. It can be attached to the house, but I want it so it's kind of soundproof, insulated. I got my own little area where I can just be in my little hovel and just enjoy myself. You know what I'm saying? Set up my film equipment, do my shit. You know what I'm saying? I just, like I don't need a lot. You know what I mean? I already out the space, 20 by 20. That's all I need. You know what
Yeah.
I'm
That's
saying?
that's like one guy. It was funny. This guy had a man cave, man. It was so crazy. You ever seen that Bud Light commercial where the guy was selling the house and he had a little dragon in the kitchen to where you pull the dragon, it was like a man cave behind the kitchen.
Oh
And he
yeah,
was
yeah,
like, we'll
yeah,
take
yeah.
it, we'll take it. This
Yeah.
guy, we moved him and it was crazy. He had a oh, my phone went out. Hold on right quick.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, yeah, my Bluetooth somewhere that went out on me. But basically, it's funny that this guy ended up having a garage where he had like a top of the garage up there, nice little size up there. And his wife, he would always go to the garage, have all his friends over. He had his car he was restoring. He had a TV out there. He had the windows all tinted up. Doors was always locked. All the windows were tinted out, black, couldn't see nothing. Only time you'll see light is at the bottom of the garage.
Yeah,
And it was funny because his wife he had treated his wife on a spa date the day we were moving the guy out. I used to work for a moving company.
right.
So the day that they were moving out, he treated his wife to a spa date, and we kept seeing in the paperwork, it was like extra items required as husband. And the whole time he was like, "Hey, we'll do this later." And it was to the standpoint of when his wife left, he was like, "Man, we got 3 hours to get all this stuff out." And he was like, "Whatever you guys can get out, let me know now. We'll go ahead and take it."
Right.
We get in the garage. This guy pulled down a set of stairs. He had a man cave soundproof over his garage. Everything in there: pool tables, lazy boys, recliner chairs. I think he had about like 4 or 5 TVs to watch different games and different locations, all that.
Damn.
I'm talking about full bar, everything. He was like,
Oh,
"Man, I gotta get this stuff in storage in our new spot." So when we get there, he gave the guy, I think it was like an extra $1,500 that don't say anything about it to his wife. And when he get to the storage unit to go ahead, like wherever they moving it, he
yeah.
already found the storage unit, put the stuff in storage. He's like, "Man, this is of the most silence." He's like, "I gotta build me a new shed or either, find me a house that has this same component." Because basically it was just a 2-car garage, but he had this space up top, and his wife would always be like, "You got so much space, why don't you just go up top?" He was like, "Oh man, it's just dust and stuff over there, man. I don't even touch that place." He's like, "And then how can you get up there? There's no way to get up there." The last guy who moved same way, he left the pool table up there for him because, you know, it was like a struggle to bring it down.
Yeah.
Everything else he had to, pull it, bring it all up. And he had like a wide enough staircase to where he can bring majority of that stuff up there because he had like one of those pull down staircases, but it was strong enough and wide
Right.
enough to bring up. Man, it was like crazy, man. Soundproof. He was like, "Man, we'll be having parties, music up loud, going crazy." But he was like, the whole thing was insulated properly, soundproofed out to where you couldn't hear nothing. It was like you couldn't even hear a pin drop upstairs.
Like my cousin had one that was in the basement, right? Because growing up there, going in the northern part of the East Coast, when I was in Virginia, that was the first time I was seeing houses without basements. So I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because I'm used to the basement, right? And the basement was like the man cave. You know what I'm saying? That was like it was built to be a man cave because it's the basement, right? Because you in the foundation of the house, it's soundproof. You know what I mean? Like it's soundproof. Like other than you got to be in the house, right? And that's what I told my wife. I was like, "Look, we built some shit. I need my own little fucking area and some shit. Like, already had the plan. Like, I picked some plans that were drawn out. I was like, look, let me get some solar panels on this thing. Because I don't want it to cause no extra electricity. Because I'm paying this motherfucker for a minute. Like, I was fucking this, that. I'm looking at a little wood burning stove because if we gonna, be somewhere where it's like it gets cold and shit like that. Like I was looking at the little tiny home thing with the little trailer thing that they got. I was like, yeah, like I can dig this. This is this is what it is. You know what I mean? And she's like, "Well, I said, listen, the house is for y'all. This is for me. This is for me. Like I go to work. The house is for y'all. This is for me. The man cave. Leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. Like I like when I see guys build their own shit, man. Just having shit. You know what I mean? Just man shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I follow a lot of guys that do that. Like, you know, they into different stuff. I watch a guy and he does he'll go to the junkyard, right?
Yeah.
And he'll get like an old engine, right? Or old like he'll get like an old engine or old like wash machine motor and he'll take it apart. He'll take all the metal off of it and he'll melt it down. Like he'll just melt it down. And then he'll cast it, right? He'll cast the metal like he'll break down the aluminum, the steel, and the copper, right? And he'll cast it down, and he'll make it like in like bricks, or he'll make what they call it Nordic gold, where he adds something where it looks like it looks like gold, but he's adding bronze to it or something like that, right? Make little um, coins out of it because he got the casting molds and stuff, and he'll shine it up, and then he'll put it like, and then he'll tell you how much that is worth. Like he's not just melting it down to melt it down; he's actually melting it down and making it pure, getting all the impurities out of it, and making it into like little bricks, right? And he's telling you how much it's worth. Like he's actually telling you how much it's worth. It's one dude. He sits up there and buys like old computer components and like motherboards, and he basically gets gold out of it because they use gold to conduct metal and stuff like to conduct to run electronics, and he's getting it off the old motherboards and stuff like that. And he's showing you like, yeah, a couple ounces of gold will net you a couple of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. That's like the big thing with the Cadillac converters. That's why they steal
Yeah,
so much of them.
yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, they said they've been stealing them shits like hard body.
Yeah, because it's a way you get the purity out, and I think it's I forgot the metal. I was gonna say platinum, but I know it's some type of metal that you get
Yeah,
out of the Cadillac converters because I know one time when I sold my Cadillac converter, because the crazy part, I changed my Cadillac converter on one of my pickup trucks. They was trying to charge me $1,800. Got on a couple of YouTube videos, went to a couple of
mm,
GMC forums, learned about the process. I did it myself. I went to Summit Racing out here. We got a Summit Racing place that has racing motors and all kind of parts. Man, I bought the Cadillac converter for like 580 and some change, about close to $600. I had
mm,
all the power tools myself, did it myself. Took me no time, man. Just had a couple of all I had to do is use a couple of jacks and move some certain things here and there. And I had the original. I didn't have like the universal one, so I had
mm.
to remove certain things. But slid it right on in there, man. No time.
Yeah,
And when I went to go sell it, the main thing, a lot of people they was kept sticking sticks in there and they was trying to see was it stuff or was it clogged still, because most people what they'll do is they'll go in there and burn all that stuff out some type of way, then sell someone the Cadillac converter when it's unclogged, but they're getting it for the stuff that's in there that's stacked because it's a certain metal that they can get out of it.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean I do that with a lot of times, man. I watch this primitive, I think it's called Primitive Tech or something like that, to
yeah,
where this guy go in the woods, and it's a lot of foreign companies that countries are doing it now, with a lot of Philippines and certain places where they go in like these little jungle areas. All they have is just like a one little tool or machete,
yeah,
and they go out there, they dig out, make potteries, they build, make potteries, make little metal mud houses and mud potteries. They start doing gardens and all that stuff with just off a little, a rock and a stick.
yeah,
Some of them they come out there with actual axes and stuff like that, but majority of them who kind of start off and show you everything primitive, they'll go and get a rock, hit that rock so many times on another rock till it cracks, get a sharp edge, tied up with a vine onto a
yep,
stick, go down there and chop trees and you know do
yep.
mud, do get some water, make mud, start a fire, boom, there you go. I
Yeah,
watch a lot of those primitive channels.
yeah. I watched this one dude because I think the first one, the primitive thing that I saw was the white dude
Yep,
in the
yep. With
jungle.
them
Yeah, he was
shorts.
the first.
Always in the
Yeah, with the
shorts.
short sword. Yeah, he was the first one that I saw. Right, and you know what I was wondering when I was watching that when I was watching the channel,
Hmm.
how is he charging these batteries? You know, that's just the way I think, man. I just think, you know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like, but I was enjoying the content,
yeah,
and then I started watching these other dudes, these dudes, self reliance. This one dude, the white dude, where he doesn't really talk until the end. He's in Canada. He got
hmm,
him and his dog, and he built this log cabin by himself.
yeah,
He was out there, and then he built the log cabin, he built the outdoor kitchen, and he built a outhouse, and he built the bathhouse, right?
yeah,
And you know what? He had an issue because his wife moved out there with his daughter, but they waited. He was out there for like I've been watching him for like 2 years. He sold his property and moved because he had a neighbor that was doing some weird shit, and then he had a couple of people that watched his channel on YouTube that came up on his property. And then they was putting a road close to where his property was. So the whole point of him getting the property was get away from people.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And then they came out there and stuff. So he basically sold his property, bought a new property, like, you know what I mean, bought a property that's more remote, like kind of farther away. And then he's going to rebuild his log cabin. So he said, you know, lessons learned. He sold the cabin, sold the land, everything. Like, you know, one of his friends brought it off of him. Like he's like, hey man, if you want to tear down, he's like, no, leave the cabin up. Shit, I like it. I like how you did it. We'll just use it as a summer home or whatever.
yeah.
He built his own outdoor oven, like that earth oven and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Built all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude was just living. He was just, but every time that you see him, you see every day he got to wake up and work. He's not just, oh, this is the life. No, he's got to do shit. He got to get ready for winter. He was up there. He was up there making maple syrup, like getting tapping the trees. He was planting shit. He had to deal with the mosquitoes. He had to deal with the thing. He got his dog out there. He go hunting, because he got like deer and bear and ducks, and he goes fishing and ice fish. Like, but every time the guy got to get up and do something.
Yeah.
Every day, like, yeah, he's got wood chopped up, but he's got to chop wood every day because it's got to dry out. It's like
A good show, man, for you to watch, called Alone.
alone. Is that
Yeah.
was it naked? Was it alone? Was it not naked? But
And Naked and Afraid. It's Naked and
naked.
Afraid is the one that everybody watch. But
Yeah,
Alone, you pretty much clothed. You got about I think it's about close to 30 supplies. Only thing, you can't bring a gun. You can bring bows and all that stuff. It's a lot more better than Naked and Afraid because,
yeah,
to certain places that they put those people with Naked and Afraid, I don't even see how they deal with all those kind of environments. But
yeah,
they're alone, they give you tarp, they let you get knives. If there's bears in the area, you get bear spray, horns and stuff. The cameras, but the majority of the stuff is
mhm,
you're filming yourself alone. That's the biggest thing where they taught about the mind playing tricks on you. When you have that Naked and Afraid thing, you have somebody you can work with. Nine
yeah,
times out of 10, when the other person goes, they rarely ever make it towards the end within those last days because, for one, if you're not eating, you don't have the supplies. If you know how to make a fire, bring a pot. That's like the best thing. You know,
yeah,
and
yeah,
with this show, you got fire starters. Some people that know how to make both fires, and a lot of these people more skill trained. They know about the environment. They tell them
yeah,
about certain things that they can eat out there in the elements when they can't fish or when they can't catch animals and stuff. 'Cause I know this one guy, he killed a moose. Man, he was eating for days, and there was another guy, he killed a couple of fish to where over into the winter he smoked the fish out, let them dry out,
yeah,
and he didn't have any kind of predators in his area. So he just kept them in his tent where the other guy had predators. He built up a stand and had the fish and all that stuff in the stand, and it had it covered up with multiple things, so if birds did come up there, they weren't able to get to it like
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah, but man, that show great. I mean, I
yeah,
like that show, and it's another stuff I done got into, like about epoxy. There's a
yeah.
guy, he took an old computer, broke the computer down, took a wooden table, carved the inner, middle of it out,
Yeah.
put all the computer components, he broke it all down, the motherboard, placed it all down in there, poured that epoxy over it, and let the epoxy sit. And over time, it silt all the components up. And he put LED lights at the bottom of it to where, he wanted to make it more interesting while you're eating. He'd flip a switch, and all these little technical lights would be up there, look like the computer's like speeding and going and stuff. Like that
Oh,
epoxy thing, that's like the new thing. Cause I'm
yeah,
I'm actually looking at getting into that, man. Like making a
yeah.
business out of it.
Because I saw this Russian dude, right? Because I saw this Russian dude, and it's this white dude. They was making dumb money. Like this white guy, he was doing something, right? And he said, he got into the epoxy thing and he built a business out of it, right? And what he was doing was, and the reason he got into the epoxy thing is he saw it on YouTube, and then his friend had this old oak tree, right? And they was milling the oak tree, but the oak tree was rotten, right? And he said, you know what? I always wanted a big ass oak table, right? Like he was talking about, like he was a Harry Potter fan.
Yeah,
So he looked online and he started saying, well, what can I do with this thing? And it said epoxy, right? And then that's when, he was looking at it. He did a little couple of tests, and then he made his first table out of that, like a big ass oak table, right? And he did like a blue and red because he put the dye in the epoxy, right? Shit came out looking great, right? And his
yeah,
friend came and saw it, and brought his friend came and saw it and brought over his business partner. His business partner saw it and offered him 10 grand for the table. And so basically he sold the table and to his friend's business partner so he could put it up in the employee room, in the meeting room. And he said that's what started it. Like that's what started it. He goes around, he finds wood and stuff, like, what I'm saying, like old trees that need to be, like, the city will cut down the tree and stuff. And then he'll like get his truck. Me and he got a friend that'll tell him they cut down the tree, like them old trees that's about to die, them old oak or pine trees, and he does that. And he got clients. He's selling tables for 5 to 10,000 a pop with that epoxy. Like it's a business.
yeah. That's
Business,
that's like
man.
that's like at one of the jobs I'll be dealing with, like getting like old pallets. It's funny that a lot of companies take those old pallets and just toss them out. A lot of people reuse those pallets, sell them to other companies. Um, the business is actually big. There's a guy, um, what is JT Hustle, JT
Yeah,
Hustle, that the black guy. He invited this guy on his panel. Man, this guy been selling pallets for 20 years. He said, man, he started 6 in the morning, be done by 12 every day. He said, everybody's doing full days. I start at 6, in at 12. He said, what I do is I go Google Map, look at all the areas, find people who have pallets. I tell them I come release, I take the pallets and recycle them for them for free. All they got to do is just have them set aside. I pick them up, I take them, because most people, they got to get rid of them, throw them in the trash. If he
right.
gonna pick them up, they save them money. No,
Yeah,
they don't have to get a big old dumpster to get rid of them. So he
yeah,
goes over there, pick them up. Then he finds other companies that need pallets, and he sell it to them at a decent rate, because I think the pallet rate is like 25 dollars right now. He'll sell
yeah,
them for 10 or 15 bucks, where it's almost half the price.
yeah.
And if he's getting it for free, it's all profit.
Here's
Only
all
thing
right.
he's doing is spending money for gas. And then there's a company where people they'll take pallets and break them down. That's like me. I took a couple of pallets, broke them down, end up making a workbench downstairs in my garage.
Yeah,
I got lights and everything put on there. all that stuff, man. I just got the pallets, broke down the ends, took all the nails out, and got my nail gun, made me a workbench. No problem.
Yeah.
You know.
I saw one guy, right? Um, I saw one guy. He took like some pallets. It's a British dude, and they made a cabin out of that, like a little small cabin that you could hook to a. What they did was he made a pallet, like a pallet mini cabin, right? So basically, you hook it up to a snowmobile, right? And he just made a little pallet mini cabin and put the little like the sled things on the bottom of it. Just because where he goes at, he stays out in the woods where they got like wolves and shit. And he was like he had his dog with him and everything. And he stayed out there, like cold shit, you know what I'm saying? And he had the fire out and stuff, but it was cold in the inside. You know what I'm saying? It was cold in the inside, right? So he made a steel, he made uh, ammo can steam heater. You know them old school radiators?
Yeah, yeah.
He made an ammo can radiator.
Yeah.
To
I,
put
I,
in, yeah, I was like, that's crazy. Like he had
yeah.
an ammo can radiator. That shit was crazy. He had to like it was like enough, and he had the little insulation in there. Where he's out there, he was showing that it was like -20 outside, but it was like 60 degrees inside of his little like pallet cabin thing that he had. And he just put it on the back of the snowmobile, and he just rolled out. He had the dog on the back, and he was gone. Like you can do a lot with them pallets, man.
Yeah.
Like and them
Yeah.
pallets are strong. People don't realize how strong them pallets are. You can put a lot of shit on one pallet. Like it should be heavy as hell. I think
Yeah.
what you can on a one pallet, I think you can put up to like 1 ton.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
all depends on how you stack it and how well the pallets put together. You right.
yeah. A ton is like 2,000 pounds. Like that's a lot of weight. Like that's a lot of weight. 2,000 pounds is a lot of goddamn weight.
Cause you picture some of these restaurants. That's why they have the like blue pallets, and those are the more stronger ones because they
Yeah,
have blocks on the base
yeah,
versus just the regular slim walls. And
yeah,
those are the pallets that they use for restaurants to, transfer rice. You got 50-pound bags of rice stacked up 80 to each pallet. Let's say even go 40 each pallet.
yeah. That's
You know how much
about
weight that is?
yeah. That's
I
about the
say
blue pallet.
40 and
The max
80.
Yeah, the max capacity of a blue pallet, a regular wood pallet is about is 1 ton. A blue pallet is like 3.5 tons, and a black pallet, because they use that in the military for like ammo and missiles and shit. That can get you all the way up to 10 tons. The black pallets, like the blue
Yeah.
pallets, will get you up to 3.5, 4 tons. The black pallets will get you up to 10 tons. And the only reason I remember that shit because I was a crane inspector. I'm a licensed crane inspector. So the only reason I remember that shit.
Yeah. And that's like me. What I'm dealing with a lot of that stuff now. So that's like up my alley. And I be telling guys, I'm like, man, we have the most simplest stuff in front of us that a lot of people don't think of.
Yeah.
Just making a business for themselves out of certain little things. You know, guys all the time, they don't have that mindset to just think about, man, this little stuff we got right here, let's make a business out of it. People are always throwing away trash. I remember this when I was in high school, this girl, she used to take like the Capri Suns, sew the Capri Suns together because she seen another girl do it on the I think it was like Facebook or like I think it was Black Planet when I was in high school. Like
Right.
Black Planet, to where she made purses out of Capri Sun pouches. and
Wow.
start selling them. Yeah, like Yoo-hoo pouches, the little chip bags. Take the chip bags, sew them up to a certain degree, put glue on the seams so it won't, break the bag itself. There you go. You got a purse out of a whole bunch of chip bags sewed together. you know, just innovative. All that stuff with the trash, people throwing it away, doing something with it. I seen a guy on YouTube. He takes old tires and make art with it. He take the old
Yeah.
tires and slice them up and turn them into tigers, giraffes, all kind of stuff.
Yeah. Remember
Yep.
those remember those the thing in high school, I remember the thing in high school where they would take the cabbage patch heads, take all the hair off of them, and then put the fucking lollipops in them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it would be a jar, and then they would like with the Tootsie Rolls and stuff, or they'd stick like, you know what I'm saying? They stick like I think one girl, she did the hair was Jolly Ranchers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it that's what I'm saying. Like people don't this is me as a dude in this day and age as a guy, you need to go buy you a truck.
Hey,
You
I
need
had
you need a
I had
truck.
three of them. I had three of them, man. I was making so much money at one point. And when things started slowing down, I got rid of one of them. That was right before, I think, right before around the time COVID was hitting. I got rid of one of my trucks, and man, like COVID hit me so hard. Like, dude, people just don't know how much money you can make with a truck. And then I got a tow dolly with about a 12, was a 12-foot enclosed trailer.
Mm,
If I want to, I could never sleep. I could just have my money coming in, rotating. That's why I tell guys, man, having you a pickup truck, man, you always gonna have money. You can go get up. All you need is a blower, a weed eater, and a lawnmower, push lawnmower. You willing to
yeah.
make that money? Is there. Get yourself starts off small, then get you a ride lawnmower. Man, you in business.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's like my uncle. Like my uncle, he learned like in high school because you know that's when they had the vocational schools. He was a mason, a brick mason, right? My uncle was like, he told me, he said, "Look, son, you get a trade, you get something, you got a truck, you can always make you some money. So you can always make you some damn money." He said, "Shit, I make money." He said, "I was at construction sites because I had a truck. I made money just running back and forth, you know, getting gravel and stuff for cement, fill up the truck." You know, he said certain things like, you know what I mean, you can always make you some money. You know what I'm saying? I remember this old black man, um, older guy that was in my aunt's neighborhood. He went and brought himself a bobcat, right? He went and brought himself a bobcat. He was cleaning the fuck up. He was cleaning the fuck up. He was cleaning up because like the streets that my aunt lived on, you know, when it snowed in the wintertime, the city truck couldn't get in there to put the salt down. So a lot of the little side streets would be like, you know, iced over, right? Neighborhood would just go ahead and pay him that money, and he come out there with that bobcat. You know what I'm saying? Come with that bobcat, come rolling around there, and a bobcat easy to drive. It's not hard. It's actually easier to drive than a car.
Yeah. That's like
Bobcat
this.
easy.
That's like this Mexican guy. Man, I had got in touch with him. Don't you know I brought this guy so much business. He works for a company, but every day he brings the equipment home,
Mhm.
and he has a stump remover. $75 a stump. Man, I done gave this guy like six customers. I'm looking like I started looking at it's too expensive, but I was like, man, I should just go ahead and get me a stump removal. I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, I'm giving it $75. And I had sent them to one person that had about 6 stumps. He gave him a discount. He's like, "Man, you got 6 stumps." He's like, "Man, I'll go ahead and give you a discount because you got so many of them." But dang,
What?
like $75 a stump. That's 6 stumps, 150. That's 450 right there.
Yeah. And it probably don't even take that long to get them stumps out the ground.
Nope, less than 5 minutes. I know
Like,
one stump I seen him kill with my cousin house. Man, he went in the ground zoop, like less than 2 minutes. He completely killed the whole stump. And then he went back in because my cousin said, "Well, where the roots go?" He said, "All right, let me go around one time good." He went in, swirled around the area of the stump, cleaned it all out, probably 6 minutes. I just say 10 minutes tops. Within 10 minutes, he made, that 75, went on to the next stump. Within let's say 30 minutes to an hour time,
mhm.
this dude cleared like 350 easy. I
Think
mean
about
not
that.
350, but like yeah,
Think
yeah,
about
like three. Go
that's an
ahead.
hour. That's lawyer prices.
Yeah,
It's 350 for an hour. That's lawyer prices. That's lawyer prices. Like most people don't like. That's a person making $35 to $45 an hour.
yep,
Like, like when I was a crane inspector, right? When I would sit up in a crane, like when I had to sit up in the crane, right? Yeah, and you know what I'm saying? People don't even know. Like when you see them guys, like they driving those cranes on the highway, not the real big ones, but the smaller ones.
yeah,
Like the average cost per hour for a crane operator is $35 to $45 an hour. For you to and the clock starts when you pull up. That's when the clock starts.
yeah,
So when you seeing that guy sit there on that crane, whether he moving the load or not, he getting paid.
yep.
He getting paid. You know what I'm saying? And it's not hard to get a crane license. It's not hard. It's not hard to get a crane license. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to know what you're doing. Like you got to have that touch. You know what I mean? In certain instances, but even like we had to move a load and the wind picked up. The wind was too strong, right? So the crane operator couldn't move the load because the gust was too strong. So guess what? He still got paid. He sat there for 4 hours. The wind didn't die down, and he left. But we still had to
Wow.
pay him. He had to come back the next day.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? So people don't even know that. Like people don't even know that. Like forklift operators, they make about $25 an hour. And the higher those the forklift operators that work out that work there down on the ports that be lifting them big containers,
yeah,
that's $45-$50 an hour right there.
yeah,
I'm like, there's so much money that you can make. So if that dude's $45-$50 an hour, those are six-figure dudes, right?
mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's infrastructure.
yeah,
Um, yeah. When this COVID go down, I'm about to go get my welding license and shit.
that's crazy. But I learned how to weld. I'm not an expert in it, but I know how to do the basics, tap welding and stuff like that. Through my
Yeah.
granddad, he had his company, and I didn't really push that and learn everything, but I'm decent with it. I was thinking about getting me a welder because I wanted to do some stuff. Like I got like man, dude, my garage is a big old like toy shop. Man, I got the little vacuum, the wet vac. I got
Hmm.
a table saw. I got different miter little saws. I got just all kind of little tools, man. I got, hella tools to work on cars and stuff. All I need is me a lift now because I got the jacks and the stands and stuff. I just need me a lift.
Mhm.
for a motor lift. And the
Oh yeah,
crazy part, I be moving, man. I be getting to the money.
yeah. Well, like I gotta definitely do it though, because because I be seeing shit and I be like, man, how much does this shit cost? Nigga, I can make this shit. Like I can make, and the thing is because I was in the military and I was an engineer. Whenever we needed some shit apart, we would just take it to the MR, and the dude would machine us the part out of nothing, out of stock. He was like, oh, this the dimensions, this what it is, and he'll put it on the lathe. He'll put that shit on the lathe and get it.
Hey, them 3D printers now, man, they making a killing.
Yeah,
You,
yeah,
you know, you
man. 3D printers. You don't need a machinist no more. You got a 3D printer, right?
and now they got those metal casting machines that do 3D printing now. They got the housing 3D printers where you can make out of
Mm-hmm.
cement for the 3D printers that print designs. Man, it's like a lot of positions where people they build those I think I seen them build the Yorks, the round houses that to
Yeah,
build, and you can add the walls the way you want.
yeah,
Man, it's like 3D printing is taking it to a whole nother level. You like those people that making those 3D printed guns out of plastic,
yeah.
they even have the castings for those now, man. I mean, it's crazy.
Hey, have you heard about this gun? It's a 50 caliber BB gun. You saw that?
Nah, I haven't seen a 50 cal BB gun.
Yeah, it's a. You got to check it. It was on Demolition Ranch, right? The white guy that's a veterinarian. He got the little vet. He got the vet ranch, and then he got the Demolition Ranch. When
Yeah,
he blowing shit up, he looked like Ashton Kutcher or something, right? So the first time I saw this 50 caliber BB gun, right? So it looks like it's actually real pretty though. It looked like one of them Western double barrel shotguns with the wood stock on it, right?
yeah,
But it's a 50 caliber BB gun, right? So basically, you put air in it that puts 5,000 pounds of pressure on it, right?
yeah,
You put the BB in it, the BB, but it's like a lead bullet, right? Like them old school musket bullets,
yeah. I seen them
right?
big ones. Yeah,
So you put that in there, and he shot it, right? It makes a bang, but it's not as loud as a regular gun. It's kind of like a 22, right? You still got to wear some hand protection, right? That's high power. This other white guy was out there in Texas hunting like wild fucking boars out there, killing them with this damn thing, right? Then here's the other thing, she guess what you can put in this in this gun?
what's that?
You can put arrow bolts in this bitch.
Hold on. You say what?
Yeah, you can put arrow bolts. Like, you got the compound arrow bolts and shit. You can put those
Yeah,
in the gun too. So basically you turn the motherfucker to a high powered fucking crossbow, basically. Like a harpoon gun. Yeah, like when you get a chance, type in 50 caliber like air rifle, right? And you'll see this one dude, he went to Africa to take out one of them black water buffaloes. He took out with one shot a black water buffalo, killed it with that 50 caliber thing. So think about it. You got a 50 caliber air rifle. You can kill somebody with that shit. And you don't need a permit.
I'm gonna show you something.
Mhm.
You see this right here?
Yep.
Let me show you this.
Yep.
This is a BB gun.
Mm-hmm.
I bought
The
this
air
crap for
gun.
my yeah, I bought this crap. It's a BB gun. I bought it for my sons. See how well you can't even see the barrel because of the line, but
Mm.
basically, man, it's a BB gun for my sons.
Yeah.
I bought them this to teach them how to shoot guns and
Mm-hmm.
look at that.
Oh,
CO2
you got that
rifles.
the CO2, right? Do
Yeah.
y'all got that? Do y'all got that thing over there? I should have it in Georgia, the airsoft.
Yeah. They got the big airsoft. Man, they got like a lot of those places. Cause I'm in the paintball and stuff where I was real heavy. I kind of slowed down with it because I be moving around and working a lot.
Yeah.
And crazy part, man, I end up getting like some grenades from the airsoft place that I think I forgot the decimal sound, the decimal sound for 'em. I think it was like 5 or something, but it's loud. Like right up on close it, man, that thing will blast your eardrum if it goes off. I was in my old apartment, like back in the day, man. I fooled around and was playing with my wife. I pulled a pin, and when I pulled the pin, my finger just moved a little bit, and I heard something go. Tsk. I was like, "Oh shit, what was that?" Man, that thing blasted. My wife was so mad at me.
Oh God! Oh man! No.
Man, and I had the grenade in my hand too, and I
I
thought
know
I
that shit
thought I
hurt.
blew my hand out. Man, it hurt so bad. I thought I blew my hand out because luckily I was holding it from the top because the blast comes out the bottom so strong, and the bottom just. And luckily I had my hand at the top of the grenade playing with her when I pulled the pin.
Paul,
Man, that thing scared the crap. The plastic kind of, and when it blew out, the plastic from the bottom, the plastic hit the bottom of my wrist, and it stung me a little bit. But
yeah,
it rung my ears for a minute. And I was like, dang, this thing loud,
yeah.
And I bought that just to go play paintball and everything. But I mean, that airsoft thing, it's crazy, man.
Look,
I used to take my little cousin at the time.
man, over here, like that shit is a big thing over. Because Japan, you can have guns like that, right? So they be all dressed up in the gear, man. Listen, so I'm gonna tell you what we used to do, right? All right, so I used to live with my homeboys, right, in the military and shit, right? This is some fuck shit we used to do. So we had a balcony, right? And we could see like there was like people walking down the street, but we was up in the hills, right? Because the house, like basically you had to go up these steps to get to our house. So if you didn't know the house was there because there was like bamboo trees, but you could see it from a distance, but you couldn't really know who was up there, right? So we had like so what we would do in the crib is everybody had like everybody had like the BB guns, the airsoft guns in their room. So when we would be bored, we'd be drinking in the room. Somebody had just hit the breaker in the house, turn off all the lights in the house and shit. And then motherfuckers just go into fight mode, like crawling through the shit. We up there, just being, niggas, you know what I'm saying? Just doing dumb shit, right? So what we would do, we would sit out there on the balcony and be drinking, right? And we would literally sit up there with we had like 3 sniper rifles, and we would sit up there and we would shoot motherfuckers from the top of the balcony all the way down to the street, but we'd hit them in the leg and shit, right? And we was just drunk, bored niggas, they ain't shit to do. Like that's what we would do. We would just do fuck shit. We would just sit up there and just shoot, but the quality of BB guns is ridiculous. Because if you pick up a 45 caliber BB gun, with the clip and shit, and you pick up a real 45 caliber gun, they weigh the same.
Damn near accurate. Yep.
They're accurate. And the ones in Japan, them shits is so ridiculous that the only thing you got to do is change out the barrel and the firing pin. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. They're so accurate. You change out the barrel and the firing pin, you got an actual gun. Because the slide is real. Everything else is real. It's just the barrel and the firing pin.
Yeah, that's how damn near much that the one I got right there, that BB gun I showed you, it got a semi and it got a full automatic. And one of my sons, he pretty decent with it. The other one, he getting into the whole gun aspect because his thing is he ain't trying to kill nobody. But my other son, he like, man, I'm with it. Hey, let's go. I got him a 9mm handgun and show him how to use that and everything. To the standpoint, it's they got to learn about this, and man,
Yeah.
that's the shite that kills me. A lot of people try not to say about putting their kids in ranges about guns and stuff, and I'm like, man, you're gonna be predator or prey one day.
Yep.
So when it comes down to it, hey, for them learning, if someone comes in the house and they not here, or they round the gun, they know how to dismantle it. They don't even be able to touch it, take the clip out, make sure no bullets in the chamber. Because how many kids of back in the day when we were growing up, they all got killed on just accident of grabbing the gun, not knowing stuff because we was never
Yeah.
taught it. We look at cartoons, see them shoot, and that's the ultimate thing that we were doing: grabbing the gun, playing like the cartoons.
And wow, right? You didn't,
Yep.
and that's right. Like there was a lot of things when people, little kids, was killing each other with the guns, playing with the guns, and they had to come out with them gun safety things, and because it was a lot of
Hmm.
revolvers back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody had a lot of revolvers, and then they had them loaded already and stuff. Because but what I tell people is, and I'm pretty sure you're already doing this, but what I usually tell people is like my kids, they don't got to worry about guns. You know what I'm saying? Because we in Japan, they ain't got to worry about guns. But my kids go to self defense, and they go to kendo class and shit. And I teach them,
Hmm.
I got machetes in the house. I'm half Haitian, so I learned how to use a motherfucking cut with a motherfucker. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? Like, so they know how to use knobs and you know what I'm saying, and fucking batons and nunchucks and shit like that. Because you hit a motherfucker with a set of nunchucks, you'll break a nigga down real quick,
Mhm.
real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to see a motherfucker, wherever you shoot him, he get hit, he get fucked up with one of them or one of them Cali sticks.
Yeah.
Them damn bamboo Cali sticks, you catch a motherfucker, you know what I mean? Or them collapsible batons, them damn fucking carbon fiber collapsible batons, or you can do some damage with that motherfucker. You catch a
Yeah.
motherfucker. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You catch a motherfucker around the arms and shit. I don't care how big a motherfucker is. Unless he on some meth or some shit.
Yeah.
he don't want no problems. You
Yep.
know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? But I do see it, and this is what I tell a lot of people. If you want to train, you train yourself and you train your kids, but you need to go to them ranges where the motherfucker hitting that beep in your head, the motherfucker going down hitting them targets, like on some tactical shit. Cause that's how these
Mhm.
motherfuckers is training now.
Yeah.
They're white supremacist dudes. Like, when what's that brother where they got everybody walking around with the guns and all that other shit?
Talking
All
about the
that
black guy. I forgot. I
Yeah, the
forgot his
no
name.
fucking
Yeah.
around movement. I can tell by the way they holding them weapons that them niggas is walking around with the weapons, and a lot of them don't train with the weapons
Yeah.
because
They
you can tell
range.
the difference. Yeah, they just range shooters, or they just got the weapon, the brand that shit. Where I could tell that there's certain people that know how to they with the weapon and they can use it because the way that they sit with the weapon, they're comfortable with it. It just sits there. It just hangs. It's like how they got it clipped on because they got it clipped that at the moment's ready, they are ready to put this shit on target, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at them far right motherfuckers, look at how they got the weapon.
Yeah.
When they be walking with the weapon, they're not like you can tell the ones that's like, yeah, I got my gun, and then you can tell the ones that's walk, they're looking. That's a tactical, like they're looking around, they're easy going with it. They're not even like, yo, I'm not. When you're well trained with a weapon, you're trying not to use the weapon unless you have to.
Yeah. And then the whole thing with it too, I've always noticed that people who go to the range and don't really shoot, if they got like a rifle, the rifle is always pointed down to where
Yeah,
people who are in the heat of action or trying to see what's going on, theirs is always at an angle to where it's
yeah,
it's less for them to draw up to shoot
yeah,
versus the ones it's like pulling something out of your pocket. You got to raise it up and do all that.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying is, like you saw that little white girl, how the parents had her at the range. I think it was on Facebook like years ago, right? When she was up there, she had the thing she was shooting. Then when she ran out of she reloaded. She's reloading without looking down, dropping it, then clearing the weapon, then shooting. Then when she ran out, she put it around her back, and then she pulled out her sidearm and she was in it.
Yeah.
That's muscle memory. She's not going to be able to do all of that unless she got muscle memory, right? So how are you going to be able to defend your home if you ain't got muscle memory?
Yeah.
Right? And
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? You ain't got muscle memory. And the weapon is only as good as you can get to it or use it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's gotta be repetitive. Like it's gotta be repetitive. Like when I was in the military, man, we did VBSS. It's called search and seizure, right? So basically we was on some pirate shit. You know what I'm saying? You know how they show that thing with the Coast Guard chasing down the drug ships and they shooting from the helicopter and shit? You know what I mean? Like that's not how that shit actually happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, for real. That's some
Yeah.
Hollywood. That's some Hollywood shit. What happens is the ship rolls up on them, tell them to stop, and the motherfucker fire behind the ship to disable the fucking ship so it can't go nowhere. Then they circle. Then you roll up on that bitch like on some pirate shit. Like you run up on the ship like on some pirate shit, some swashbuckling shit, and you put guns on motherfuckers. But you gotta know how to clear a room. There's a certain way when you come in there tactically to clear a room, especially in close quarters, right? So I can't roll around, with an AR when I'm on a ship where you got, what I mean? That's, what I mean? So I got to have a smaller barrel, right? So I got to have an M4, more compact, right? So I can get in there and do it, right? You know what I'm saying? I got to have a firearm, I got to have a sidearm, but I'm rolling with a Glock. I'm rolling with the plastic Glock that's water resistant and waterproof. Cause we dealing with marine shit. Like we in the shit, and I got my knife and I got my zip ties. And I got, I got my shit. I got my extra whatever. And then if shit hits the fan, we in the Gulf, I gotta get trained on firing the AK, because that's what they use. Cause you run out of ammunition, you gotta be able to pick up that AK and use that AK. You gotta use what the enemy give you. You know what I mean? Click. You know what I'm saying? And like if Charles was around, he'd tell you he had to use that. Probably he had to use an AK a couple of times if he was in firefights. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So is the training on the weapon, right? Getting familiar with it and the de-escalation because you understand it. Then you got to pick a firearm that's best for you because you use it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why is the 9mm the one that everybody buys? Right? You know what I mean? Like, why is a 9mm the one everybody buys? Well, because anybody can use a 9mm. But then you're talking about what type of 9mm you're going to get. Because a Beretta has a lot of kick to it,
Mm-hmm.
right? But a Glock is compact and whatever, right? So people use it, but you got to get the right Glock that fits you. And you got to be able to put it on target. But no one's going to stand right there so you can shoot. You know what I mean? And no one's going to stand right there if you can shoot. But yeah, man, appreciate let me up here, man. It's almost 11. I gotta get my ass going this Saturday
Yeah.
morning. Shit, appreciate it, bro, man. I'm glad you got your channel already subbed to you, man.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go ahead and drop because I see Char about to go in. I'm about to go over there for a little bit and
Oh
move
yeah,
around with the family too. So I'll holler at you later, man. Nice
yeah,
talking to you, man.
yeah. You too, bro.
And like I
Appreciate
said, man, I lost a lot of y'all when I started my channel because I thought
it.
I switched everybody over,
Yeah,
and actually when I turned on my other channel, because I was looking for subscribers, because I was like, man, because I know with Char, I know I always see you on other people panel, and I'm like,
yeah.
why Jay Sean never And I was like, I never see Jay Sean, I never see Andre. I was like, I don't see Char. I mean, I like all the people because Art he always came up because I always dealt with BGS and stuff, so his would always pop up, and I was subbing to people I already knew. Then I would start going back and forward. But I guess since you was down with the Jays, I didn't get down that far to sub you and stuff. So I was like, I was always wondering why you would never pop up on my thing, but I forgot, that mentality. When I started my new channel, I didn't sub everybody over. So that messed me up. So when a couple of months back when I had jumped on charge, that's when I started finding I was like, man, I didn't hardly sub half of the people over to my new channel. So I was like, man, I had to gotta go back over and do all this again. And that's when I started seeing you guys. But yeah, man, I'm gonna see you guys later, man. But yep. I'll holler at you later, and I'm about to end the screen right now. And like I always say, man, we gone.